everybody. Welcome to episode 5 of the Vanguard Wall Podcast. I'm beyond stoked for this one. Today we're going to be interviewing my friend Jeremiah Wilber. He's involved in a whole bunch of stuff. One of the main things that we are here to talk about today is War Party Ranch and the War Party movement, which we'll get to on the back side of the interview, which is going to be, I think, pretty eye-opening. I know it's been massively eye-opening for me. So hopefully it'll be eye-opening for you as well. So, man, thanks for making a long drive. I know time is precious. Drove straight in here. We're jumping straight into the interview, dude. So thanks for making that trip. I really appreciate it, man.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here, man. Appreciate the opportunity.
Well, before we kick this off, I always like to give everybody an intro. So I want to give an intro. It's a quite of a mouthful, so hopefully I get it right. But Jeremiah Wilber, you retired from the Army. Your final assignment was, I believe, you were a team sergeant with Special Forces. You did, man, a whole lot during your military career. But you started off in Military Police Corps, and then ultimately you became a Special Forces 18 Echo, which is a communication specialist, which we'll talk about later on. Some of the schools you attended while you're in were you went to Ranger School, Sapper School, Special Forces Assessment and Selection. You went to the Q course, you're airborne qualified. You were also did a bunch of PSD assignments. You were on SRT, which is pretty hard to get in the MP Corps. And then you were assigned to both 3rd Special Forces Group and 10th Special Forces Group, where you were also a team sergeant on the ODA, which is another pretty hard assignment to get. You're married. I think you've been married for 10 years, which I think is awesome. And you have 4 kids, so you're a dad.
Yeah,
so.
Man.
I know that doesn't even come close to who you are, what you've done. You're a real life cowboy. You're heavily involved in, saving people from human trafficking, as well as, working with females that have been the victims of domestic violence, both saving them as well as rehabbing them, which is, super honorable and something that, I'm definitely super excited to dive into. Yeah, did I miss anything?
No, that's perfect, man. Perfect.
I missed a lot. So the way we kind of like to do interviews here at the Vanguard Wall is kind of just do a bio interview, and that will obviously lead us where we want to go with War Party Ranch and War Party Movement. But let's talk about like early life for Jeremiah. Kind of where were you born, and what was it like when you were a kid?
Yeah, so I was born in El Cajon, San Diego. Lived there for about 2 months, I guess. I was a baby. We moved to Montana. So I grew up majority of my life, the first half of my childhood in Montana. My dad was just blue collar dude, man, cowboying, and he worked at the talc mine. I mean, he did anything to make ends meet. He was a hunting guy, elk hunting guide, and so we kind of lived all over Montana, kind of up on the High Line too, kind of on and off the res a bit. My dad put himself through nursing school when I was probably like 7 or 8 or something like that. So for me, like life as a kid in Montana was just, it was amazing, dude. It was just, we didn't have no money. I didn't know, like I was hunting, fishing, playing outside, playing in the snow. I mean, I had an amazing childhood, we didn't even have a TV, until I was like a teenager. So my mom read a lot of books to me and my brothers, and just crazy. We love history. So like, my brothers and I, because my mother's Native, my dad's, white cowboy, we always pretended we were mountain men or like these half-breed dudes. But a lot of that like warrior culture was very, I would say it was impacted and very heavy in my life as a young kid. My dad was in the military. My grandfathers were all in the military. I mean, it's far back as I could track it. It's like kind of like World War I. I know great grandfather in World War I. But just that, I would say like that blue collar, like cowboy code, where like women are on a pedestal, like you're a gentleman, you're always trying to do the right thing, like your word is your bond type of environment. And my mother and father both played heavily into that. My mother is by blood, she's Muscalero Apache, and we can kind of get into it later. But my mother's side of the family went to residential boarding schools. My grandmother didn't want her kids to be a part of that, so she moved to San Diego area, up in the mountains in Julian. And then my mother, when she was in right after high school, she moved up to Montana. And when she was there, she was adopted into the Assiniboine tribe by another guy who's like a grandfather to me, named Harris Rock. So when I was a kid, I didn't know I was Apache. Like I just thought I was Assiniboine. All the traditions and power, everything we've ever done, ceremony, everything was always, Assiniboine and in Montana. Um, when I was after my dad finished nursing school, he did a few years. His dream was he wanted to be a flight nurse, flight for life or Mercy Air, whichever one. And he ended up getting hired on in Great Falls, and then got a better job opportunity in Las Vegas. So when I was junior high, we moved to Las Vegas. So I went from being like this, outside, just every weekend, hunting, fishing, just being outdoors the whole time, and no city life at all, to moving to East Las Vegas, which is like a lot of people, it's the hood, like I grew up in like gangland and in the hood, and it was a culture shock. But the really cool experience of both of those was I did have a lot of these like core values of the way my parents were, the way I was raised, and my uncles, and every hero of mine was always a cowboy up until that point. To being around just these tough, gritty kids, a lot just like reservation kids, but black Mexican, uh, lots of culture, and it really helped mold me and give me a little bit more swag and like confidence. Yeah, I was fighting all the time, and in Montana, I fought all the fucking time being a hybrid kid. And but it was just, I'm not explaining, man. It's just like uh, people in the military. I know they understand a lot of culture, but if you're of a different race and you haven't really been like fully immersed in another American racial culture, like a Filipino or black or Hispanic, whatever it is, it's kind of hard to understand like um, what you get out of that. So I mean, I was playing pickup basketball in North Las Vegas when I was a teenager. And I was like the only kid who wasn't black out there. I mean, but it taught me a lot. Humor was probably the biggest one. Black dudes are like the funniest dudes on the planet, man, and they talk shit with the best of them. So I kind of got a lot of this nowadays, and through my adult life is like where I love talking shit, man. Um, um, and it was just like that real thick skin, you know. I think I was kind of didn't really know where I fit in as a kid a lot when I was younger, because being mixed, like it was always a little different. The culture in Montana was like, in the 80s and 90s and stuff. And my dad and my uncles would always get in fights and stuff over my mom, or just weird things, or native community like kind of shitting on my dad, or vice versa. So I grew up, just kind of not necessarily confused, but like just like, man, I didn't really know where to fit in. And when I moved to Vegas, it was like those kids, if you were tough, they didn't give a shit. If you're a white boy, if you're a Mexican dude, if you're a black, like you were tough and you're down the road with everybody and just play basketball and football and just be part of the crew. Um, and The other cool thing was a lot of some of the older guys, like the OGs, if you will, looked out for a lot of the younger kids and didn't want us getting in trouble and stuff. And we caused some ruckus and stuff in high school, but in those eras. But we definitely had some really good mentors of guys that had like been to prison, done really bad shit, and was trying to look out for us, for the younger kids, and be like, man, don't do that. Like you have potential in your life there. Um, and then when we moved to Vegas, I started doing martial arts. So my brothers and I, my sister, we started kickboxing and doing karate, and it's pretty cool, man. I just the same way, people just like wrestling or something. People are traveling all over the country wrestling and doing those tournaments. That's how we were. It was like every weekend since I was probably 14. We were at a tournament. My little sister is a freaking the badass, man. She's a 6-time world champion. She's on the cover of like uh Sports Illustrated for kids and shit. And Um, my brother's a 2-time world champion, and I won a world champion in '96.
This is all in karate, or
Yeah, like
that's
in
pretty
open
awesome.
style, like karate, which is like at that time, the mid '90s, nothing really like UFC came out. I want to say like '94, '95. It's around that time, but no one was really training like jujitsu or any kind of mixed martial arts. And the place we were at, we did a lot of like because it's open style, we would take other styles and techniques that work really well in the tournament world. Um, Depending on what kind of tournament it was, where you're point sparring or you were like actually like in like 3 or 4 round fights, 5 round fights, whatever they were. Um, so yeah, man, it was cool, and I just was just banged and just did fucking kickboxing and went to high school, man. That was it, and kind of knew, like I said, all those kind of things always to me was always really embedded in that warrior culture. And then going back to my mother being native, always going to powwows and seeing the warriors like dance first and being honored and all the veterans being honored and stuff. And since I was a kid, I knew I was going to be in the army, you know.
Yeah, that's
So
awesome. I think one of the things you and I were talking on the phone yesterday. One of the things I thought was super interesting. It's definitely a cool part of your story is that you talked about your mom was, in a lot of like old Western photos. Will you tell us a little bit about that? Because I thought that was really interesting.
yeah, so um, my mom, when she got to Montana, she was working just cowboying and working for she had worked at so it was like an antler dealership. They make like big chandeliers and stuff out of antlers. And they have like real high end clients that come in there all the time. And she was just, helping sales. And one of the guys was like, holy cow, like, he paints. And I forget one of the guys' name, but one is Putman. And most of the um postcards and stuff you see where there's like a native lady like drinking water, like been down getting water with her hands, or like covered in a blanket, like looking off in the distance. A lot of those are my mother that are painted by Putman, and Vel Miller is the other guy. So anything Vel Miller, a lot of those native women are my mom, which is really cool. So I would go to these like as a kid, we would go to these like full on like dress rehearsals. There was like mountain men and like Indian like dudes in like full regalia, and my mom and stuff, and they would like pose or do skits or kind of reenactments while the artist was painting all this. So that was pretty cool to see too, as a kid. And I had this giant imagination, man. Like, I've always said it my whole life. I feel like I was born like 200 years too late. Um, I've always just imagined myself as like this, kind of half breed mountain man, I got to like really kind of live that a lot as a kid, in Montana.
Yeah, that's awesome. It sounds like it was kind of a tough transition, although you made the best of it going from like Montana to Vegas. I mean,
Yeah,
you're in this like oasis paradise of a place, and then you're in like you shift to like
yeah.
a concrete jungle. How many siblings did you have?
I'm the oldest, and I
Okay.
have 2 brothers and a sister.
Are you still pretty close to?
Yeah. We're all still
Yeah,
pretty
that's
tight.
awesome. So kind of when did you decide, or when did you really start feeling the calling to go in the military?
I mean, you guys, anybody who ever knew me my whole life, like, since I could talk, I knew I was going to be in. Um, I've always looked at, to be honest, I might have said, like I wanted to be an airborne ranger, like do these things, but like in my mind, like I never thought like I would be able to do that stuff. Um, but I knew that like my dad was in the National Guard the whole time. My dad retired from the Guard um, not that long ago, 6 or 7 years ago, I think. Um, and so he was always like putting on uniform and doing that. And he was a medic in the Guard, obviously as a nurse. And he was active duty before that, before I was born. Um, so I always had like the coolest gear, I had like MREs to eat, and like I used my dad's kit and my dad's gear and playing and doing stuff. And um, it was just part of like what I was. And that's why I say that like that mindset of the way my mother was, the way we were raised, and then even going to martial arts. My mom was like my cut man, dude, like my corner man. Like my dad worked all the time, and my mom was the man. who was like taking us to tournaments, who was like coaching us, and you know, just it was really cool because I could have really been lost in that transition from Montana to Las Vegas, but just where we lived really helped out with that. And I think, and it sounds weird because I went from like, being almost like an inner city kid, but the attitude of those guys, like immediately as soon as I got on the street, it was like it was just like getting tested by like reservation kids. It was like they tested you, and if you could stay on the test, like you're one of them. So that really helped me like insulate me, and I didn't have this like crazy transition. I had a crew of guys that like just because I was down to fight, to be honest. Like I mean, they beat me up the first day I was on the street, and I fought back, and it was just like, all right, he's cool. He can play basketball with us. So that was like uh, kind of a cool upbringing, if you will, in that sense. And that was just another thing that, just like I said, I always kind of go back to this like warrior culture because it's like, yeah, it wasn't like warrior shit. It was kind of menace to society, fucking dumb shit. But just that attitude and the mindset of like always being aggressive, like not being, even though when you're scared, like I'm not gonna say don't be scared because that's stupid. Like everyone's scared, but like just having the courage to like, to do it, to try something. Martial arts really gives you that because you're getting in a ring with somebody and it's just you and him. There's no other teammate. There's no nothing. It's just you and this dude are just seeing who's better that day. You know. So there's a lot of like intestinal fortitude and courage and things I had to do as a young man to kind of put me in that, and that really helped mold me into staying on that path to want to be a soldier and ultimately become a soldier.
So you end up at the recruiter's office, and how do you end up picking your job?
So I was kind of torn, man. Like my dad, because he was a flight nurse, he was actually the program director for Mercier, and all his pilots were like old aviators from the military. They were either like Air Force commandos or like LZ X-ray, like dudes in books from Vietnam, like just these badass pilots. And I was going to do the high school to flight school program. I was just going to do 2 years, just start college like a associate's degree, and then just until I could get picked up for the flight program. And I literally had like retired CW5s, like right. I was not gonna say I was in, but I was like I had a path for it. And then my junior year of high school, man, like I got my girlfriend pregnant, and it was like fuck. So I was kind of in there, and then I did my junior year. I joined the National Guard. I did like the delayed entry program. Um, and
Is that where you go to basic training one summer and then you go
you
to
can
EA?
do that, but like I just joined, and then I basically like I joined like the summer of my junior year, and then I just drilled my whole senior year. And they send you to like a little like fake basic training for like 2 weeks, get you ready, and then you come back to union. You're wearing uniform and you're drilling just like normal. They try to teach you and set you up for like what you're gonna get in basic, or this is formations, and all the kind of DNC, the Army isms of stuff.
So your junior year of high school, you're growing up quick.
Yeah. So the reason for that was knew because of the high school, the flight school deal. I had already kind of planned to do the National Guard piece, but because they waived tuition in the state of Nevada, so I was going to go to school for free.
Oh.
So regardless if I had to wait a year, 18 months, 2 years, 4 years to go to this flight program, I could just get a degree. And I was like looking at like, and I wasn't like completely sold on like I wanted to fly. And I wasn't completely sold on being a cop or a firefighter or like what I was gonna do. And I'm in high school,
That's your whole,
and
yeah.
and I got my girlfriend pregnant, so I'm like, dude, I don't want to leave now with the kid. And so it's kind of a toss up. But when I joined the National Guard, they only had a couple units that were available for me to drill at. One of them was an MP company. The other one was like an armor battalion or brigade, and then there was like where my dad was over in the aviation side, but like I couldn't get any no, there was zero MOSs. And a lot of people don't know I don't know how the reserves same, but National Guard's like certain MOSs, like someone has to die or like retire for like the next dude to like go in there. But the mechanized stuff was wide open, and my dad used to be a tanker, and he was like, bro, everything on a tank weighs 300 pounds. And I was kind of looking at like, well, and he had talked to some guy, he knew some guys in the MP company. My dad was actually training dogs at the time. My dad was really into dog training. He's got a couple world champion dogs in the sport called Schutzen, which is like the derivative of like where everything now tactically with the dog comes from. And my dad's best friend that he worked dogs with was a guy named Bill Castle. Bill Castle ran the dog program for Metro.
Oh, really?
So I had like some connections in with like that. And I was kind of looking at like, hey, I gotta be 21, but like I can go to school, do the National Guard, I can get my feet wet in law enforcement and see with the MP company and see if this is what I want to do. All at the same time, like back burner, or like really trying to fly. So that's why I picked the MP company.
Makes sense.
Yeah. And then I went to basic training in AIT summer of 99. Like, so I graduated like a week later. I go to basic. And I had, I'm sure probably like a lot of other soldiers in the Army, I had a very profound experience with one of my drill sergeants. Was just like, I remember the day, like you're at 43rd AG or whatever it's called. You got your duffel bags. They load you on the cattle truck, and when the cattle truck pulls up, I remember this jack fucking black dude just like standing on the corner of the sidewalk like at parade rest, and it was like if if you looked up soldier and like in the dictionary and it was just pictures, it would be like a picture of this dude. This is like just chiseled, like just soldier, like a stud, man, and he was one of those guys who really led from the front. We didn't really we got hammered a lot, like it's basic training, but like he always did a really good job of disciplining us a lot, like my father did when I was a kid. Where like I got my butt whooped all the time, but like my dad would make it a thing where it's like, all right, you're getting your butt whooped, and like we got whooped, and then it was like, this is why you got whooped. I'm disciplined. I love you. I'm not gonna let you be a piece of shit. Like this is why you're doing this. And he had a lot of that same, like the why behind things, like, and everybody else, a lot of the other leaders I saw, the other drill sergeants at that time, they didn't really do that. It's like, and I get it as boot camp, but I really appreciated that of him. And I had a couple other kids that were kind of like me, like, and something I left out a little bit of growing up, like I was fucking bad too, though. Like I was in the hood, man. Like we did a lot of dumb shit. I got in trouble with law enforcement a bunch. Like there was times when I was like in and out of like fucking things up. And I think you could see that in me and a couple of other dudes, and then obviously like you know being an athlete and like being just good at being a soldier. Um, that was what the coolest thing for me is, like I really found like something I'm good at. Like, and I was good at martial arts, don't get me wrong, but it was like, this is different, man. I thrived off of like just being crushed and like watching other people suffer and like crying and throwing up, and like I loved it, dude. I still love it now. And um that was a really good experience for me. And so what happened was I'm going through basic training, and I was just like, man, I don't, I'm just gonna do this full time. So I went while like AIT, we're getting ready to get done uh, with with uh, with basic training. I went and talked to my drill sergeant. I said, hey, how do I become active duty? Like I'm National Guard right now, but like I made up my mind. I had talked to my daughter's mother and stuff, and was like, hey, like I feel like this is the best decision for me as like an 18-year-old kid, like a dad. Like I can support the family better. I can do these things. Like, what do you want to do? And and she like fully supported it. I was like, yeah, like that. I understand that. Like, um, so he actually helped me get the ball rolling on transferring. He actually called my dad, and then because my dad was um, in the guard, by the time I had got back, I already had the governor's letter and everything released from the National Guard, and I basically just like I went from got back. So when I graduated like in the middle of November, like right before Thanksgiving.
From AIT or
From
basic?
AIT.
Okay.
Everybody else basically just did like hometown recruiting and then went to their unit like in January. I was assigned at Fort Hood with some of the people I was in basic with. So like I came back in between like right now, like Thanksgiving leave, all the way Christmas exodus, I in process the regular army, went to MEPS, And then in January, I flew from MEPS to Fort Hood, and I was, day one private. So I didn't have uh, I say as National Guard, but it was like not really, you know. It worked out cool because I got paid for that time and stuff, So like my service record's like 22 years, So I was getting a little more money as things progressed later on in my career. But yeah, I just was like, dude, I want to do this all the time. And that's really how, why I was an MP and started out as an MP. My drill sergeant at the time too, then I thought, being an MP was going to be like, I was going to be in a patrol car and like be a cop. And he was like, I've never done that. He was like always in like division MP companies. He was in Panama forever. And like, just, he had like a very well-rounded, like kind of that, a lot of people don't realize this until the war started. Whereas like, we were like infantry, we said chicks and trucks. Like we, we're, and like people who are in division MP companies get it. It's like, dude, we're out with the scouts. Like we're basically like, we don't do anything different than these dudes do. They're just in a Bradley and I'm a Humvee. And I love that part of AIT and learning that. Because again, I was a kid who was putting camo on his face, every weekend, when I was a kid and playing guns and throwing pine cone hand grenades and stuff, So um, never did I think that I could ever like go be in the infantry or go be a ranger or any of those types of things. It was just like, yeah, I'm here and just doing it. So
Yeah, it's funny. I remember the first time we talked, I think it was last summer. We were talking about our time. You were at Fort Hood. I think you were in the 89th, and I was Division MP. So it's funny to hear you tell that story because I was, I remember when I went to I tried to go 11 X-ray, and I was too young when I joined, and my mom had to sign sign my enlistment contract. Well, my real father wasn't in the picture, and my stepdad had been in the infantry, and so he told my mom, like, do not let him join unless he goes MP or MI, which is funny because I ended up doing both. But it was we were the recruiter shows the video of the patrol car, and then I ended up in a Division MP company, and we did I think we patrolled like, I don't know, 1 or 2 months out of the year. The rest, man, you lived in the field.
And I like hated working the road. It's like called working the road, and in the 89th, I was in 410th MP company, and we would do the same cycles, green, amber, red cycle. Red cycles were on the road, green cycles are in the field. And like I just lived for green cycle, bro. And I was like, I don't give a fuck about working the road. And it was so bad that like, what the funny thing is, like, I did MP warfighter. I was like the number one gunner in the battalion. I won baton death march. Like, so I got to Fort Hood January of 2000. March, of 2000, I won the baton death march, like the individual heavy. And again, like I didn't really think I was that good at stuff. I was just trying my best to like be good at things. And it was like my leadership would always just throw stuff at me, be like, hey, there's a trial for this, or they're doing warfighter. I'm like, what is that? Like, oh, it's some big competition. Like, you should go do it. I'm like, oh, roger that, Sergeant. And it was like, part of it was on their side was probably like, yeah, look good for them to have somebody in their squad or their platoon, their company go represent.
Yep.
But also it was like, I think they saw potential in me. It was like, hey man, like just keep pushing yourself, and so that was fun. And the road, man, I couldn't stand it, dude. I would do everything I could do to get fired, to the point where like it used to be a joke. Like I really didn't work that much, honestly, until I became like a specialist. And that wasn't even long. I went to SRT shortly after that, but we do supernumerator. So like a guard mount, you stand in formation, and a lot of times they would for soldiers like E3 and below, they would double the roster or have like 2 extra people on the roster. So if you had the best boots or uniform during supernumerator, you would just get off. So like I would just show up to do PT, show up for guard mount, and usually go home because I just starch my shit. Like I learned how to start shit from the Mexicans, from the essays when I was in high school, So like my uniform, my boots were spit shine. And one time I was working the road. I was on day shift on I don't know if it's still Hell on Wheels and Old Ironsides was those like one ways that went, they would had stuff there, and I was sitting and everything's blocked off. It's PT traffic, man. And it's like it's not dark, but it's like the sun's barely coming up. And I remember this car came and it like, I don't know how fast it was going, but it might have slowed down to like 20 and then like went through the stop sign. And I was like, fuck. And I look over and there's this people looking at me. I was like, damn it. So I'm like, I'm never the dude who's like pulling people over. I'm just like, oh God. So I'm like, all right, whoop, whoop. Pull this dude over. And I get behind him and he's like just screaming out of the window. I'm like, bro, what? So I'm like, all right. So I like go up there, do the whole deal, like, hey, I'm PFC Wilber with, Fort Hood Military Police. And he's like, just give me advice. He's yelling at me. And I was like, whoa. And I was like, do you know why I pulled you over, sir? And he's like, no. And I was like, well, you ran the stop sign back there. He's like, well, I slowed down. So I was like, if I take out my MP club right now and started hitting you with it, would you want me to slow down or do you want me to stop? And he's like, gets all mad. It's some major or whatever. And I wrote him whatever the ticket was that goes to your unit. And I never write tickets. I was like, fuck, this dude's a dick. I was like, I'll write him a shitty ticket that won't go through because I don't know what I'm doing on how to fill them out. But he ended up calling the MP station. So like 20 minutes later, I get like, hey, patrol, looking 125, report to the whatever, and got fired. And they just thought it was hilarious. Like, Jesus Christ, this guy. And I think like I tell that story just because it's like looking back on it, people I knew from back then, I think they always thought like I was always going to be, leave and go be something different than being in it. I wasn't really cut out for that life.
Well, and I remember too back then, I mean, this is pre 9/11, Fort Hood, I think, was the only military installation that was still an open post.
Yeah. It was, so when I went to a couple years after, well, not a couple years, like the year, I was an MP for a year and then SRT tryouts, and I went and tried out and made it and went to SRT school, came back, and we were serving like high risk warrants and we were doing a lot of shit.
Just to kind of
Stone was fucking nuts.
Yeah, just kind of set the tone for everybody. Fort Hood, at the time, I think Fort Bliss is a little bit bigger now, but back then, Fort Hood was the biggest military installation in the free world. So you're talking, I don't know how many thousands of people there, 30,000. There was, it's built like a massive city, and it was an open post, which means there was no gate guards. Anybody from the local town could come on and off the post. And so Fort Hood had legitimate crime, and we had drive-by shootings. There was,
dude.
There was dope all over the post.
I got my patrol car shot up.
Yeah, it was the Wild West, man. Colleen is the town that's right outside of Fort Hood, and they've never had a shortage of issues.
No, dude, no. But yeah, I mean, so I really enjoyed SRT. That was
cool. Really SRT was back in the day, and I think it still is now. That was really hard to get onto because there was you had a whole MP battalion plus 2 other division MP companies, man. So
and there was we ran upsell and downsell, and there was only I think there was like 16 of us all together with the OIC and the NCOIC. So you'd have like 5 guys on upsell, 5 guys on downsell, and then 2 snipers upsell and downsell. So 16 count all the and plus OIC and the NCOIC. But I learned a lot, man. We got a ton of training when we weren't on upsell, meaning you're on like a 1-hour recall for a week at a time or 2 weeks at a time. And then we lived in like a fire station type thing. We had bunks and everything. And if you were on downsell, you were just training. You're going to the range, you're training, or you're linking up with like other law enforcement agencies, doing training with them. We did go to Bell County range, and we didn't use ranges on Fort Hood. We always went to the PD ranges because like they let us do whatever we want versus being on Hood, range control and all other crap. So I got a lot of that and some cool experiences there. A couple live call outs, 2 suicides, 1 hostage situation. Suicides ended bad. The first one did. The second one we got the kid, and then the hostage situation ended up negotiating itself out. But high risk warrants, vehicle interdictions, high risk warrants, which people are like, what? And it's like because there's an open post, these dudes would like, we'd get the marshals or PD saying, hey, we've got this dude, like we know he's always on Fort Hood. We've got surveillance. Like, what do you? And we're like, yeah, we'll action it for you guys. So. It was a lot different law enforcement experience than a lot of other people that were MPs really understood. And then September 11th happened, and it was like close post down, you know. So it completely changed like that day, you know. September 11th changed everything.
Where were you at September 11th?
I was September 11th. It's funny. I was in charge of the East Gate, the Rancier Gate. It was me, one other dude from SRT, and then they dropped off a 2 platoons of scouts from 4th ID. And I had 2 platoon sergeants, one E7, one E6. Matter of fact, one of them I'm still really good friends. His name is Ryan Marshman. He retired from the Army. That's the day I met Ryan. He was the platoon sergeant of one of the, he was E6, just got promoted E6, brand new platoon sergeant. And we shut down that Rancier Gate. And I was on that gate for like 3 days straight, like 72 hours. People were coming through the gate, like saying they had been in line for like 8 hours. So we had to search every single vehicle that came through the gate then.
I remember that day like it was yesterday. So that was my last day in the Army. I had literally just cleared CIF and literally just picked up my orders. I drove home. I lived right out the Rancier Gate, right on the main street. And I walked into my house, and that's when I saw the second towers get hit. So I remember I had to go back on post later on that day, and they had Bradleys and I think a tank at the front. It was
dude. They brought they brought a Bradley out that sat in the middle of the island. But yeah, we had just got done with PT. We did PT, and I was living in the barracks. And when I was in there, like changing, get ready for PT or getting ready for work, and I was like, oh shit! Like we had turned the TV on. But then I was like black on comms after that because I was just out on the gate forever. And I was just like, everything was kind of secondary. Like people were like, oh, we're going to Afghanistan. You know, people were like, we're going to war. I'm like, bro, what the fuck's going on?
I just remember that whole day too. And you know, hearing it from you is kind of interesting because it's the other side, right? I was glued to the TV all day, but you know, the country had no idea what was going on. So I remember, I think the base was like kind of going crazy for about a good 12 hours. We didn't know if there was other places going to get hit. It was
So we like Force Pro wise, we had to lock everything down, and then dang, I forget what the name of that crap was. But remember, I think it was Division Ready Brigade. Every amber cycle, you would be on DRB, so you had to go bubble wrap everything in your vehicles and get them ready to get loaded on aircraft. So whoever was the brigades that from 1st Cav and 4th ID that were on DRB, and we had I had buddies that in the MP companies that were on DRB. So like they were getting all their shit ready to get line haul. They were like, I guess we're going to the rail yard. So there was like half people like halfway mobilizing, like, or DRB's ready, let's get it staged at the fucking rail yard, and then half like Force Pro. So it was pretty weird, man. But yeah, it was crazy. And then right after September 11th happened, I then in October, they weren't gonna do I forget, I think it's Bright Star or something in Egypt that they do. They weren't gonna do it, and they ended up doing it, and they deployed us to we work with the Marine Fast Team and NSW. It was my first time like seeing like operator.
This is in Egypt?
In Egypt, yeah. I did they took us there to do PSD for all the dignitaries, and you know, the Force Pro stuff was still huge. And as well as help kind of augment the Marine Fast Team who were doing like outer cordons for, I'm not 100% sure if it was the SEALs, I'm pretty sure it was, but we were hitting boats out in the Med. There was a bunch of like, from my understanding, and I'm a specialist dude, so there was like a lot of legal means and things that like were either funding Al Qaeda, looking at, you know, so they were just like, you know, we're a month out of intel, and obviously being an intel guy, like, you know, that there's years of this shit that they're collecting, they never actioned. So they started facilitating like raids and things on commerce. That was like, that was my understanding, was these ports. The Port of Alexandria was a big one that these guys were funneling stuff through Egypt. And we would basically like get on these boats. They would assault the boats, and we basically do like, we puck dudes, you know, zip tie, blah, whatever, and separate them, you know, mark them like, hey, he was in this plane, he was in this spot. Basically just the same as like a support guy on if you're doing housework and you're just a sport element, you're giving support. So they use SRT because we had all the gear and we had some level of training in that. Nothing crazy.
So you guys would kind of hold the outer cordon as they were hitting?
Yeah, outer cordon. And there was a couple of times we'd have like dudes like, trying to sneak on to certain spots or do this and that. And never gotten any engagements there, but definitely had some kind of snooping and pooping and kind of pucker factor times, especially on the pier, because they have these really long jetties that have like these giant rocks that are just like stacked on them, and they would have like dudes like always trying to come on and pull intel or like because you have Bright Star going on, you have all this shit going, so you have every at the time I didn't realize this, but now know what I know. You basically have like every intel agency in the world trying to probe this thing and look at it get their eyes on it and everything else. So we had to get people coming and going off the pier, sneaking off or trying to sneak on and things like that. And there was times, it's like just me and another dude, like fucking, like over rocks and trying to find this dude. And there's some guy on a boat saying with thermals on and being like, he's over here. And like, so it was cool, man. It was,
well, it's kind of, I mean, you had a real world mission and there wasn't a lot of those back in, especially for, regular Army. I think, post 9/11, if you were SAW for a tier 1 unit.
Yeah. And then we did because the Rangers, like obviously tier 1 got, the Rangers, SF dudes, they were doing their thing in Afghanistan. Then, I believe it was like October, it was after my birthday, I think like 19th or something, 375 jumped in. But when they secured like the airfield and like after a couple weeks of going, they had all it was funny because the only like soft dudes that had combat patches were MPs because they were flying to Kandahar and getting and Bagram and getting all the detainees and then flying them to Cuba.
Yeah, because I remember the first Cav MP company, I think it was the 545th, they mobilized pretty quick and they were in Afghanistan. Yeah, that's cool. It's kind of a walk down memory lane for me because I remember that time. So thanks for kind of talking us through that 9/11 piece. So you go to Bright Star. You're still at Hood when you're in Egypt?
Yeah, I'm still at Hood. You get back and basically another like, hey, do you want to go to this like selection deal? I'm like, what is it? They're like, it's like a unit to just does PSD for, and I'm like, I don't want to be in CID. Because like before then it was like if you're a PSO or whatever, it was like all CID did everything with the dignitaries. They're like, no, it's way different than that. So I ended up going through this little program, and I ended up at Fort McPherson, was like where I was, like OpCon, TakeCon, whatever the fucking weird acronyms are. And I was doing SRT there and PSD for ForceCom, for like General Ellis and anything that like POTUS missions and whatever came to Atlanta and whatnot. So I did that for like 2 years.
Were you TDY there or they PCUS to Fort McPherson?
PCS to Fort McPherson. I did that for 2 years and that was a really cool time in my life because from Fort Hood to, from January 2000 to like the middle of 05, summer of 05, I didn't even have a car. At one point I had 3 motorcycles, dude, like no car. And I just rode motorcycles all over Atlanta. And I had like, because my job was so like, I'd go work for a week or a couple of days and I had nothing. It was like, or go
were you getting to travel or just
I
all
was
staying
traveling
away?
a ton. Like, it was everything from like taking Mrs. Ellis shopping. Fine. Like it was, okay. To like, got nothing this week. Like, what are you doing? Like, oh, we got 2 range days and that's it. But like, I just rode motorcycles. It was so much fun, dude. And I had, another part of my life where I really was mentored by a lot of like really cool older guys that were older than me. A lot of them were veterans, just blue collar, just normal dudes in Atlanta. Like most of my friends, I didn't have any civilian or any military friends when I was in Atlanta other than a couple of the guys I work with, but I didn't really ever hang out with anybody. I was always just with my buddies on motorcycles. So that was a kind of a cool, like culturally an experience, just to be in Atlanta and just having fun and just be, people were like, oh, you're in the Army? There's the Army here? Because it wasn't like,
it's not a big base.
No, yeah. So it was pretty cool, man. It was kind of a civilian-esque life, if you will.
Yeah, that's kind of a cool break for you at that age too. And you're probably what, in
I
your
was,
early 20s?
yeah, I was 21 through, oh, so 20, yeah, 22. I just turned 22. So my birthday's in October. I got there in like the summer of '02, and I left the summer of '05. When I re-enlisted, um, I wanted to go to either Bragg, Campbell, or Hood. That was it. I was like, I'm going to war, dude. Like, I'm not. I want to go to Bragg, Campbell, or Hood. Um, I had done a ton of training down on Benning all the time. I went to like PLDC at Benning. I went through level 1, level 2, level 3 combatives, like all that shit at Benning. So I knew a bunch of like Rangers, especially being at the fight house. And this is when that was the only fight house. And that was when it was like, you fucking bang. Like it was a fight house, bro. It
At
was,
Benning?
oh yeah, it
Yeah.
wasn't. I don't know what they're doing nowadays. And it looks like they're still doing good shit, but it was like,
Yeah, the combatives program was newer then, right?
oh, it was brand new. It was like the Gracies had just taught Ranger Battalion shit, and like they were full on like, oh, it's MMA. And that was before like, like the clinch drill. I mean, this is like guys are dying in the clinch drill. You know what I'm saying? No
Yeah.
one gives a fuck. They're like, no one cares about CTE or like, hey, you can't punch people that fucking hard like
Yeah.
5 times in a row. It was just like, you either achieve the clinch or you get knocked out. Like that kind of attitude. So I was around a lot of like pretty like dope dudes. When I went to PLDC, I won the Ironman award, and I was there with a bunch of Rangers, and they were all getting ready to go to. They were headed out to Iraq. So I went PLDC like February of '03, like right before Iraq popped off. And
just so you guys know, PLDC, the Army calls it WLC now, but it
Yeah.
was the primary leadership development course. You had to go to that course to get promoted to
sergeant.
Sergeant
Yep.
E5.
Yeah. So that was my first time being around like other guys again, and it was cool because I had guys be like, "Why are you an MP, bro?" Or didn't realize I was an MP. They thought like I was like one of their infantry buddies, or like
Yeah.
thought like maybe I was like an infantry instructor or something on Benning or something. And that was a cool experience. Like I said, I'm kind of civilian life unless I go down to training or I'm doing something. But I knew because then Iraq popped off, and I was just sitting there, man. Like I ain't done shit. I'm like, man, I don't want to not deploy. I haven't done anything since I went to Egypt. Like, yeah, Atlanta's fun, but there's a whole war going on I'm not doing anything with. So I wanted to re-enlist for one of those 3. And the only option they have for me to like guarantee me like get right out of there right at the time was to go to Hood. So I went to BNOC en route to Hood, which is like the school you need to become a staff sergeant. Went to BNOC, and then got to Fort Hood, and then I was only at Hood for like a year and a half that time. We deployed like a month after I got there. We went from November '05 to November '06 in Iraq. And I was a squad leader that whole time that I was at.
So what's that like? I mean, you're a squad leader, man. You were there in 05, 06?
Yeah.
It's on and popping in Iraq. Then.
Yeah,
I remember that.
It was. We were in charge. We kind of had a couple of different missions. We were just north of Warhorse between Bakuba and Udain. We did everything from air security, route reconnaissance, route security, route clearance to we had like the PMOI, the People's Mujahideen of Iran, like they didn't know what to do with that army. So we basically had like containment of them. And then they also had like guys that were like political prisoners. And we were like in charge of kind of an EPW camp as well. So we did back and forth kind of, it was like this platoon would do that. We'd rotate. And then we had a kid, Joseph Graves in my company who got blown up and killed. And then after that, it was kind of like, I think people realized like how real this motherfucker was. And then my platoon, we were always on air security after that. Like everyone else was kind of like gun shy of it. But that's where I wanted to be. I was like, yeah, dude, I'm trying to be in this stupid camp. Like, the fuck out of here. I'm trying to be on air security, or at least like
You can get out.
we're doing,
move.
yeah, we're involved. And, we were like, anybody rolls through that area, we're on the sheriff network. So, like for people who are not familiar with, at that time, there was just a single channel plain text sheriff frequency that like and it was this, I want to say it was the same for the whole country, but like when you get into a certain zone, you just call up the sheriff, and that would be whoever's on QRF at the time would roll out to those locations if you got hit, if you got in a tick or blown up or something like that. So
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't understand kind of what MPs do at war. I mean, they're gun trucks, running 3 people. They're pretty much armed like scouts. Mark 19s, 50
Yeah.
cals, M60s.
yeah,
Squad leader, I think back then had a 203.
yeah.
So
we did team leader, a team leader, a driver, and a gunner. It was always what it was. They'd try to plus up like once the war got going. Like when we were there, they try to give you another guy. But yeah, like so the team leaders and the squad leaders all carry like 203s, and the gunner or the driver has a 249. That's his primary weapon, and then the gunner, you have an M4, a pistol, and a 50 and 19
Awesome.
or dual.
MPs had a lot of firepower.
Yeah,
and as a
they did.
squad leader, I mean,
Yeah.
you're running what, 3 gun trucks?
Yeah, 3 gun trucks. Yeah. 3 or 4 gun trucks. Sometimes we'd have 4 gun trucks depending on what it was, or and then doing convoy security. You might be in charge of 50 to 100 vehicle convoy. And when I say 100 I mean like those are like really big, like resupply stuff, and not 50 vehicles, or like if you have 50 vehicles in there, you've got probably 30% of those are gun trucks. Or like fuel. We had to take fuel all over the place because all these fobs that are around outstations, they're all those generators. The industrial military complex. They need fucking KBR needs their gas. So we ran.
Thanks, Dick Cheney.
Yeah, we ran a lot of fuel, but all those guys would be gunned up too. Like that back in the day. They had 50 cals on the Hemmets and. So.
Were you guys eating a lot of IEDs back then? I mean, you were there for a whole
There was
year.
that Joseph Graves was killed by an IED. We had a squad in my platoon who got hit pretty bad, dismounted with an IED. We had some IEDs. I've been on some convoys where I never got directly like boom, like pretty close. But there was a lot of IEDs in the area. Fortunately, my area that we patrolled had a lot of open desert, a lot of stuff. We didn't really drive on roads at all when we were out there. We always tried to just stay off roads and where we were at. And then we also had Marines that lived on our camp, and they were always out doing recce missions and doing their patrols and dismounted. So we did a lot with them as well. So as far as like area security went, and just around that whole stretch of Cheyenne from Warhorse all the way up to Udame, it wasn't that bad there. Now the road, and we did a good job of trying to really protect that road. We had the oil refinery as well, which was kind of a one way in, one way out, and guys were always getting fucked up on that. We put Marine snipers out there, and we helped basically provide security for those guys all the time, and they completely shut it down. No one was digging IDs anymore. And then like right when we were getting ready to change over, they had like a National Guard battalion commander came in, and she was like, no more snipers, no more this. And then people started getting fucked up again. So when we were left seat, right seat, and guys were getting, and the National Guard cab unit that was there, they got hammered. That like,
and this is the team. These are the people, the folks that ripped in when you guys are ripping out.
No, we also had a National Guard cab unit that was doing co-located? The same thing we were doing. Yeah. They were co-located, and they actually got jacked up way more than we had. That one casualty my company, or the one KIA, and then we had a total of 12 or 13 guys get jacked up pretty good.
Do you attribute that you guys had a little bit better success because you guys were a little more forward thinking and trying to prevent stuff?
I think so. I think that just the command that was there was good with letting the Marines just fucking kill people. So, which is you do bad things, man. Yeah, like what are you doing? Like
that's why we love the Marine Corps, man.
Yeah, so it was good. And then the other cool thing about that was like, I was a young kid, man. I'm trying to motivate these guys and these soldiers to like do these missions. And Joseph Graves, one of the kids in my squad, it was his best friend. Like he had to like, it was a big deal on him, like getting the gun again after your best friend just got his head blown off. Like, so I tried to do everything I could to like motivate my guys and just be like a good leader from the front, you know, whether it was from PT to shooting to training. We go out in the desert, I let my guys shoot fucking rockets and Mark 19 do shit. And everyone's like, I'm like, dude, who gives a fuck? Like, what are we doing? Like, how are you, you know? So I've always been this, like, if it makes sense. My platoon sergeant at the time he's just a legendary, like, dude in the MP Corps. He's just a badass guy. And he had been in on Fob Falcon, the deployment before that, like getting into it all the fucking time. So he was a gunfighter and he knew it. And he really supported me on like letting a lot of that go. Just being like, no, dude, we're warriors when you do that. The other thing I did, which I think did help a lot, instill some pride and some like camaraderie, is I fought Friday night fights every Friday night. So I was always fighting the infantry kids and just boxing, you know, just beating the shit out of each other. You know, so that was cool to see like their squad leader just like they thought, you know, it was cool, you know.
I remember my squad leader when I was active duty, Rob Johnson, man. Again, he was like this larger than life character. Him and his wife Renee, I think I spent most of the time when I was like a E2, E3, and E4 at their house. I mean, that was back in the day too, when, you know, we had a lot of people that joined the military early on, kind of, you know, didn't come from much, didn't have a lot going on at home. And so, you know, the military was kind of like this, almost like a family, you know. So that's cool. It's funny to talk about you being a squad leader motivating, because I remember how much I looked up to my squad leader when I was younger, who later became my platoon sergeant. Again, he was kind of like a dad to me.
Yeah. Yeah, and I really took a lot of I had a really cool team leader, corporal team leader when I first came in the Army that didn't put up with shit from anybody, man. And I respected that so much. And I was like, I want to be that same guy. And I've always had like respect for rank, but like even more respect for people who are good leaders. And you know, like even before he's a special, even before he's a corporal, he's a specialist. Like I stood a prayer rest for him when he talked to us, even if I didn't have to, or like you could be my friend. Like I'm gonna stand a prayer rest for you just to make sure like someone's looking like, oh, Sergeant so and so, that's fucking Wilber, you know. But I remember some times when like he was one of those dudes that like if you were walking in the battalion area, and let's say the first sergeant or like could have been the battalion sergeant major was just like, hey, how's it going, guys? And started talking to you for a second. He was that dude who would like run over there and be like, you two go away, and be like, and pray rest, be like, what's going on, my guys, sergeant major? Like, and I was like, that is fucking awesome. And I always wanted to do that. I always felt like, and I really try to carry that forward, even as a team sergeant, where it's like, no one fucks with my guys. No one, I don't give a fuck who you are. Like, there's no reason to talk to my guys. Like, if you're a squad leader in another platoon, why the fuck are you talking to any of my guys? Like, I don't care. So I did have this reputation of being like, it was funny because like people in my platoon or other, you know, all the kids, they're all friends. And they'd be like, and I remember people would say, and they were like, because my guys would tell me this, they'd be like, man, all the time people are like, dude, your fucking squad leader's an asshole. And they're like, no, he's awesome. He just doesn't put up with shit.
You're just not in the squad, bro.
He's just like, that dude's just not like that. And I really took pride in trying to like really give my guys that, because I remember what it was like when you were told to do dumb, stupid, like go flip rocks or go paint rock, whatever the fuck dumb Army shit.
Stay home,
and it's like
stay in formation.
Like, why are we doing this and we're not learning anything? We're not doing hip pocket training, or we're not doing this. So my whole point was like, I'm never gonna waste your time. And if I'm having you do something, trust me, I've like gotten cussing matches with the platoon sergeant about doing this shit. We have to do it, you know? And at the same time, it also really instituted those guys, and this is all through like, you know, my whole time of being a leader, is it also really helps institute where like in the Army, if I tell you to take out the trash and you look in the trash can and there's one piece of paper in there and the trash isn't full all the way, or your brain is like, well, the trash isn't full. I don't need you to say, the trash isn't full, Sergeant, or make up an excuse. I just need you to say, Roger, Sergeant, get the fucking trash, tie it in a knot, put another bag in there. like implied task. You take the trash out, you put another bag in there, and you go fucking throw the trash away. And the reason for that is because in combat, if I'm telling you, hey, Asher, when I get this fucking gun rocking, I need you to take all this ammo to truck 1. Run as fast as you can. You ready? Roger, Sergeant. And I fucking step out and we start giving you cover fire. I need you to fucking execute. I don't need you to question what's going on or the why behind it. Why? Because fucking truck 2 doesn't have ammo, dipshit. Like, no shit. Why? Like,
Yeah.
so there was like this point of me that like was hard army, understanding that, but then understanding leadership where like, if you can give people the why, it also has them like really want to do it for you. But the reason I was kind of giving those two different analogies is I'm always going to try to give you the why when I can. And sometimes I don't have time to give you the why. I don't have time to explain the shit. And the answer I need is, yes, Sergeant, and you execute. And I think that was what was missing a lot of times when I was growing up in the Army, was like no one told you why behind anything. And it was like, why the fuck are we doing this shit? Why are we standing around? It's fucking 18:30 on a Friday, bro. What are we doing? And it was just like dumb shit, dumb shit, dumb shit, dumb shit. And like I never wanted any of my guys or people that was underneath me to feel that way I did, of like, as long as I knew why, like, why are we standing here till 16:30? I'm like, fucking so-and-so lost. You know, it's like, okay, whatever. Like, okay, I get it. But like that really helped me. It was kind of the first phase, if you will, into like leadership progression for me, and like understanding what soldiers needed in a time of war where they don't get to talk to their family. You know, this is like, bro, like MySpace was a thing, you know, like dudes were like at the internet cafe for like 30 minutes a week, you know, if you could, or
You
like
had a
a
calling
phone call
card.
was
Yeah.
like fucking calling card. Like it wasn't what it is now,
Yeah.
or communication. So it was like your squad, and I'm talking, we're working, you know, 12-hour shifts on area security. You know, there's 3 hours, you know, or an hour and a half, 2 hours front and back of that with PT and weapons cleaning and PMCS and vehicles and working on trucks and blah, blah, blah. So this is 7 days a week. So it's like, how do you keep people engaged in this family environment where they don't like consume themselves?
Yeah,
but
and a
also
year
wanna
is a
stay motivated?
long time to
Years
be a
of-
war, dude.
And complacency kills, man. And
Yeah.
and the squad that got blown up, like that's what happened to him. You know, I won't go into all that, but like complacency kills, and I saw it time and time again. And to me, it felt like every time there was people who got injured or blown up or killed and things that wasn't complacency, but it seemed to be the overwhelming percentage of times when units and people were fucked up or things happened that we saw, they were being complacent. And I had to find ways to like, how do we not allow this complacency?
That's such a great point you make, man. Because I mean, complacency in life, it can kill. I remember as a civilian street cop, you know, you do 1,000 traffic stops and nothing happens, and then
Mhm.
you just get used to nothing happen until something happens. And so you make a great point. I was kind of like that, especially on the street. It's kind of constantly always trying to war game it in my head, man, because the moment you get super comfortable. And I think that that's in anything in life, whether you're, you know, running a business or, you know, you're going to war, right?
Yeah.
You spent most of your life in the business of war. But that's definitely has a lot of application for civilian law enforcement. And so that's a great leadership point. Thanks for breaking
Yeah,
that
man.
down. Cool, man. So that was a long year. So you came after that deployment, you came back to Fort Hood?
Yeah. So while I was on that deployment, it was crazy. Every single squad leader in my company, but like 3, I think, all were drill sergeant select. So I wanted to be a drill sergeant. I like was getting ready to submit a packet, and then like I already came down to orders. Like I was trying to like talk to DA, like what do you got to do? And my first sergeant was like, yeah, we can hook that up. It's
If I
pretty easy.
remember back in the day, to meet E7 in the MP Corps, you either had to go drill or recruiting. Is
Pretty
that still a
much.
thing?
Yeah,
Okay.
it was like the, you know, the two directions. That's like basically where everybody went. Everybody either went to be a recruiter or a drill sergeant. That was a squad leader in my company. Almost, I think I want to say like almost 100% of dudes and gals.
So you leave to go to drill sergeant school then?
Yeah, so I get back from deployment, and then when did I go to drill sergeant school? Yeah, so I went to drill sergeant school when we got back from deployment,
So 06,
And
07.
yeah, so 06, I went to drill sergeant school in 07. And then I was a drill sergeant from September 07 to September 09. And I did MP OSIT.
Talk to me about that. I know I think you had told me when we talked previously that was probably one of the better times of your career that you enjoyed. What did you like about being a drill sergeant?
I mean, kind of circling back to like my drill sergeant, you know, like how influential he was over like my military career. And I felt like my life at that time as a young teenager or as a, you know, young man, I was 18 or 19 years old. I don't know. It was just like, man, I loved that environment and I wanted to give back. I wanted to try to, you know, as motivated as it was for me, he was for me, and as motivated as basic training was and how I felt, I wanted to like give back and try to give these kids something. Also like coming from from Iraq, it was like, I know where these kids are going, you know what I mean? And it was like, I wanted to try to give some of that experiences and real world knowledge, and it was nothing else, more mindset, right? Because you know, and then the whole time I was a drill sergeant, I was like, these kids are graduating, they're going straight to units that are deploying, you know, and people I know or the unit to, you know, the MP Corps is not very big, you know, so they're going all over the place and serving and going to combat. So.
Yeah, and at this point in your career, man, I mean, let's be honest. As an MP, you're pretty salty. You know, infantry guys, maybe tankers, and some SF dudes. You know, they were probably getting into it early on in the war, but MPs, you know, weren't necessarily kind of at the front. But for your career, I mean, you'd experienced a lot. You know, a combat tour. You had your trip to Sinai. You've done the SRT thing. You've done PSD. So, like, as far as the MP Corps is concerned, you know, you were pretty well-rounded. You know,
yeah, I had a decent, a good run for sure. Yeah, yeah, and then, but being a drill sergeant, man, it was one of those things too where I also learned like really gave me the tangible behind like what leadership is, meaning, you know, like no one cares what you've done in the past, it's about what you're doing right now, and you really see that on like a very tangible level. And my example to this, and this is a real example, is if during basic training, you know, it's a 2-year assignment and you're getting, you know, a new class every 19 weeks or 9 weeks, depending on what you're teaching. And you have to start from zero with that next class. So if we're at the obstacle course and I'm covered in camouflage and it's pouring rain and I'm low crawling through the mud and I'm motivated, I'm like, let's go, hurry up, right? Like swinging on the ropes and doing everything with them. And you don't want to be out there because this is your last cycle and you've got like a month left and you're standing there in a Gore-Tex jacket with your arms crossed, just yelling at them to hurry up. Like, they don't want to be like you at all. They fucking hate you. They look at you and they're like, this dude sucks. Like, even if you're their drill sergeant, they're like, I don't want to be like him. I want to be like this other drill sergeant. And they see that leadership. So what it is like, no, they don't know that you've done that. You could have literally last cycle, every cycle, been low crawling, camo on your face, super motivated, and been that guy. But now this cycle, you're on your tail end and you're like, nah, I'm not going to do that. I'm senior. I don't need to do that. Let the junior drill sergeants do that. They see that, but they don't know. So to me, it was like this very tangible thing of like, wow, like no one cares what you've done in the past, man. Like you could have been the best, you know, squad leader the world's ever seen, Medal of Honor winner. But if you're just a shitty sergeant major right now, you're just a shitty sergeant major, dude. No one gives a fuck.
Yeah.
You know, and that was like a very like, you know, something I saw tangibly. The other thing was like at drill sergeant school, we had a lot of different talks, and basically drill sergeant school is like you just go through basic training all over again. But then when you're getting the classes at a private, like an example would be like hygiene class, or this is how you wear your uniform or whatever. You go into just like when you're in BNOC, ANOC, any of that stuff, you go into like a small learning group environment. So you'll only have like 8 people in your class and you're with one drill sergeant. And then it's not like yelling and cussing anymore like a drill sergeant. He's like an NCO and you're going PowerPoint, you're teaching, you're learning, you're doing all this kind of stuff.
So you're kind of going back through basic training, but you're going through basic training and then learning how to teach basic training at the same
Each
time.
phase is the same. So like when you're in red phase, like you're not calling cadence, you're just marching. You're like, even in the chow hall, they'll like the first week, it's like just like you're a private, and then they'll like kind of feather off. But then everyone you're around in a group, it's red cycle again. And then you do that. I want to say it was like Monday through Saturday. We had like Sundays off, I think. But then like as you start like, you know, red phase, it's like total lockdown. You're marching everywhere with all the drill sergeant leaders. You know, there has to be one drill sergeant per platoon. And then it like changes where you just need like, then the next phase you're calling cadence, and there's just like headlights, taillights, and like one drill sergeant, like all that kind of stuff. So you learn what that's supposed to be, but you're also going through like, you're going through BRM, and you're going through each range and each stage. And then what they do is they show you like, all right, this is the known distance range. This is how this piece of equipment works. This is what you're trying to do. You're trying to like get these privates to, they've already grouped and zeroed, and now you're at the known distance.
Yeah,
blah, blah.
BRM for
So
all
it's
you
like-
guys out there is the basic rifle marksmanship course. Drill sergeants have to teach kids who've never shot a gun in their whole life and be able to hit at least 300 yards.
Yeah, it's 300 meters is the
300
Army,
meters, you're right.
and 500 for the Marine Corps. We so what's cool about that though was one of my favorite things about being a drill sergeant, a couple of them, but like I said, when I was at drill sergeant school, and I'll get back to the BRM piece, but we had a speaker talk, and he was saying that this is obviously before social media, before anything, right? YouTube. And he was like, none of you are famous. None of you are a rock star, a movie star, anything like that. You're not going to influence people like they can. This is your one time in your life where you get to directly impact the lives of hundreds of young men and young women.
It's powerful.
So yeah, and I was like, man, that makes sense. And I thought about like the kids in Iraq that got blown up, like the kids that got killed, like things I saw. I was like, man, I need to give everything I can to these kids so they're best prepared for when they get to their unit, and hopefully they can, they can feed off some of my energy and my motivation and carry that forward with them. So that was like, something I looked at. And then I got to the company I got to, it was like, I think I got there like right, like towards the middle of like AIT. And then we had a bunch of drill sergeant changeover, and during a cycle break, because it was like they graduated like in December, and then we didn't pick up again until January or middle of January or something. So during the cycle break, I went out to AWG, and I trained with all these AWG guys who were like looking at, and this was really cool. I basically just got to spend 2 weeks on a range with a bunch of like CAG Sergeant majors.
Can you explain what AWG is?
AWG is the HMH Warfare Group. And after the war kicked off, they really were like, take all these experts. Most of them were all from, tier 1 units, either a little older or injured or something in their career, or just pulled, from sergeant majors from group and special operations guys that were just like, hey, what is there now? I still want to do cool shit. So AWG would come up with all these like tactics, techniques, and procedures of what the enemy's doing, how to best counter that, lessons learned, what the IEDs are. Like right now, it's all like what drones or what. Like, so they are trying to be the forefront of forward thinking, along with tying lessons learned in, and then how do we teach this to the Army, and how do we prepare our warfighters for what they're actually seeing. So it's really cool. I got to go out with them, and they basically just taught me like what they do at the unit, like how they zero and what they do. And I was like, you know what? I think I can make this work for privates. So I get back from this training, and I picked their brain a ton of like, what can I do to implement this, or like, and they weren't drill sergeants, so they're not seeing what I see. But basically what it was like the first time that you, as a soldier, before I took over this program, was when you grouped and zeroed, you're in full Ninja Turtle gear. And the very first time that some kid is trying to like shoot their rifle, the very first time ever, they are wearing all this cumbersome gear. They're laying down on the prone. They don't know how to get behind their rifle correctly. And it's just a fucking mess. And I was like, I looked at the regulation. I was like, the regulation is shoot on bases. You don't have to have anything. So it's like, there's nothing saying that you have to wear all your body armor, your helmet, and all this stuff to shoot on the flat range. So what I came up with was like a graduated system. to start with, like, so there's I think there's 13 periods of BRM, and we also started weapon integration. So after field week, so you have the privates the first week, you're getting like, you know, like each platoon probably gets 10 or 15 privates a day. So it's like 60 privates will come in every day for like 3 days, do the shark attack shit, and then you separate them into platoons. And then day one of basic training doesn't start till like that Saturday. Well, that Saturday they get their rifles issued to them. So we were like, they had their weapon the entire time. So we started BRM like day one in my company. And I was like, and I kind of pitched this whole idea to my commander and my first sergeant. They were like, let's see what happens. Like, go for it. So it was really cool. They put a lot of faith in me to do this. And basically what we did was those 13 tables, starting day one when they get their rifle, the very first class I would teach like a classroom, and I'd say, hey, these privates are smart. They're not stupid. Why are we treating them like they're fucking stupid? Would be like a positions class. And we do round robin. So like, you know, I would have a platoon, I teach them positions, and then they go to you do like dime washer and all the classic things. The other thing I added was on the flat range, instead of doing like the 3-round shot group like everybody did back in the day, there was like 5-round shot group. And, you know, and I was like, well, these privates, something I saw when I was a squad leader was like, I had NCOs who did not know how to group and zero a rifle. Like they couldn't teach that. And that was super common. I was at drill sergeant school with people who I was like, bro, what? You don't know how to do any of this?
Wow.
So I was like, okay, privates aren't stupid. A basically trained soldier should be able to group and zero their own rifle. This is easy. So what I did was I took 0 targets and I would just put like 5 marks on them, like a shot group. And then I write like answers on the back, you know, pseudo answers, and it'd just say like, you know, right, left, up, 5, you know, would be my adjustment. And if they were like, so what we do is I made like 100 of them while they were standing in chow line, they would look at it and then just like look at it and be like, and they could be like, all right, let's say I wrote down like, you know, left 6, up 4, and they'd be like, all right, left 5, up 3, and like flip it around. I'm like, all right, well, that was a good. I would be like, if so, my whole point was like they've seen these targets, they know what they're supposed to be. There might be shot groups that are all over the place. Like, I can't. I need to shoot again. I can't. My shot group's too big or whatever, and they would pass those back in the chow hall lines to study it. So by the time we got to the 0 range, we ran it where each drill sergeant was in charge of 5 soldiers, and the guy in the tower, we're all hands on deck. So my first sergeant and the platoon guides were in charge of the soldiers, all the privates. There's no drill sergeants over there. It's nuts. And the XO was in charge of the tower, and then the commander would be the RSO, like riding everything out the range, and every single drill sergeant was on the firing line with 5 soldiers. And all we'd do is be like, the line's hot, and we'd shoot. And then when everybody stands up, they'd be like, all right, the line's clear, go down and check your targets. So you'd walk down there with the private, and the private would be like, all right, I need to come here. And they'd come back to their weapon, they'd make that adjustments, you know. So not, you know, I would say we probably had about 90% of the kids could understand that and get that. And we're like, yeah, I can do this, you know, like I can make these adjustments and I know what I'm doing. Gave a lot of confidence in that. The other thing to kind of combat some of that, I also instituted, we call it like the smart private program. So what it was like, once we learned claymores and like the best kid on the claymore, I'd be like, you carry this around everywhere you go. So if we were ever out training and there was like just a ball of soldiers, I'd be like, get them all together and go teach them claymore. So we'd have like a map private, a AT4 private, a claymore private, all this. So as soon as he'd get like 5 soldiers, like, all right, go over there and set up the claymore. So we just have like privates, essentially like smart privates, like helping train or refresh training that we've already done to go back through it. Like, hey, do a pressure dressing or do this, do that. And they would do it as a group with each other and use their smart books and talk through it and walk through it and just train on their own, essentially. The other thing we did was we really relied on our platoon guides. So you have what we call like the duty drill sergeant. And that's the guy who's like, you're the movement drill sergeant. You're in charge of, we have movement week. So each platoon gets a week. My platoon did BRM the whole time. So like we were always movement. And that means you're in charge of like marching them, get them on trans, like everything that happens through that whole day or that whole week, your platoon's in charge of it. And the drill sergeant's in charge of it. So what we did was we would make the platoon guide, the movement platoon guide, because when we're out on the range, if like, you know, let's say like this happened all the time, like the BC or the brigade commander would show up with the sergeant major, and like it's a distraction for like a drill sergeant to go out there and brief him and say, hey, I've got 10 privates at sick call, I've got 198 privates at the range, blah 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 blah, like drill. And it's like there's a whole briefing that you give to them as a drill sergeant. So what we did is we just let our platoon guys memorize it and do it. And they'd walk out there with the clipboard when the truck came up, and they'd like salute, be like, hello, sir, sergeant major. I'm Private so-and-so, I'm Private Snufflenuts, and I'm the movement platoon guide. We've got 13 out at sick call, got 198 present for training, blah, blah, blah. And like give them the brief. And they loved that. They were like, wow, this is cool. And I just thought of it as like my time in the Army of like, man, just because you're young, these kids are smart. And if you treat them like they're fucking dumb, they're just going to be dumb. They're only going to go as far as you got to give them enough rope to like, to learn, to hang themselves, and like to get out there and give them this confidence.
It's like raising kids.
Yeah. And it's not going to be every soldier can't do that. But like, obviously you pick a kid that's got leadership stuff and things that can, really push that forward for everyone.
I think a lot of people don't understand too how much drill sergeants work. Like those are long days. Can you talk a little bit without going into
even just by the regulation? I want to say the first, obviously red cycle, the first 3 weeks or 4 weeks. I mean, you have to be there 30 minutes prior to lights on and 30 minutes prior to lights out, or 30 minutes after lights out. Every drill sergeant. CQ on is 24-hour duty, and then you get off that next day, but like there's no CQ on where you come in at like 4 o'clock for CQ. It's like, no, dude, you're there at 4:30 and you won't go home again until 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock the next day.
Just so you guys know, CQ's change of quarters. The Army's had it for years. There's always somebody that's on duty 24 hours a day. I mean, I remember when we were active duty, like every company has a CQ. So it's a
battalion staff duty. You have the CQ roster, battalion staff duty.
So you have one drill sergeant that's on for 24 straight hours. Then
you're in charge while everybody's sleeping, basically.
And then what time were privates waking up in the morning?
I want to say like 4:30 was waking.
So you had to be there at 4, and you don't go to bed till what? You don't get to leave till like 10-ish?
Lights out. Yeah. Depends on when lights out. Where I think by like the regs, it's like 2100 or something. And
that's a long day, man.
Yeah, it's
made me tired just thinking about it,
dude. So you work a lot. Obviously, there's no days off. It's Sundays are usually the down day for the privates. Like they can go to church. If you need to take them to the PX, get their haircuts, like all that kind of stuff. But like a drill sergeant has to march them there. Like you got to do everything until they get more privileges in like later phases. It definitely gets easier and you have more time, especially when they go to AIT. You can just one drill sergeant can march the whole company to training events, and they have cadre that teach most of the training events in AIT.
I do want to just explain. I know most of our listeners probably understand, but so basic training and AIT are different. Basic training is what every Army soldier goes through. It's 8 weeks. Is that correct? Is it still 8 weeks?
I think it's 9 or 13. I don't know. We did some experiment when I was there. It was like 9 weeks, and then it was like 13 weeks, and then it was.
Yeah, I can't. So it's a set amount of time. That's where you learn basic soldiering, basic combat skills, et cetera, et cetera. And then AIT, which is advanced individual training. That's where you go learn your job specific stuff. Yep. So if you're a commo guy, you go to commo school. If you're an MP, you learn how to do military police stuff. But I think like we covered early, MPs didn't just work the road. So they had to learn all the field stuff of being kind of like a grunt, man, and learn all the law enforcement stuff. I remember it was a lot. So I know the MPs did OSUT. That's called one station
unit training.
Yeah, one station unit training. That's what we went through. So basically, you go to basic training and AIT. It's at the same place and it's back to back.
Same drill sergeant, same company the whole time. Yeah, man. And like I said, I had a great experience. I have, so many crazy stories and fun times with soldiers, man. And one of the things I used to do, just to mess with everybody's head a little bit, was during when you get your whole platoon, like after field week, you have to show them how to do every single thing. Like this is how you roll your socks, and this is how they go in the drawer. This is how you fold the toilet paper. This is how you clean a mirror. Like every single thing that they have to do, you have to show them the standard. What a lot of people don't understand too is before the privates get there, like I buff that floor. I make all those bunk, like me, the drill sergeants, we do everything. If wall lockers need to be moved and we're rearranging shit or moving a company area, like we do it all. There's no like, unless you have a couple leftover privates, but like really like most of, you're doing everything. So what I would do is I would take a Snickers and I'd kind of like mush it up, like make it look like a turd. I put it in one of the toilets in the latrine. I put some toilet paper in there, a little bit of Mountain Dew, and I'd close that latrine door, the shitter door. I get my whole platoon, females, males, everybody in the male latrine, the biggest one, and get them in there. And I'd be going, all right, probably this is what you do, just walking through everything we got to do in the latrine, how you clean it. This is where this goes, blah, blah. And I had to like prep myself, dude, so I wouldn't fucking laugh, but I would get to this latrine with the shit in it. And I would open the door and just be in, like I've caught off guard. I'm like, are you kidding me? And I would just flip out. And I'd reach in there and I'd grab that turd out and I would just cuss them out and just tell them how nasty they were. You do this at your mom's house. You don't flush your toilet at your mom's house, blah, blah, blah. And then I'd throw that turd back in the toilet and just kick it flush and then just walk out. No, wash my hands or nothing. Just walk out and leave them in there by themselves for like 10 minutes. Just,
just the best of them.
Yeah, they're not supposed to talk
That's
or
awesome,
say anything. Just to be like, dude, this dude's nuts. And that led along too with like, there was times if soldiers jack something up, obviously discipline, sleep on fire guard, whatever, like, yeah, I'm going to crush you. Like there's stuff like that. But for the most part, like 90% of the time when I smoked my platoon, I did everything with them, like everything. And they knew what time it was too. Like if I took off all my name badges and everything, it was like, we're going to the pit. They were like, man, this dude's about to murder us in the pit. But it was also a way to like stay in shape as a drill sergeant. And I was in such great shape because we walk everywhere. Like you're going through basic training essentially. Like you're just walking nonstop. You ruck with them. You do everything with them. So for PT, if you don't try to do PT with them, then like your PT is going to fall behind. So like, and the way PT worked out, we had like 3 run days a week and then like 2, like whatever, push-up, sit-up days, I guess. And then we'd also do PT in the evenings. Cause like these kids, like there's just not enough time to like get these guys really ready for where they need to be at. So I'd always do like, carry water jugs and this and that and bang tires and flip tires and just have fun in the evenings doing PT, especially as we got into AIT, really trying to get these kids ready for going to their unit, sending them up like a bag of crap, right? Like the standard to pass basic training is the minimum Army standard, which is like, if you're only passing the minimum standards, like you're worthless to me. And like, you're pretty much probably a worthless soldier, period. And I don't care what your MOS is, what rank you are. Like if you're only passing the bare minimum, like you're worthless.
Yeah. The last thing I kind of want to, thanks for talking about the drill sergeant stuff. I think that's stuff that's really overlooked. A lot of us that were in the military kind of understand it, but I think there's a lot of civilians that just don't understand not only what drill sergeants do, but just the investment and the time and the energy that's spent into, molding soldiers. You've talked about it from a leadership standpoint, and somebody who went through basic training as well. Like again, it's a very formative time, especially for young men. What did you see when you were in basic training as a drill sergeant that were kids coming in that were out of shape, not mentally prepared? Like what did you see back then?
I was in during like the height of like, we just need bodies too, so we had a lot of fat kids, but that was really cool, man. We would have kids that just came in, and you do like first week you do 1-on-1 assessment, which is like, now the PT test has changed, but you do 1 minute of push-ups, 1 minute of sit-ups, 1 mile run to see where everybody's at. So we break up like the run and ability groups for like alpha team, alpha group, Bravo group, Charlie group. We would have privates run like a 19-minute mile, bro. Yeah.
Wow.
Like I could low crawl a mile faster. And it was like, we've had that all the way into like working them, you can't do 1 push-up, can't do, to like getting to where they're like exceeding the standard or doing pretty good, and then also, like getting your studs and it was cool, man. Cause you see this transition of what it is. And we were really big on like fitness and trying to get these kids healthy and like work and yeah, there was rules where like, you're not supposed to tell them what they can and can't do or can and can't eat. But like my whole thing as a building a team environment was like, hey, if you're in shape, but this kid sitting across the table from you is a fat kid and he needs to only eat healthy, like you're not gonna get a piece of cake or eat some bullshit. Like you're gonna eat this. So I used to get in trouble all the time on the trail about shit. So we had to like suggest, and I would like walk in the chow hall, me and one of the drill sergeant there, and we'd say like, if I was eating chow tonight, privates, I'd eat chicken, green beans, whatever. And then I would allow my soldiers after red phase to have one to, like, if it was like Saturday, usually Saturday night or Friday night, depending on when it was, I would let them cheat. I would let them get a soda, get fucking piece of cake, whatever, like once a week, just one time, to try to like looking at more of like how I ate as an adult. Like no one showed me how to eat. I learned all this stuff from like lifting weights and trying to eat and do this. So I was trying to teach them too, of like not just how you be a basically trained soldier, but like how can I carry that to my next unit? What am I eating in the barracks? Like how do I do this? So if I can at least show them an example in basic training, it's like, man, you can cheat, you can eat bullshit sometimes, but like it needs to be like, like earn it, right? Like get there. Don't, because what happens, these kids just let themselves go because they're under so much control, and then they go to where they're like, yeah, you're supervising, you're controlled during the military, but like you can eat whatever the fuck you want, you can smoke whatever you want, you can. So all these kids start drinking energy drinks and smoking cigarettes and fucking eating like dog shit, and they're not good at PT or they're not physically fit anymore. It's because your diet, your nutrition's shitty. So we try to do a good job of like really looking at this from like a very holistic point, and then making it like a team building thing too, where like everyone wants the fat kid to like pass and to be good, and
That's awesome.
To be that.
Yeah, and I think nowadays too, man. Like I see fat kids. It's not the kids' fault. They don't buy their groceries right. We live in a super unhealthy society, and that's a whole nother topic for a whole nother podcast. But it's cool to hear how you guys were implementing nutrition into basic training, because it's such a big part, right? Like you are what you eat. And if you're going to war and you have to be awake for long periods of time, the last thing you want to do is put a bunch of crap in your body so that you can't do your job. So that's really cool. Thanks for spending a little bit of time on
for sure.
on your time on the trail. I think that was super important. I know why you were on the trail too. You got to go to sapper school.
Mhm.
What was that like, man? So those of you who don't know, sapper school is it's a demolition course. I'll let Jeremiah fully explain it, but it's one of those courses in the Army that you get a tab. I know in the MP Corps it was probably hard to get to, and that course is a pretty hard course.
Yeah.
What's that course
So
all about?
sapper school is it's a lot like Ranger school. It's a patrolling school. It's a leadership course. It's 30 days long, and it really it's engineer focused. So it's sabotage, demolition, focused patrolling, and it's really cool. It's broken down into two phases. You have the general subjects phase, which is 2 weeks long, and then you have patrolling phase, which is 2 weeks long, and it's a point system. There's 1,000 points available during the whole course. If you just max out everything, you have to have 700 points to pass, and you have to have at least 50% goes on your patrols, just like Ranger school, to pass. So you could have 950 points, but if you don't have 50% goes, then you won't pass sapper school. So as an MP, like I didn't know, I knew some demolition and some breaching stuff from SRT. I wasn't like not like a retard on it, but you're doing like demo calcs and create, like you're there with engineers, like lieutenants, captains, fucking like squad leader. Like it's a patrolling like engineer course. They're not sending like privates to this thing. Like at a minimum, they're like specialists and sergeants and above. They're pretty squared away kids. There's a big selection process usually takes place at their units before they even send these guys down to sapper school. I found out like just through the fight house, I was fighting and training with those guys all the time that were sapper instructors. And they're like, dude, we can just walk on. They're like, pack your bags, get all your shit, have it ready to go, and take the PT test. And then if you max a PT test, you'll be number one in the OML for anybody who like fails, doesn't show up, whatever. So I think they can bring in like 30 guys or 40 students a class. And that's what I did. I went the first time I tried to walk on, I was good to go. Didn't have any issues. Sapper school was so fun, man. It was the funnest school, the funnest time I've ever had in the Army, despite how hard it was. But it was just so stupid fun, man. You're drinking from a fire hose. It's like every day. It's like you learn something and then you test on it and it's points. And then there's like bigger events where like there's 19 testable knots. You have to learn 19 different mountaineering knots. And at one point you'll have like, there's a lot of points are available in these 3 days. You have Tower Day was where you're rappelling and doing everything off the tower. You do like 5 different types of rappels to include a butter rappel, Aussie, you do all this crap. And then you do it again on the cliff the same way. You rappel with patience and litter. You have a litter, a skidco, and do all that. And then you test out on all the knots. And when you test the knots, you test it on 11 of them, and you have, it's 2 minutes to tie the knot, and you have to recite the checkpoints and purposes of the knot while you're tying it. So they'll say, all right, Sapper, your knot's the bowline. And you're like, the inline bowline, checkpoints, and this. You're like, a loop held in place by a bite, secured with the overhand, like your minimum 4-inch pigtail. Like you're doing all that, and you have to tie it and then hand it to them, and they'll look at it, no twist, no nothing. That standard of Sapper School knots is the hardest standard to, even harder than shot at the SF dudes. Their knot tying ability and how clean and crisp and precise they have to be at Sapper School is the standard. When I at military mountaineering, I was like, dude, you're not, what the fuck is this piece of shit? I'd fucking give guys no-goes all the time. And they're like, let's go. I'm like, no, it's not a twist. It's got a twist. And they're like, nah, it still passes. I'm like, fuck, it doesn't. But like, that was the standard for Sapper School. And it was so much fun, man. It was funny. They called me Superman because I was just crushing like physically. And I was in such great shape, man. I didn't ride trans. I was a drill sergeant. So I just put on a ruck. And if the privates were going out to the range, I'd fucking run out to the range with the ruck on and then run back or ruck back or whatever. And I was just in great shape. And we get to the lake. I can't fucking swim very good, dude, like at all, basically. And I fucking failed the lake swim and was just a fucking trainer, dude. I thought it was so funny. They're like, we found Superman's kryptonite's water. But I had a great experience there. I ended up being, it's not technically like honor grad, but I had like the highest points and got all goes on my patrols. And we started with 40 guys fill the class. We finished with 26 and only 12 guys got their tabs out of the 46 guys that graduated.
Wow.
So it was.
And what do you have to do to get your tab versus graduate?
So you can complete the course, but either not have enough points or not have enough goes on your patrols. So you'll get a Sapper certificate, Sapper Leader Course certificate, but you won't get the certificate that gives you the badge and the ability to wear the tab.
Oh wow,
yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so it's two sets of orders that you get. Yeah, it was cool, man. I had a guy there that was from first group Green Beret, and he was like, what are you doing here, man? Like, why are you here? And I was like, I don't know. Like, he's like, you're an MP, dude. Like, you need to go to selection. And it's kind of like the first person who really was like, bro, like I would have a dude like you on my team. And he was like, you're a team guy, bro. Like, I would love to have a guy like you on my team. Like, this is what they're looking for. You'd be a great Green Beret. And kind of the first time where I was like, I always underestimated myself through my whole career in that part. And yes, I was like, I ran the fastest, I had the best PT score, and like, but it was like shit that was expected of me. It's like, bro, like I'm going to fucking BNOC or drill sergeant school. Like, if I don't have the top PT award, like I'm gonna be pissed at myself, and like it was just, to me, it was what you did. But I never thought I could be like, there's no way. Even going to Sapper School, man, I was like, man, I had so much anxiety and like so nervous, like just not making it and not being good enough.
Do you think that a healthy fear of failure helped drive your military career?
Absolutely. You have to have a fear of failure, man. If you don't have the fear of failing, you're not going to be good at anything. No. You have to have that, like, you need to be able to like push past that fear, but you need to have that, like, that humbleness, that like that fear that's there of like, dude, I can't mess this up. Like, it also allows you to like, if you're going to teach a class or perform in front of people, like you're going to practice, you're going to rehearse your stuff and do what you got to do. So when you're in front of people, you don't look all jacked up. Like, that's part of it. It gives you, that fear allows you to train and prepare and to get ready for the situation you're going to be in. That was like the first time, like, and I was kind of scared going to cyber school, and I went through and I like crushed it, and I was like, dang, like this was so fun. It was so awesome. It was hard. There was time. Don't get me wrong. It's cyber school. It's not as hard as Ranger school because it's shorter, but if it was as long as Ranger school, it would be double the attrition rate. When you go into patrolling, you only get one MRE a day, and sometimes you don't even eat. It depends on if the mission goes properly, because you're supposed to do like battlefield recovery. So they'll flex the mission. If you don't do it, they don't get executed right. They'll be like, well, there was MREs in that truck, but you guys aren't getting any now because you didn't do it right. There's also at Ranger School, you have AGs and ABs. So like a gun team is 3 people. So you have like the guy carrying the 240. You'll have a dude with a tripod and a T&E and some ammo, and then you'll have another guy that just carries ammo. That's Ranger School. That's like infantry, gun teams. At cyber school, you just have a gunner and an AG. So like the AG ruck is like 150 plus. Like it's nuts. So being the AG just breaks you the fuck off, dude. And like all the
carrying
rucks
what
are
the
heavy.
tripod,
T&E,
ammo.
The gunner's got a bunch of ammo. Like it's a lot. And then you're carrying demo, and there's like times you got to carry like, there's like a mission you do like on an airfield, you got to carry like crater charges in, and it's a nightmare, dude. Everyone's ruck's heavy as shit, and you're patrolling. And then you do at cyber school, you do 2 missions a day. So when you get to leadership, they'll call leadership in the morning, and then you do planning. You'll do your briefing, you'll plan, and then you'll execute that mission. And it'll be so what they do in cyber school, which I liked way better than Ranger school, was they had plans, actual time slotted, and it gives you a better understanding of planning. Ranger school is a little more chaotic, and it's literally like, well, I don't know how long we have 4 hours to plan. We have an hour to plan. Like you just fucking start, and then the RIs is kind of like, all right. So what they do there is they'll tell you, you are on a 1 hour. So you either have, cyber school only has 8-hour bay plans, 5-hour patrol base plans, or 1-hour fragos. That's it. So when you get a mission, when you receive a mission, they'll tell you you're on a 5-hour fucking patrol base plan. So you have 5 hours that you need to be stepping off, like basic or briefing them in 5 hours is what it is. So all your sand tables, all your planning, everything you're doing, you'll call the cadre over there, or they might even be like, hey, at the end of 5 hours, the brief has to be complete. So you'll tell them what time briefing. You'll tell them, all right, well, receive the mission now. I'll brief you at 14:30. Like, roger that. And they'll be standing around. Where do you want me at? And they'll be, at the sand table, whatever, at 14:30. So you'll go on this, you'll do a bay plans from the bay. You do that 2 different times. So you come back for a refit, but you'll do an 8-hour bay plan. And that's when like the full Ranger style, like Ranger handbook, obviously using the Ranger handbook for everything, but then the Sapper handbook, which is a little bit more detailed. So you're going through everything you got to do. You do OBTF, and you do all the stuff you learn at Ranger School in the exact same way on the 8-hour bay plan, or you do the same way on a 5-hour patrol base plan. But then when you get back off the patrol, let's say it's like 1 in the morning and that mission's done, they'll call up 2 more names. They're like, all right, Wilber, Johnson, like your platoon leader or your platoon sergeant. They'll be like, prepare to copy, 1-hour frago. And you fucking go, dude. And then, you have, they have sapper time from 07, or excuse me, 06 to 07 every morning, which is when the RIs actually rotate out, or the SIs rotate out. They call timeout essentially. If you have an MRE, you can eat it. And then that's when you shave. They make you do personal hygiene. They do your foot checks. They do everything. It's because you are in a school. So they bring you in a circle. They do, the medic does their foot checks. You eat MRE real quick. You hold up you do all the sensitive items, inventory, all that. So it's a little bit more structured, but it's like I said, the missions are longer. They're harder. You're walking farther. Long ass days. Whereas like in Ranger School, they don't have that. It's chaotic, bro. It's like, we're doing foot checks. You're like, what the fuck? I'm pulling security. I was just told to eat MRE. So it is more of like realistic in a way, and trying to figure out how, but because it's a school, there's school isms, if that makes sense. Yep. So like when the RIs come in to do their changeover, to me, always made more sense coming from cyber school to be like, why don't you guys just fucking call timeout? Like, just do this admin fucking thing.
Ranger school, there's a lot more people there though than sapper school.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Ranger school, I mean, I think we filled 3 something or 400 something or something like
Dang.
that. There's a lot, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so I graduated Sapper School, and then I graduated Sapper School like on like Friday, and then like Monday morning I started SLC. So went to SLC.
That's a senior leaders course.
Yes,
for
senior leaders course
E7.
to be E7.
Used to be
I was,
ANOC.
yeah. I was on E7 list. I made E7, and
Which
then,
was pretty hard to do in the M Corps. That was pretty hard to get in the MP Corps as well, man.
Yeah. So I made E7, and then at the award ceremony for senior leaders course, I got the high PT award and the commandant's list, and I was coming off the stage, like getting my award and shaking the commandant's hand or whatever. And he put a ranger tab in my. He was a ranger, and he puts a ranger hand in my tab in my hand. He said, "Here's a drive on tab," and I was like, "Oh, thank you, sir." Like cool, like whatever. And then the MP Sergeant Major gave me a coin. It was like January 3rd. I was like, January 3rd, what? He was like, Ranger School. I was like, what do you mean? And this is like, I don't know, December 18th or 19th or something. Like we're literally block leave and that's it. So I had all of block leave. I went home to Las Vegas and I had to like get my packing list together. Also really didn't swim very well. I didn't want to fail any of the swims at Ranger School. So my brother's girlfriend at the time was on the UNLV dive team. And I literally just went swimming with her every day for like 2 weeks and then went to Ranger School, like right when I got back from in January.
It wasn't common then for MPs to go to Ranger School, was it?
So they had just changed it. They changed it at the middle of 2009, I think. And we had another drill sergeant from, he was at Ranger School for a couple of months because he recycled a few times, Keys. I was at drill sergeant school with Keys, and he's a good dude. He was another company, and he was at Ranger School. So they had already like sent, if you wanted to go, they were like trying to get guys, especially if you were done being a drill sergeant, they were like, yeah, we'll try to send you. So they sent me to Ranger School, and then after Ranger School, I was done. I was done when I was done with Sapper School with the trail. Came back to Leonard Wood, cleared, and was PCS and moving on to my next duty assignment.
How was Ranger School, man? I don't want to gloss that over because
Yeah,
I know that's a gut check too.
It was good, dude. I mean,
you went to Sapper School, took a couple weeks off, and went straight to Ranger School.
Yeah.
Did that help you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because I was still in that patrolling mindset. Even being at SLC, like, I wrote all my op orders and everything I did, like out of the Sapper handbook, and I stayed pretty switched on, like planning wise and tactics and what was going on. So I stayed in good shape. So I think it definitely helped me through Ranger School. Ranger School broke me off a little bit with the cold. I went January through March, and I still have, and it kind of later on in my military career in the Arctic, but frostbite in my hands and feet, and it was just kind of jacked up. The cold, man, took it out of me. It was hard for me at some times in Ranger School just to like, God. But it's everyone, dude. Everyone's a dirtbag at Ranger School at times, man. It's rough to like patrol that long and just like.
That's like what, 73 days, 71 days?
I think it's 62 days.
Oof. Yeah. And it's just pretty much
if you don't recycle.
Yeah.
Like I didn't. Thank God I didn't recycle. I got goes on my patrols and it was good to go.
What happens if you recycle? A lot of people get recycled for injury or
all kind of things. You just fail something, you get goes no go, or you get peered or whatever. So because you do peers as well, just like Sapper School, and that's basically where every patrolling phase or every. I think it's like every week. It's in the schedule, but you basically your peers evaluate you and tell everybody what they think of you on a piece of paper, and the instructors get to read that and see if they want to move forward with you or drop you, or you could have a violation or done something wrong or right, and your peers could they get to see things that the cadre don't see as well.
Was that ever hanging over your head during Sapper and Ranger School, or did you get along with everybody?
No, I always peered like very well at both. Yeah.
Cool. How many people did you start Ranger School with?
Oh, a couple 300 or something.
And then how many finished?
From the front to back, there was only like 30 of us or something.
Wow.
All the way through. Now,
out of 300
the attrition
plus?
rate's always been like the same. It's, but I want to say the way they do Ranger School attrition too is like, there's like two rates where like one is like who starts day one and graduates day 62, and then who starts day one and graduates, when I was in group, there was a kid in Charlie Company, Green Beret, who had been there like 9 months. Like recycling, he's like, I'm not going back, bro. He had like 2 day one restarts. So there's guys who are there for months, dude.
At Ranger School?
Yeah. And I don't know how they tally that attrition rate in. But it's I want to say they're all the soft components. Now Ranger School technically isn't soft. It's there's a difference between Army Rangers and then like Ranger qualified. So Ranger leader course is the premier leadership course in the world. All branches can go to it. All kind of armies all over the world go to it. Most of like the infantry lieutenants and have to go through it. But to me, it is like a standard. Like I hold guys that have a Ranger tab to a higher standard than people that don't. Just because of what I know they learned, what they went through at that time. It really does give you a chance to see what right looks like, because you're seeing, two guys or two or three cadre facilitate training for like 100 dudes. What does it take to do that? The right way. They have ice sheets. They have this. They have everything prepped. And if a guy goes down a casualty, this is what we have. And it's a school, but to me, it also really shows what right looks like. And then the classes they teach are so on point. It's like by the numbers, like tactics to standards. All right, you're going to learn this. You're going to do this. You're going to execute. And if you can pull back from the suck and remove yourself from being a student for a second, it teaches you, you're going to get two things out of it. You're going to get all of that. What does right look like? How do these RIs control 100 dudes? Well, you put this guy in charge, you do this, right? Like, so same thing we did as Green Berets, running, a bunch of commandos or something. And it also gives you like all of your, rehearsing and planning, you get all that stuff, patrolling. But because you're so tired and hungry, what I always tell people too is like every engagement, whether it's sims in training or blanks or whatever, is an engagement. And you're going to do it repetition and repetition and repetition. So you take contact. What do? You lay down a base of fire. You figure out, there's only two things you do if you take contact. You either break contact or you maneuver and kill the enemy. So it's like you learn that stuff super quick, and it's just in the dark, tired. You go from like feeling so sorry for yourself to being like, I'm in a gunfight, like fuck you, and you're learning like, okay, maneuver this, or nope, we need to pull back, 3Ds, blah, blah, blah. You learn all these tactics. And because you're just doing it through repetition, like almost through osmosis, like you're just doing it. There's times when like I've been on patrol in Afghanistan or Iraq later, and it's been identical to Ranger School, bro. Like I'm in a file under nods, like trying to control fucking commandos, doing whatever they want. And it's like the same shit as Ranger. You're like, God damn it, Ranger. Get fucking like when you're in charge, dudes just drone in. Or, where's your batteries? Like they got their nods flipped up. You're like, oh, I don't have batteries. You're like, I gave you them yesterday. Put them in my Walkman. Like, it's like all the shit that like, it's so much like Ranger School when I was running commandos in Afghanistan, to even, like I said, you take contact on stuff and you're like, oh shit, like what do we do here? And it just gives you that repetition. And even those dry runs are training. Those are things that your brain processes as, like this is what you do in this gunfight. It gives you tools in your tool belt to pull from without having to really like think and get in a panic and worried about it.
There's some people that say, and I'd love to get your opinion on it, that you don't rise to the occasion, you rise to the level of your training.
Always, that's one of my favorite sayings, man. Like you'll never rise to the occasion, you only lower yourself to your training. And that's just the fact, dude. Like you're not all of a sudden just gonna like run. Like if something happens, like, oh, I can run from here to the, because the car broke down, or no, dude, you're not gonna like all of a sudden just like make it happen, like you're only as good as you shoot, as good as you train, not just gonna miraculously become better at something in the heat of the moment. There's a lot of science and things that come into it, and your body's gonna like, all these fight or flight mode and things that happen, but you're gonna start looking through a toilet paper lens, like your heart rate increases, like all these things happen to you when you're under stress. So it's like, how can the Ranger School was the Army's answer to like, let's create the most stress we can to mimic combat. So these guys know how to operate under stress, and they understand what that stress is and what they can push their bodies through and what they can push other men through.
Yeah. I find that law enforcement was late to the game, right? I mean, a lot of LE agencies were just shooting on a flat range, no stress, just shooting some silhouette target. And it's like, I don't know about your experience, but I'm sure you would attest to it. Like, you get in a gunfight, man, and you're running, moving, heart rate's through the roof, just like, And if you're not trained for that, or you haven't spent time training for that, it can be an eye-opening experience.
Yeah.
So, man, you're at the point where you graduate Ranger School, you're in E7 and you're in the MP Corps, and you've done a lot, dude.
Yeah.
What happens next?
So I had kind of a job I thought I was going to go through, ended up didn't. I was supposed to go to soft community, kind of a drug deal between two sergeant majors that were at the academy together. My battalion sergeant major and a guy that was taking over a Ranger battalion sergeant major. They instituted like a master breacher program, and it was like third of me, be like, hey, I got a guy, this is his background, and the sergeant major's like, yeah, he can go to a RASP 2 or whatever it is, and go to the Ranger selection, and on paper it's like, yeah, he matches. Long story long, like sergeant major shit, it didn't fucking work out. He basically was like, I didn't know you were in E7, and it was like, what the fuck. So I got a job. On Fort Stewart, because I was trying to go to 175. I was supposed to. That was the whole like drug deal, and then I was going to go to RASP and blah blah blah. So I had the orders cut by DA by MP Corps, because I was going to change my MOS 11 Bravo, because once you graduate Ranger School, you can change your MOS 11 Bravo.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So I talked to a buddy, and he was like, hey, there's a platoon sergeant slot for you. We're going to Afghanistan. I was like, all right, dope.
As an MP?
As an MP.
Okay.
So I was like, okay, I just got promoted to E7. My plan was, I'd been in the Army 10 years. I was double tab E7, and like no one else in it. There was like, I think another officer in the MP Corps, but he wasn't an MP officer at first. I was like the only NCO MP that was a sapper and a ranger. And I was like, I felt like I kind of owed it again. Like these kids, like, oh, we're going to Afghanistan. Yeah, I want to be a platoon sergeant. So my plan was I did a flight packet, and I was going to take the long walk. So I was like just tossing up, like, do I try to go to CAG, just see what I got? And if I make it, I make it. If I don't, like, not necessarily a fallback, but I saw that flight packet. Like I still wanted to fly. I just thought about that.
So those of you that don't know what the long walk is, that's assessing for Delta Force.
Yes, sir. So, had all that, was getting all that paperwork together. I was in touch with the soft recruiter, the SOCOM guys, and I've been to their briefing and got everything together. And I get this job as platoon sergeant. Long story to keep it short. I was a platoon sergeant for like a month maybe, and I was super motivated about it. And the battalion sergeant major told me that, so I got like rumored by the first one. I was like, hey, I think you're going to get pulled to SRT. And I was like, I'm not doing SRT. That's an E6 job. They wanted me to stand up SRT on Fort Stewart. They didn't have one. But the real reason why they wanted me to stand it up is because the SRT was going to be the colonel and the sergeant major's PSD in Afghanistan.
For that upcoming deployment.
For that upcoming deployment, because the battalion was going forward as well. And I was just like, man, you pussy motherfuckers just want, like, one, you want like a double, you want to show me off to everybody that I'm SRT. And yeah, like when I walk in with 2 tabs, it definitely gives me like validity over 90% of the people in the room. Even if I was like, because I'd go to Ranger, I would train on ranges and stuff with Ranger Battalion and use their like shoot house and stuff on Hunter and their little breaching complex when I was eventually when I was SRT. But I could see like the way guys treated you just by looking at your shoulder, like, oh, okay, like dude's not a fucking bum, right? Mm-hmm. Most people didn't know I was an MP. They probably thought I was like infantry before or something, and then became an MP. But anyway, we go to this NCODP, and it's the whole battalion there, and I'm there with my whole platoon, all the NCOs and officers. So it's like a leader DP, I guess.
For the whole battalion.
For the whole battalion. And I rode there with my buddy, Jerome Easter, who's a platoon sergeant, the first sergeant, and the commander. We all rode together. And the commander drove us. And we get there, and we're sitting down there, and I just remember this sergeant major was like, hey, Mr. High Speed Ranger, Mr. Hoo Ranger, raise your hand. And I was like, what the fuck? So I raised my hand. And he's like, you're no longer a platoon sergeant. He's like, go sit over there with your S3 sergeant major. You work in S3 now. And he like made me stand up. I had like corporal team leaders in the room, dude. He made me stand up, walk over there. And I was just like, fuck this motherfucker, bro. Like, one, it was super unprofessional, but two, it was like the whole reason behind it. I get it's the Army, you know what I mean? Like, that's my job. That's what you're gonna make me do. But like that's literally what you're doing. So when that happened, on the way back, I was just sitting there fuming, dude. I was like, fuck, I'm so pissed. And on the way back, we're driving back, and I remember the SF recruiter's office was like halfway between the auditorium and the company area. And I was like, just let me out here. I'll walk back to the company. They're like, all right. I get out and I walk into the SF recruiter, and I was like, hey, man, I got a CAG packet. Like, I'm supposed to go to do the walk. Like, like I'm good to go. I'm going on deployment. I'm coming back and tell me you're out, but like I'm good. And I have a flight packet. I was like, I'm pretty sure all my medical shit's good. I was like, what do I need to do to put an SF packet in? He was like, oh, that packet works. Like, I just a couple little paperwork. And I was like, well, when can I go? And he was like laughing. He's like, you want to go Saturday? He thought I was probably gonna be like, no. I was like, fuck yeah. He's like, I'll bump a kid. I got like a PFC that can fucking wait. He like looked at my shoulder. He's like, yeah, dude, okay, you want to go? So I went to selection. Went to selection, got selected. At selection, when you get selected, the ladies like do all the paperwork, the S1, like civilians that do S1. She was like, when do you want to come here? I was like, as soon as possible. So they gave me like 2 weeks to clear. So I just flew back to Stewart, went and cleared and PCS and never again. And it was funny because I was SRT for probably like no, excuse me. I was a platoon sergeant for like a month, and a bunch of my guys they went and got like the patch I ended up wearing. Which obviously the Special Forces tab, the Rangers tab, Sabre tab with the Special Forces Airborne and the arrow. They went and got it like the colorized one, blue, yellow, red. And it was like it was like almost as big as this carpet, man. It was like 10 feet by like 6 feet, and I signed it, and I slid it under my sergeant major's door when I cleared, left it for him.
Did you ever hear how that went over?
Yeah, he never said anything.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
How was, I don't want to glance it over, but how was SFAS? That's for those of you who don't know, the SFAS is a Special Forces Assessment and Selection. Was it 3 weeks then?
Yeah, it was like 3 weeks, I believe. Yeah. So
it's where you go take a course to even get assessed to be able to go to the Q course, which is a whole nother, depending on what your job, could be anywhere from a year to 18 months. How was SFAS?
I don't remember my exact roster number. I was like 3 something. I'm a W. There was like 400 something guys there or something. To be honest, the first like day or like second day, I guess it was, when we do the PT test, I was like, man, I am not like, I thought I was in like gonna like not crush, but like be one of like the top guys or like close to like top 10%. And I ended up being that. But what happened is the very first PT test. So when you're running, you do a mile run on the airfield. You go around. There's a big clock, and you turn around the clock and you come back. So it's a mile out, mile back. And I remember, dude, there was probably like, it felt like 100 dudes in front of me. And at the clock, I was on like the fastest pace I've ever ran. I was always like mid 11, sub 11, or like low 11s. I've never broke under 11. At selection, I ran at 10:48, and there was like 100 dudes in front of me, bro. And I was just like, what the fuck? Because I remember turning out the clock, and I was like at 5:21, and I was like, whoa.
What did that feel like? Because I feel like up to this point in your career, man, you've always been a standout.
I think just because I don't know. I think it just helped push me to be like, nah, like, like I was like trying to chase these kids. What I realized of it and going through the whole Q course and my career farther along, and I kind of learned through like the Thor trainers was like, they all came from like the NFL, the NHL, and had these big experiences with professional athletes. Was they were like durability, like availability is the best thing you can be as an operator. So you had to be available. So there's a lot of guys who've had really good careers, could do things, but like tore an ACL, bad back, bad neck, whatever. And I'm not talking about like got blown up type, but like, yeah, you get in a free fall accident, or this happens to you, or you fall down wrong, or you take a spill or whatever. Like those things being durable, you have to be available, So I just saw at selection, because it was that long, it's 3 weeks long. Most of those kids, I mean, that beat me on that run. I mean, the amount of guys who got selected out of that I don't know the numbers, but like I know a bunch of them didn't. They didn't end up getting selected or they didn't make it through something. Land nav crushes a lot of people in SFAS because it is a very, very intensive land nav course. The star course, when you do your big test at the end for the land nav portion, the star course, you go out and you find 5 points and they're in a star. You get 1 point, you got to go to the next one, and they're probably, I don't know how many clicks away, over 10 plus. You start at midnight and you have 12 hours. You start at midnight and you end at noon, and you cover, I don't know, a lot. I mean, it's a lot of miles that you cover in that time, in the dark, land nabbing, in the swamp, in the draws. It takes a lot out of dudes. So that takes a lot of, I think a lot of guys don't do very well at land nav. A lot of guys just can't do it day in and day out, right? Like you do a forced ruck march, unknown distance, you don't know how far you're going, you don't know anything. You just go. And it's like those guys that could push themselves on a known distance, like on that run, for example, they knew they could run, a 10-minute mile. But like, can they run an 11-minute? Can they keep a 10-minute or 11-minute pace on a fucking 20-mile road march? No, they can't. So like, because they don't know how far they're going. Whereas like, I was just like, okay, I was at Cyber School, I was at Ranger School. I just felt like I know what it takes to do this. The other thing about me was like, in my mind, I saw guys, and I know guys did this, they give themselves outs. So you could think like, well, my wife's still gonna love me, like, oh man, not a big deal. I'll go back to my unit. They think I'm a stud. I'm still a stud. No, all these guys are studs, like, that are there comparable to the Army. But if you give yourself an out, if you start to rationalize not making it, you won't make it. My only out was like, bro, I'm graduating, or they're gonna carry me on a body bag. Like that was Cyber School, that was Ranger School, that was selection, that was everything. It's just like, yeah, man, there's no option for me. Like I'm making that. I never even gave myself a plan B. Like there is no plan B, bro. Like burn the boats. There's nothing. Like we're here, bro.
That's a great point. And I have two questions before we kind of go on, because I know there's a lot of listeners that are interested in, going to Ranger Battalion, going to SF. What are a couple things that you would recommend for kids to train or to be up to speed on before they go to Ranger School?
I mean, like straight off the streets, or like a kid in the military?
Kid in the military.
A kid in the military, I mean, I would say the big thing, whether it's the streets or the military, if you're in high school and you can wrestle, start wrestling. If you're in the military, start going to jiu-jitsu, start going to Muay Thai. Get around other dudes that bang and have warrior mindset, and don't be scared to like get hurt, get beat up. That helps a ton with your own mental fortitude and knowing what your body's capable of doing. Just gives you a warrior mind, like feeling about it. It also really relaxes and calms your mind. Like when I drive home from wrestling practice now, like I'm not cussing anybody out. Like I get cut off in the field, I'm just like, whatever, pussy, like whatever. And it doesn't matter. If I go a couple of days without it, I'm like fucking like I can feel that. So it does like gives you this warrior mindset. It helps you push yourself. And then the other thing is like just being physically fit. Like you've got, and everyone nowadays has all this like, I hate the heart rate monitor shit. I train in a blue zone or this, or I do that, or I do strength. Stop. Like you need to fucking put a ruck on your back, and you need to fucking run, and you need to ruck, and you need to lift weight. You do all like, there's no like physically way to get ready for it other than putting a ruck on and like being fast, but also not being so fast where like you can't do pull-ups, you can't climb ropes, you can't do body weight work, movements and things.
Train for the marathon vice the sprint.
Yeah, absolutely. Most dudes you see when you're at selection that you look at, like if everyone's standing there in their underwear, you would look at dudes like, that dude's jacked. Like he's gonna make, like, no. Like, and then dudes look like Will Ferrell, like crush, So it's like there is no body type. There is no ultimate, like, what does a Green Beret look like, or what does a Ranger look like? Like it is all in your mind, and it is all about your ability to just put one foot in front of the other at pace, like, and stay on that and just stay hard, just like keep going hard on your body, but also learning how to train in training to train that smartly. But when you're there, you got to burn the boats. Like there's no like getting off.
So you would say that holds true, like what you just said is probably just as good for Ranger School as it is for SFAS?
Everything. So like the train ups that they give you, like that you can go see the recruiter for, or that like you can get online, that's like the Ranger train up, start out with like, 2 minutes of push-ups, 2 minutes of this, some pull-ups, a little circuit, and then like a 5-mile ruck at this weight. Like that is perfect. Like if you train on those pamphlets they give you, and the ones they have at like SFAS or Ranger School, you'll be fine. You'll crush. It's more of like, how do you do that? But the other thing too is like guys only do that training plan and they don't do anything else the rest of the day. That's not gonna get you there. You gotta do that training plan, and then you gotta go to jiu-jitsu, or you gotta work all day long, and you gotta do that training plan after. So if you're in the Army and you're in the infantry, you get up in the morning, you do PT with your guys, or whatever you're doing, 5-mile run or whatever you got going on. You go to work all day, and then at 7 o'clock at night when you're done, you go on your 6-mile ruck, 10-mile ruck, whatever is on that training plan, you got to do it, because it's all about like just miles and miles and being able to do all this stuff when you're tired. And like that to me is where you really get the mental fortitude. Now I do see a lot of guys trying to train so much with science, and there is a lot of science, and don't get me wrong, I'm all about recovery. I say, do the recovery pieces, use the sauna, use the ice baths, use all this science. But like, to me, there's no reason to be behind a heart rate monitor, staying at a certain pace with your heart rate, or doing these things, because now you're just relying on a device to tell you where you need to be at, and you don't know what your body is telling you you're capable of, and where to push it, where to hold back, or how to, or just to be like, fuck it, I'm in the red, we're staying here, like, and just go. You don't get that if you try to be too scientific with it. And there's a lot of people out there. There's great programs. There's people out there that can, you can buy programs or things you can find online where, weight-based programs and things. But
SFAS and Ranger School, did you try to stick to any kind of diet? Did you have any kind of supplements, anything that helped you, or was it just a grind, man?
No, like you can't take anything there.
Okay.
At any of them. So you're just there eating whatever they give you, MREs and water.
Well, for those of you out there that are looking to do either one of those, I would definitely replay what you just heard, because this is a guy that's been there and done that. So that's a good piece of advice. Thank you for sharing that.
And then the other thing someone told me at Ranger School, which I thought was cool, he was an older dude. He was like a National Guard guy. And he said, people do this every day. What you're doing today, some old lady right now is in the mountains with a backpack on, with her cell phone out, or go and hike, bag this peak for fun. So like, that was another thing. It's like, yeah, people do this every day, bro. Like, I'm not doing anything that no one else has done. Like, everything you do, and the other thing about the Army, regardless how hard the course is, yeah, there's standard in military in general. It's set up for you to pass. If you do if you meet the standards, you do what they tell you to do, and you're executing those, and you stay on those standards, you will make it. Now, is it really hard to, make this swim or to shoot this good? It is, but they need guys. They need guys. And what I really think, the reason why the selection process is so hard, most guys just self-attrit, and mentally people don't make it. I feel like more people mentally don't make it than physically don't make it. Now, there are some people who shouldn't have been there in the first place, but the majority of people that are there are in great shape, and they are physically, they can make it. They just mentally, they're not there. They can't do it mentally.
So you think a lot of people self-select long before they get kicked out?
Yeah, they self-attrit for sure.
That's a great point. Yeah, those are all some really good points. Thanks for kind of giving us your ideas on, what guys can do to prepare for those hard selections. Because I know there's going to be a lot of people listening to that. So let's talk a little bit about the Q course. I know that was How did you become an 18 Echo? For those of you who don't know, an 18 Echo is a Special Forces Communications Sergeant?
Yes. So I was originally an 18 Bravo. So I was going through the whole Q course like an 18 Bravo. We do 6 months of language. My language is Russian. So that was the first thing I did. The Q course has changed a little bit now, the way the pipeline's laid out. But I did 6 months of language, and then SUT, and then SEER school kind of back to back. You have like a weekend off, and then we went to SEER school after SUT, which is small unit tactics. It's like going to Ranger school again, basically. And then right after SEER school, you start MOS, and then you'll finish with Robin Sage, and then you graduate. So I was in the Bravo course, my first day of the Bravo course. There's not a lot of guys that I'm like, if I see this motherfucker, like he's catching hands. Haddow Green, that motherfucker, dude. He was the NCIC of the Bravo course. I show up to Bravo course, and he basically just is like, hey, you get outside. As everybody's going inside after little formation, whatever, Bravo course, blah, blah, blah. He keeps me outside. He smokes me by myself for like, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours, saying that E7 shouldn't be allowed in this course, that I'm not going to make it, like all this shit. I'm like, all right, whatever, man. So I get back in class, and the way the Bravo course was kind of worked out, and not saying you can't go straight through, but it was about 50-50. Like the first phase is I wouldn't say small weapons.
And this is part of the Q course?
Part of the Q course. So I'm learning my MOS. The first phase is like small weapons or something or whatever. And it basically like you have to reassemble, disassemble all these weapons in a certain amount of time. And it's everything from like, and there's you have to find what's wrong with the weapon. So it might be like a 1911 that has like a springs out of place, or the firing pins jacked up, or something's wrong with it. You have to disassemble it, figure out what's wrong with it, put it back together, and then tell them what's wrong with it, what the malfunction was, the flaw was in the weapon. So if there's like 40 dudes in class, you'll have like 20 dudes that were like recycles that failed, and they kind of like teach the other dudes. Then you'll have like kind of the same thing. I failed that first test, which was like, I mean, I had to do some range battalion, fail the motherfucker. It was like, dude, it was hard. So that kind of put me in like, oh shit, I never fucked up anything, I never failed anything. It was my first time. And then I got MRSA in my knee from rolling. So I was training still during the Q course, and I got MRSA in my knee, and I had to recycle again like a med. I ended up going to med, and then they sent me to ICU. I spent like 3 days in ICU because
for those of you who don't know what MRSA, it's a nasty staph infection.
Very bad, and I didn't know it was that bad. I was like, just my knee, and they're like, oh, it's against your bloodstream now. So, I'm on IV drip and doing all that stuff, and I'm in the wound care. They're like packing it with the silver gauze and all that stuff. When that happened, I go back to MOS. The only thing I had to do was go out to the field problem. When you go to the field, there's 2 ODAs. They break up in 2 ODAs. And I was a team sergeant in one ODA, and there's, another ODA. I fucking hated that other team. But I was me. I was who I was, a squad leader, who I was a drill sergeant, who I was a platoon sergeant. Like, no one fucks with my guys. Like, and we had an incident. I got in a fight with the other team sergeant at the mortar pit. And they broke it out. It was normal. Everything's fine. Like, we won't go into the whole story, but we get back. I'm waiting to get counsel, and like, wait. Everybody gets counsel but me. I'm the last dude, and this is like 10 o'clock at night. I'm sitting at the table with all the cadre and the fucking NCIC. And they basically tell me that like I failed. They recommend me for an NTR based off of the way I conduct myself, my attitude and everything else. And they said it was because of my peers. So I was like, can I see those? And there's 13 guys on my ODA, and there's 13 guys on the other ODA, or 12 guys on my, 13 and 13, but there's 13 pinks and 12 blue slips. And the blues were like, I'd go to war with this guy anytime, like just like professional, like good critiques of like the guys wanted me to be with them. I remember one of them, because I ended up seeing this kid in 10th group. I was a jump master, and I saw him I was teaching jump master school, and he came through, and I was like, and I didn't, I was professional, but I was like, I want to fuck you. I was going to fuck him up just because it was like, bitch. I remember he wrote this. He wrote, I'd rather eat this piece of paper again than work with him. I'd rather eat this piece of paper than work with him again. But it was like, you're on another ODA. Like, I don't give a fuck, dude, what you think about me. Tactically, everything was like sound, like there was no reason for it. So he recommends me to get kicked out of the Q course. So I'm thinking like, fuck, I'm done, bro. And it was like, I had a bad attitude. Don't get me wrong. Like I needed to adjust my attitude towards the operational environment. Those guys weren't ready for my attitude and my leadership style. The other ODA wasn't. My ODA was, and they were good with it, and they understood because I was with them. But my bad attitude towards the other guys was what triggered all that. So I'm scrambling. Like, I guess I'm getting kicked out, whatever. I shopped around some jobs. I found some stuff in soft community. I was basically told like, yeah, you can come here, you can work here, whatever. So I'm waiting to go see Sergeant Major, and the first sergeant there, he ends up being my company sergeant major when I get to third group later on. But Johnny Crocker is the first sergeant. I'm standing in the hallway, and he walks past me as I'm waiting to go in, and he looks at my rank and sees like my tabs. He's like, "What the fuck are you doing here?" He's like, "I can't believe you're some piece of shit, fucking sergeant first class. You're fucking NTR, like blah blah." I'm like, God, and I'm waiting to go see the group sergeant major. Like, he's taking me in there in like 30 minutes. So I'm like, oh my God, dude, this is bullshit. So I go into his office, and it's like completely flipped. I sit down, and he's like, dude, I'm looking at your packet. I had like every single cadre at SUT wrote a letter and came and spoke to the group sergeant major. I had selection cadre. I had Bravo cadre go talk to the sergeant major, and he had all my blue slips from selection, SUT, SEER school, the language. I was the sergeant major in charge of everyone, all the students, the whole time I'm going through this before we start the Bravo course. And I wasn't scared of like, hey, if a dude had an issue, I'd be like, hey, sergeant, like this kid, like his wife's gonna have a baby. Like, is there a way we can get him on the second rotation to SEER school? Because, I wasn't scared to like give guys problems and just be a leader, like just be I'm an E7 in the Army,
Yeah.
And they respected that. But I appeared number one at everything. I forget the exact number, but it was like hundreds of blue slips. I appeared number one at SUT, out of all the captains, everybody. And he basically was just like, man, this was just cadre roulette. Like, you must have that face where like you fucked his wife or something. You know what I mean? Like, who knows? So it's like, Roger, he's like, you'll be good, man. He's like, we'll go in here with Sergeant Major. He's like, I now I know who you are. He's like, I've had guys come in and be like, hey man, there's this guy going through Wilber. Like, he's scored.
And who are you talking to at this point right now?
The first sergeant.
Okay,
Johnny
the first
Crocker.
sergeant. Okay. And you guys are going to talk to the
sergeant major.
Okay.
He takes me in the sergeant major's office. We have a good talk. He basically just says like, man, you can't be fighting. He's like, these guys know MMA nowadays, and you get your ass kicked. And tells me the thing. And I'm like, Roger, sergeant major, And I'm thinking like he's just gonna say like, hey, don't can't be fighting people. Go to the Robin Sage and handle yourself. But he's like, but I'm not gonna go. And he kind of knew. He's like, I'm not gonna go against my cadre though. He's like, I'm gonna send you the 18 Echo course. He's like, go do a good job, crush the Echo course. Just keep your head down. You'll be fine. So I'm like, oh, fuck my life, dude. So
how far are you through the Bravo course?
I was already done with it. Yeah, I was done. Like, the rest of the guys are at Robin Sage while this is going on that I was with. The guys that I initially started with, because of the recycle from my knee, they were like getting ready to graduate. Like, I had buddies that were already had their berets and shit and were getting ready to roll out. So I go to the Echo course. It was crazy because like one of my SUT cadre, Golden, Sergeant First Class Golden, I walk in and he's like, bro, what the fuck you doing here? And like, told him what happened. He's like, bro, what the fuck? He's like, God damn, glad that happened. And I told him like, hey, I want to say his name was Jajewski, or I had a couple of dudes that were like, went and talked to the sergeant major on my behalf, which doesn't really happen in the Q course. So I ended up being like, not undergrad, but I was like the top student, there.
And the Echo course?
In the Echo course. They added 2 weeks to the Echo course when I was there, which was going to put you where you had to wait another like 6 weeks to go to Robin Sage. This whole time, never pulled a sergeant major card, never went and like talked to an old boss or like did any of the connections I had from PSD or anything. Even when I was in trouble, I wasn't like, I'm like, I made this bed. I want my work to show for it. And if it's the right thing, like, then God's going to put me in that position to like, then I'll be a Green Beret, Cause I was even like, dude, I was like, I'll go to RRG selection. Like, I don't like, let's go. Like, I'm in it now,
Mm-hmm.
That was my attitude. So, I was there with another buddy from Orange. And he was like, dude, I'm not waiting either. I'm like, fuck this. Let's do a sergeant major deal. So we went and talked to, one of the high ranking SOCOM dudes we know. And it was funny. We were in class and they were like, hey, Wilber, Corfana. They're like, come here. And they were laughing. They're like, oh, you guys fucking pull the QZ7 too, from Orange. And you're like, pull the sergeant major card on us. And we're like, we had to. He's like, yeah, I get it. So we didn't have to do the last like 2 weeks of the Echo course. like the vehicles and stuff we already knew how to do from being in combat. It was basically just like the combo packages in the vehicles and how you facilitate. It was good training, but we didn't need it. And we went to Robin Sage together. So I ended up not having to wait like this extra time after, like, so everything was fine and graduate, and back on it again. I was team sergeant for almost all of Robin Sage and peered very well and did good. And then from there, I got my choice. I wanted to be in third group because I want to go to war. And the guys I knew, my roommates at the time were all in second battalion. I was living with third group dudes. One of them actually went over to the unit with selection like the year after and went to Delta. But I was trying to go to second battalion where they were at because I knew like I wanted to be in second. I wanted to go to second battalion if I could. I knew some of the team. Like I had buddies. I didn't know anybody else in the other battalion. They had just got back from Afghanistan, so I knew if I got there, I would do like a year, or 9 months of train up before deploying. So as an E7, I was like, well, I need to get on Sergeant Major's calendar and go introduce myself to Group Sergeant Major. I do that. And his first day in the office is the day I'm sitting down with him. And it's Brian Rear. He's a phenomenal dude, one of my like mentors, as a Green Beret. It ends up being that because of what happens. So I talked with him and I brought my NCOERs about everything, like I said, even though I was a new Green Beret, it's like, dude, I'm a professional soldier. Like I want to do that. And he was like, man, this is wrong. I remember he's like, this is what he says, like as wrong as mud or something for me. But he's like, I just got here. It's a wrong answer, but like S1, usually they just do the slating. That's how it works. So like, I can't tell you exactly where you're going to go right now, and he was like, cool. So I ended up going to 1st Battalion, which was already deployed. And they were probably a month into their deployment. So I was in group for like 4 days, basically, and then on a plane to Afghanistan. I'm on the plane in Afghanistan. The Sea DeSoto, the group command is deploying as well to take over the Sea DeSoto for the whole year of that year. And while I'm there,
so third group is taking over for Sea DeSoto
for 7th group. Yeah, they were replacing 7th group for a year. And I get there, and as I'm getting off the plane in the dark, some E8's like calling out names, and he calls my name, and I'm thinking he's just separate, like, hey, 1st Battalion guys over here. And he's like the BDOC, like Sergeant Major or whatever, or First Sergeant. And he's like, hey, Sergeant Major gave me your name. Like one of the PSD guy got fired at Camp Alpha, and we need to replace him. He's like, I know you have the experience. And he's like, your name's in the hat. And I was like, fuck, okay. So it ends up being an amazing job because as a brand new Green Beret, I'm on this camp. There's the only Green Berets that are there or like operators like on this camp. Like, yeah, there's guys coming and going, but they were all like senior guys. And I ended up being mentored by this amazing guy named Jason Ridings. He was an instructor at Range 37 twice. He was also, when he leaves this job, he takes over as the NCOIC at Range 37. But he was the first sergeant on the camp. And it was him and like 3 other CAG dudes that were working like L&O jobs and working in the J3. So when I wasn't out on mission with the boss, all I did was go to the range and train with these dudes. So they had mentored me to like, hey, this is how you set up your kit. This is what we do. So it was like I went through like mini like Sephardics, basically like a couple of days a week. I'm just shooting on the range, building, clearing, doing stuff. And I was kind of like this like director of like an unfunctional band, like I have to do all the mission prep before, like make sure everything's squared away when the boss comes. Like, what are we doing? I have the itinerary. We're flying here. We're driving here.
So you're the PSO. Do you have another team with you?
No, just me.
Just you.
Just me. So I'm like RTOing and PSOing for, whoever it is, whether it's group commander, General Thomas, Admiral Kilrain, like wherever we're going, like I'm like, okay, I'm taking that. So what I got a chance to see was every single briefing at every level in special operations in country, from every single, and I've been to every site. I went to every VSO site, got every briefing from every single ODA, MARSOC team, SEAL team, to include like, I saw with like A Squadron, C Squadron, the agency, and I'm with all these briefings, and I'm just soaking this up and just understanding. And then all my talks, I've always been like just normal. When I'm with the boss, I'm not gonna like everyone's sucking his dick the whole day and never telling what he really needs to hear. So I'm just being normal. Like, hey, we're talking football and talking kids and this and that. And so I was mentored by like at this like operational and strategic level from all these sergeant majors and colonels and generals I'm around. And then the other mentorship was, the boys, these older badass operators that like they're longer in the tooth in their career. So I'm getting out to go to the range with them. And, so it was amazing. My sergeant major, Brian Rury, made me a deal where he was like, if you can either stay for a full year and finish this out and go back to 1st Battalion. And I was like, fuck, dude. Cause like, I was like, man, I'm trying to get to a team. I just want to get to a team, dude. Or he's like, or you can do 6 months. And at the end of the 6 months, we'll look at who needs a team and you can, I'll send you to an ODA in 3rd Battalion. So I was like, yeah, roger that. So I did that. And then Sergeant Major and I looked at the board of the Manning and I just looked at, I knew cause he gave me some leeway of like, hey, like, you're not going to get to know exactly where you're going to go. That's a Sergeant Major thing, but like, what do you want? And I was like, man, I want to run commandos, like seeing all the missions and seeing what dudes are doing. There was retrograde at the time. And I was like, man, I know if I go commandos, it'll be like a dope mission, SF mission, And so,
what were the commandos doing at that time?
So the commandos were doing, basically the commandos were doing like just clearance operations. They're like the Rangers of, the Afghan army. And they were partnered with ODAs. So it'd be like a team of like 10 gringos take out like 120 Afghans. You just do like clearing operations through villages or go, just go get in gunfights with the Taliban basically. So, we looked at the Manning roster and there was like 2 ODAs that needed an 18 Echo. One of them was running commandos and one of them was on a VSO site that was being retrograded. And I knew what they were doing. They were coming right back to Bagram. So I was like, Sergeant Major, if I could, I'd like to go to this team just because they're running commandos and they need an Echo. It worked out perfect. The battalion Sergeant Major's like, yeah, that works for me too. That's probably where I would have put him. I'd have put him on either ODA. And since he's, it's been in country, like he knows what's going on. Like he doesn't need to go to a retrograde team that's going to come sit in Bagram for the last 3 months and, whatever, kind of figure out a mission. So I go to an ODA, we run commandos and it was phenomenal, man. I had a great experience, a good team sergeant, good senior guys.
Where were you guys at in Afghanistan?
We lived on our main proper was on Polisharki, which is like Highway 1 going towards Jabad at the end of Kabul. And then we were on Camp Dyer for Green Cycle Ops. So our AOB, our company was at Camp Dyer in Jabad, and then we ran all of our ops out of Jabad. So I mostly stayed I was kind of back and forth. What they did is they would partner you, like I was the basically commander's I guess like right-hand man, if you will. Like I'm in charge of this one company. So I had first company, me and another guy, an 18 Charlie. And then like on Bravo and another Echo, whatever, be second company. So you're their primary trainer. So anything they need, they come to you. Anytime you're doing mission briefings, you're helping them, you're focused on them. The whole ODA will go out with you on ops, but it's your ops. So like if you're first company and me and you are running first company, like we'll be main effort, we'll pick like, all right, Jeremiah's going to lead the main effort. I'm going to stay with HQ with the captain and the first sergeant. We're going to do this. So it was a super, super cool mission, man. Lots of training the guys. So you're training all the commandos. And then, so they're in green, amber, red cycle. When they're in green cycle, they're out on ops. When they're in, when they're in red cycle, they get to go, they're on like, same as us, like red cycle taskings. So they get to go home on leave and go see the wife and kids and family and stuff.
So this commando unit, was it a battalion size element?
Yeah, it's a battalion. Okay. And I want to say we rotated once a month or every 3 weeks in red, amber, green. So you go on ops for 3 weeks straight. Then you come back, you go on leave and kind of rest and refit, for 3 weeks. You're not leave the whole time, but 9 to 5 job if you're not at home with the wife and kids. And then amber cycle, we also did amber cycle ops as well sometimes if they needed us to. So you're kind of like down sell, if you will, while like green cycle's up sell. And that was really awesome, man.
So did your ODA, like say your company's in the shoot and you guys are going out and doing missions, would your whole ODA go out with the company?
The whole ODA goes out with the company.
Okay.
Yeah. So each company in the battalion is in one of those cycles. So like if first company is on red cycle and they're out visiting mom and the kids, and second company's in green cycle, you're in charge of second company. Like, I'm just working for you. It's like, hey, what do you want me? You're like, hey man, I need you to do, will you take out, will you be SE1 on this one? Do them? Like, yeah, for sure. And we're help. Everything is still the ODA when we go out and conduct operations. They were all, we still would drive to Bagram and do our own refits and this and that and drive all over Kabul and meetings and Force Pro stuff and kind of the normal, go get mail and all that kind of crap. But we flew in everywhere. So we would, they'd fly in Chinooks and jump on 47s and, like 647s, infill you in the middle of the night somewhere and you go hit a village. So
What kind of lines of operations were you guys working at that time? Was it like Taliban leadership, foreign fighters, money dudes?
So obviously, like the cool thing about special forces is we have like a bottom up initiative versus like top down initiative where like the regular army does. So in special operations, we have the ability to like pull our own intel, gather our own intel, create our own missions. And we're trying to teach that to the commandos as well. So you have like the warrant and the level 3s, they're running all like the humid side and they're doing that. We have some, SIGINT enablers and things. So it's a very robust targeting. Yeah, we're targeting, and then a lot of times too, the other ODAs are out living in the middle of these villages and these VSO sites. They don't have the hammer, so they only have like a 30-man element of like ALP or Afghan police or maybe a little army they stood up that aren't technically the Afghan army. They're just guys trying to protect their village. So they would gather a lot of intel too. So we would get a lot of our operations from, hey, in Achin, we need to do this clearing operation through Achin Valley because, this ODA is going to retrograde and pull all their equipment through. And we want to clear that before we send, 100 trucks down to go get all their equipment and set them up. So things like that, whether it was for retrograde ops, we did a lot of retrograde stuff. We also did a lot of, just targeting shit. Like, hey, we know Taliban's in this fucking village. Let's go get them,
Yeah, and I didn't really ask you through all your deployments, your NP time, and maybe I should have, but can you walk me through your first tick and you're in an ODA, you're with, Afghan commandos. What's that look like?
Yeah. It's not, I've never been in anything that was like stuff later on in Iraq, but most of the time, guys are shooting at stuff, pretty far away. We control a lot of air. I'm more of like C2 directing things, right? Like, hey, get that 240, like push up over here, go over here. We hit a lot of dry holes. You're doing a lot of breaching. You're doing a lot of, you define IEDs, we're blowing up, we're biffing a lot of IEDs, things like that. But nothing was like, fortunately, I've seen a lot like people, blown up and burnt up and things like that. More civilian side casualties that I saw like the Taliban would do versus like, or we come up like after like do BDA and it's like, yeah, there's a bunch of dudes toasted from the.
So you're kind of like an Afghan commando first sergeant because these dudes are hitting, but you're still having to maintain not only C2 for them, but also keep your guys in the loop.
Yeah. You're basically like, there's a lot like what you are. You're like the battalion commander and sergeant major on these operations, if you will.
Yeah, and it's just so the listeners understand too. You have 12 special forces guys, so an ODA. That's how many are in a fully staffed ODA. Yeah. You have 12 guys, and they're in charge of a battalion size element of Afghan commandos. That's very unique to, I think, Army special, to Army special operations that most countries don't have.
Yeah, and so like MARSOC is, from my understanding and from buddies and working with them, MARSOC has stood up a lot like ODAs, and they are also like force multipliers. But Green Berets, we're the original, like that's our job, is force multiply. They even took it out of doctrine. Used to be, I want to say the doctrine used to be where it was an ODA could run a brigade size element. God. And they've taken that out of doctrine because ODAs have ran bigger elements than that before. So you are a true force multiplier. It's nothing to have, like go flex, you're taking, a platoon or 2 platoons, and it's just me and you, and we're going to go maneuver a platoon up on high ground and then push through, the west side of the valley or whatever. Something that was really cool that I got a chance to do while I was doing the PSD side of stuff was I really got switched on to ISR grip kits and like all the, like this before like ATAC was a thing. So I brought all that with me. Like I signed it out from CG Soda, where I brought like RO radios and different kind of radios that I could pull like satellite imagery from or live feeds from and stuff like that. So a lot of times we're in the dark and we get to like we want to set up headquarters at this compound and then push guys out from there. I could I could tell the guys on ISR like, hey, I want you to run the Wadi just north and south and pull security on that for me. So yeah, I'll have commandos up pulling security, but then I can also run like ISR. I can bring in other birds and like I could assist. And I was a JFO too, so I could assist like the CCTs and the JTACs in basically providing like our ISR and give like more C2 to the commander or to the team leader without having the CCTs like trying to like give live feed and talk to aircraft and set up LZs, do all the stuff they're doing. So,
can you explain what a JFO is?
yeah, so it's just basically like your JTACs, your combat controllers and your JTACs, they control the air. It's a really long school they go to be able to talk to the pilots and direct fires from aircraft. They also do high angle and low angle, which is mortars and artillery. Typically your JFOs are like your 13 Foxes that are in the Army, and you basically start out with like calling for fire from artillery and mortars. So it's like you have mortars and artillery behind you, you're calling for fire on those. But what you can do as a JFO is I can just create targets and then pass those targets to the combat controller or the JTAC, which is the same. They have the same kind of credentials when it comes to that. The other cool thing is in Afghanistan, I don't know how familiar it is now because I haven't been out of the game for a minute. The pilots, a lot of them are all FAC A's too. So they're basically like a JTAC inside of the aircraft. So if you have like 3 aircraft check in on station, one of them is like a JTAC, he's controlling stuff. So you can line up multiple targets and just be more efficient with your fires the more people you have that have the ability to like, to focus in on what's going on. So basically what I would just do was like pass target, like get targets, pass them, or like, hey, or the JTAC would be like, hey, you got the rotary wing, keep them above this or keep them below this, keep the hard decks here, blah, blah, blah. And then like I could talk those guys onto targets and maneuver through that while they were doing other problem set based off of like your GRGs, which are like it's like a piece of paper that shows like the building numbers and where they're named and everything. And that's basically what the pilot can look over if they're doing like an over the shoulder call. That's what they see from like 10,000 feet of these buildings and whatnot. So you're working off those GRGs and sometimes it's, sometimes you can directly see and sometimes it's like, hey, we're taking fire from building, Bravo 1 Alpha. So you're like, okay, roger that. Like, and then you can kind of talk to them and say like, all right, where's the friendlies at? Over here. So then you can help create that target for the JTACs and just makes it that much faster.
What was it like working with side by side and training the Afghan commandos?
It's hard because, you get there as a SF guy, as an American, and like you're only there for 6 months or however long you're there, you're going home, right? Like these dudes do this this is what they do nonstop. So it's nothing for them to be like, you're trying to get them post security or some shit. And they're just like helmets off, no nods, like smoke cigarettes. Like, we don't give a fuck. They're like, yeah, you shoot back then, bro. Like, so there's a little bit of that, but then there's also like, they are warriors, they are like, they've been doing it, they really like that American culture, like you'll see these guys and they're wearing like Sun Tzu watches and like LaRue tactical hats and fucking Gucci fucking boots and they look like that American like operator stuff. They lift weights. They fucking all around big beards and shit. And it was good, man. I really appreciated them. I was like, I'm Christian and I'm like openly with my Christianity and that helped too because they liked that I had a God and like I fear God, and even though they're Muslim, they respected that like, a lot of guys that didn't, or didn't show that faith, they're kind of like, what do you mean? Like, the Muslim faith is so, it's so extreme. It's so like my thing is like, political climate nowadays, people are like, oh, it's alt-right. It's alt-right. When I think of extreme right, I'm like, do you guys not know what Muslims are? Like, like in America, we always think like, oh, Muslims are Democrat. I'm like, bro, they might vote that way because of like whatever the political things going on, but like that's what I think of alt-right. I don't think of like a Klan member. I think of like a guy that like makes his wife walk behind him and does all these extreme conservative things, but their faith is, most Westerners cannot fathom the faith that these people have. And I really respected that. And that helped me be a better Christian as well, because it's like, man, these dudes really, like, they believe that. They believe like they're going to get their 72 virgins, whether they're good guys or bad guys, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, it's hit or miss. I would say it'd probably be like, it would be like being out on patrol with like an average National Guard infantry company. It's about what it's like.
Fair enough, dude.
But then there's some that are just like ruthless hitters, dude. You know?
Yeah. There's always the one or two standouts.
Yeah, like the kid that was in Ranger Battalion or something. He's like, now he's a squad leader. Yeah, you'll have that. And there were some super squared away guys. My first sergeant was really squared away. He was a badass dude, man. He had worked with ODAs like, since we got there. And that was really cool,
And you were in Afghan, sounds like 10, 11-ish?
No, I was all of 13.
Okay. Yeah. And then we can talk about the fall of Afghanistan probably a little bit farther down the road. But you finish up that tour with the commandos, and then you go back to Bragg?
Yep, go back to their group. I immediately from there, I started training for Best Ranger. So 2014, tried to do Best Ranger. Man, me and my Ranger buddy, Chris Cross, he's a stud, dude. We were crushing it. I ended up, I tore a tendon in my foot on day one. So it was the only thing in my life I've ever had to say I quit, because they won't let the medic look at you. Like the first sergeant of Ranger School at Benning, they're facilitating everything, and I'm jacked up, dude. My foot, I take off my boot, and I'm like, dude, I can like barely walk. I'm just smashing through it still. And we were sitting right where we wanted to be. Everything was pretty, and I was just like, so like, fuck me. But you have to tell him. He's like, do you quit? And I'm like, fuck no, I don't quit. And he's like, dude, Ranger. He's like, Ranger, like, you need the medic to look out. Like, just bring the medic over and like let me like, whatever, The downside of that is like the gameism of Best Ranger is most of these units, they get to like go train separately, and they come with like a whole staff. Dude, me and Chris were like eating like wheat snack bread from fucking MREs. Meanwhile, like there'll be like a van drive up to two other teams, like a team rucking, and they're handing them like Lickies and Chewies and marathon shit. And they got a whiteboard, and they're like, all right, when you get to the range, you're going to see this. And we're just like, what the fuck?
Oh, you guys are just on your own?
Yeah, we're just like, dude. But it was a great experience. It was definitely the hardest thing I've done in the Army was Best Ranger.
Really?
Yeah, it was a lot, man. It was
Did you end up having to quit?
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah. I tore a tendon in my right foot, and then get back from Best Ranger, and it was cool, man. Representing third group, and no one was like, "Oh, you're a pussy." They were like, "Dude, that's badass." Excuse me. And then I go to at Jumpmaster School. I met this guy named Nick Tuttle. He was on in 375 and bunch of Valorous awards, and just a stud, man. And he was an old 2-5 guy in Bravo Company in 3rd Battalion for a long time. And he was like the group med something. He was up at group med, like waiting on like a team to open up. And he had done Best Ranger when he was at Ranger Battalion. So Chris and I got linked up with him a few months before and picked his brain, and he helped us with some training and stuff. And I really liked his attitude and just who he was. And he was taking a team in my company. And I had a buddy at the same time, Ernesto, and I could have stayed on the team. Ernesto was in 4th Battalion, which is hard to get in all this. 4th Battalion, they stood up 4 battalions. They were regular ODAs, and then they went to being like the Jedburghs, like Special Reconnaissance or whatever they do over there, all the secret squirrel stuff. So they had to send all these other Green Berets back into the regular line companies and then pull all the rat teams and all these special missions we had down the hallway over to 4th Battalion. So in that time frame, Ernesto had been on like 2 different ODAs, not at his fault, just because like they needed like, hey, this ODA is collapsing. We're going to send everybody to this guy in the same company. So he had been in SF for like, and he was an E7 Ranger. He was a badass infantry guy, platoon sergeant of the infantry in the 82nd. Like, he's a stud. But he had been in SF for like a year and a half and been on like 3 ODAs and then got to our ODA. So he hadn't had an NCOER, like, because they just kept like shuffling it and figuring out where to go. And my sergeant major told the deal was, I knew Nick was taking that team, and I was like, well, I'll move then. Like, can I go to? And Nick was like, yeah, fuck yeah, I'll take Jeremiah. So, and at the same time, I was like, also, it was either going to go to 1-5, I was going to go to the dive team, or I was going to go to 1-1. And the sergeant major did their thing, and I was like, I'm good with whatever. I wanted to be a diver. I want to go to the dive team, but Nick, he was just a stud, man. And I was like, fuck yeah, I'll go with Nick anywhere. So I ended up going to 1-1, which was amazing, and was really cool because it was just me, Nick, our 18 Fox, who was a stud, an old crusty dude who's like, he had like abs that could stop like small arms fire, you know, like a 50-year-old man. He just ate gas station sandwiches and like smoked cigarettes, but he was just jacked, like sick dude. And just a phenomenal like human guy. That was like his jam. He ended up, when he retired, he ended up teaching at the level 3 course. I think he still teaches there. But me, him, and everybody else was X-rays. Brand new out of the Q course, just came from Cephalic, straight to our team, and then we deployed to Iraq. That was my best deployment I've ever had in the Army. Just because of the mission set, it was a little weird at first. We're going out against Daesh, which is ISIS.
This is 2014?
15.
So this is when it's on and popping, man.
Yeah. So it was cool because we were trying to, figure out where we work. We worked with the CTS, which is their counterterrorism service. And I was directly partnered with the General of Intelligence and the General of Training and Operations. So, I mean, I was in meetings like nonstop with like general, like not US side, but like all Five Eyes side, but also like my direct partner was a 2-star Iraqi dude, and
is this when Trump decided to crush ISIS? Is this the same time?
This is going into Trump.
Yep.
Yeah. So the row was weird. Like, Obama wasn't letting us do anything. It was so wild that like, even if it wasn't force protection measures, so we were finding ways to go do stuff, but if it wasn't force pro, like even like I was there with Sea Squadron was there at the time. They were doing like POTUS briefings, dude, to like action stuff. It was nuts. It was stupid. General Austin was in charge of us. But I had a great time because I bounced between the BDOC or BSC over on the flight line to the embassy all the time, and then all over the satellite sites where our commandos were.
So you were running Iraqi commandos on this trip?
Iraqi commandos, yeah. But like I said, it was really cool for me because I went singleton. I didn't do like singleton like that. But I oftentimes would I would fly to I stayed at the embassy by myself. What happened was my platoon sergeant, I didn't want to leave the team, but he was like, hey man, I need a dude who can like just be on his own, facilitate shit for us. I need to send you to the embassy. Cause like there's this huge disconnect between like what we're trying to action and like intel and training, and like the headquarters guys like didn't talk. And it was like, there was one SF colonel that was over there that was like over his head and needed more help. So he sends me out there, and it was cool because like I didn't even have a place to stay. I didn't have a room. So I finally kind of juggling my way into a room, getting a hotel apartment. And it's funny, when I left, I had an office with the window on the same floor as the chancellery as Stuart J. Boner. I call him Stewie J. Boner. Stuart Jones is the ambassador to Iraq then. And my office is right next door to our DCO, the Full Bird Colonel 4th Air Group. He's there next to me. On my placard, it just said Jeremiah Wilber, CTS advisor. I had like cubicles. There's Full Bird colonels in cubicles that don't have an office. Like these dudes knock on my door like, hey, I'm like, come on in. You want some whiskey? You want coffee? What do you want? Like sit down. And when I left, I had like the office with a window. I had like vans, multiple up armored vehicles. We had done like a big soft link because it was kind of the Wild West. Like no one really knew, like there was structure, but it was like, bro, once a week we do like sync meetings with all the soft guys that were there. There was a SEAL platoon that was there assisting in the strike cell. So we had the SEALs, the unit guys, the Jedburgh guys, myself, working for the CTS, the Aussies, and the SAS guys, and we would all like do a big dump and then kind of go from there, and we were kind of facilitating our own like underground
target network, or
what we could, and then creating good plans. I mean, you could walk around the and we bring GRS guys into that as well, and we had our own like base defense and what we would do, and things if things happened, and how we'd go help each other out. And we created a really cool network that we've had to action if you've done nothing gnarly, but facilitate things. And it was just a cool deployment because I was with my ODA all the time training, but then I would go here and go do stuff by myself. And I was wearing a suit one day and then be in uniform, and it was a really cool SF mission, And the funny part was when it was all done, they give you an award, and we do an award at Baghdadi's at the bar there in the embassy, and everyone that came, they read the orders. And it was funny because I had this, I wish I could remember his name. I see his face, but I'd be out like smoke cigars with the generals and the ambassador and shit. And he was like, we're sitting outside after it's over, drinking a couple beers. And he's like, man, he was like, I had no clue you were a Sergeant First Class. He's like, that's so badass. He's like, that's so Green Beret, dude.
Yeah.
And that was like, and there's no way I could have done that without having the experience of being PSD and seeing all those briefings and understanding, all three levels, the tactical level, the operational and strategic level of how to implement these things, what's necessary, being able to articulate in briefings and really be the voice for the commander, my team leader, or whatever commander I'm speaking for or speaking with. I learned, I definitely couldn't have done that if I didn't have the experience I had, which made it a really cool experience as a whole, as the deployment.
Were you guys getting after targets on that deployment as well?
A little bit. Most of it was like all force pro directed. Like as long as we could tie it to force protection, we could do stuff. But it was hands tied. A lot of it was like waving goodbye to commandos, man, as they rolled out and did shit. So
yeah, because I don't remember.
This was before we were we could assist and advise.
Yeah, I don't remember.
We're advising, not assisting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever that means.
Yes. But it was cool because we were like Title 10 outside the wire and Title 22 inside the wire. So we could like drink. We were like embassy, like Department of State employees in the wire. And then
it was like the next year or two was when they really came in there and tried to smash everybody. And then
Then it popped off as you move towards that. And I was part of like the whole planning and process for like taking Mosul and back into Ramadi and like all that kind of stuff. So it's cool to really see all that, and then also just try to implement things on the ground. Like I was able to bring in the RO radios that were in Afghanistan. They had a bunch of them in pallets. Like I emailed some buddies. My team was the only team from third group that was there. The rest of my company was in Afghanistan. So I reached out to the B team, and they had like pallets of them. And basically what the RO radio is, it just keys to the satellite automatically. You don't need an encryption. So what was happening was we would send guys out, and it was taking the fastest we could get rounds on target. Like when guys are calling for a cast was 40 minutes, because you had the JTAC sitting in the strike cell, and then the next row down is the lawyers. So when they did a target, they'd have to hand it to the lawyer. The lawyer basically would tell them no.
40 minutes is a lifetime in war.
So our dudes are getting hammered. So what we were able to do was like send them out with these RO radios, because before it was like satellite phone or fucking
Roshan,
dude. Well, it's not Roshan in Iraq, but whatever it was in Iraq, and it's like, dude, and they're like, well, and then they want to know like, where's all the friendlies? And I'm like, I'm telling you, everyone's in this. Like, it was beyond frustrating, especially as an SF dude, that like I'm training these guys, man. Like I'm trying to give them everything they can, and I want to be there for them, dude. I don't want them getting jacked up. Like these dudes are, I mean, I have friends to this day, that are Afghan commandos and Iraqi commandos, and yeah, man. So it was hard to just like watch this stuff go down. But like I said, again, it was overall it was a really cool deployment.
Yeah, I spent a bunch of time up in Mosul, and I remember when we left Mosul and ISIS rolled in, and you're just like, man, all that work.
Yeah.
Mm.
It was weird. It was rough being in Iraq the second time after, you know, all those Marines had gotten killed and jacked up, and all these young kids had, you know, just sacrificed so much to just see it like the way it was, you know, and what happened. Everybody from, you know, infantry kids who got all jacked up to supply guys who got blown up on IEDs or whatever your MOS is, you know, what all that, all the way to like all these Green Berets, all the SIFs that were there for years, you know, put in so much work with the ICTF, and there was really no ICTF guys left. They sent them all those guys out to die, and they almost all of them did. The only ICTF guys that were left were all like sergeant majors, first sergeants, and commanders, and a lot of those guys were just like
The Iraqi counterterrorism guys.
yeah, they were just pseudo promoted. Like they might have been like a squad leader or like an assault leader, and they're the only ones alive. So like, bro, you're a sergeant major now. But it was good because they had all this combat experience and things. But to see all this work that, you know, so many of my buddies and mentors that had been in Iraq training these guys and blood, sweat, and tears along with these dudes, you know, to just see them like just getting slaughtered like that.
Yeah, and I think the average American doesn't understand, like, when you guys are going out there training with these guys, you're not just training with them, you live with them.
Yeah, we live with them. Yeah.
Like, you know them,
bros,
they
dude.
know you, you know their families.
Yeah,
I
they're
mean,
bros. I mean at people's houses. I'm like all over, you know, Iraq was like that. I was, you know, going to dinner and
yeah, so these aren't just some like random dudes that you're just like training. I mean, you're living, I mean, this is your world.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
You form a bond and they trust you, and you know, it's kind of hard to see the U.S. government, you know, politics aside, you know, we pull out of this area we've been for a long time, and we just leave these people, man.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a whole nother, that's a whole nother podcast. So you leave, so you spend that deployment, you there for a year?
No, it was just 6 months. Yeah.
Just six months. It's a long time in a war zone.
Yeah. And
so you come back to Bragg?
Yeah. So while I was there, my mom was sick. She's been sick since she had rheumatoid arthritis when she was like mid-30s. All the meds they put her on for all that shit just destroyed her immune system. You know, she's dying. So I was looking at like, how could I get closer to Vegas or possibly like bring her to Colorado or something? Because we were looking at like maybe we can get my parents an apartment so he can do medical marijuana, spend summers in Colorado and winters in Vegas, and like stay in that like mild, you know, temperatures that were good for her. You know, she. And Brian Reary, the group sergeant major and group commander, everybody was eating dinner with us one night when we were in Iraq. And I told my team sergeant, like, he knew what was going on. And I basically, like, sergeant major was like, hey, how's your mom doing and everything? I was kind of like, you know, my team sergeant was like, yeah, like, you know, Nick was awesome. He's like, tell him everything, you know, like, don't, you know, I know you know him, but still, like, and he knew, like, and he's like I liked him a lot. He was a sergeant major for the boys, you know. And I said, well, it was just kind of telling him, he was like, do you want to go to 10th group? And I was like, what do you mean? He was like, I can fucking send you to 10th group, dude, or we can get you like an ROTC gig at UNLV or something, or like whatever. There's ways we can get you to do family time, man. At this time, I only had like 4 years left in the Army before I could retire, you know? And I was like, oh shit, yeah, I'd go to 10th group. Yeah, that'd be dope. Like, okay. So I was like, you can do that. He's like, you gotta do it all the time. I remember the story. He was like, yeah, I just sent a guy to 7th group. His wife was out jogging and got hit by a car, and her family's from Florida. So if I send him to 7th group, he can stay at Green Beret and be a dad, and he has support. And I was like, wow, okay. So he's like, you want to do it now or wait? I was like, no, wait till I get back. So I get back from deployment. It's literally like 3 emails. The first email is between fucking Brian Reary and Luke Palka, like, hey, I got this guy, speaks Russian. He's just need to switch him. Luke's like, yeah. Luke Palka's like, yeah, roger that. And then the next email was to, I forget who the sergeant major was. The first CIFCA sergeant major was like, yeah, roger that. The second email was the last email, the fourth email was response, was the S1, hey, cut this dude's orders. So I PCS to 10th group as soon as I got back from Iraq.
Yeah, and this is in Fort Carson.
Yeah, so I go to Fort Carson, and the company I get assigned to, I thought for sure I was going to Second Battalion because I was like, yeah, I'm going to go to Second Battalion, go to Afghanistan fucking sergeant major's like, you don't want to be a one-trick pony. All your deployments are to combat. I'm like, yeah, fucking who cares? Like, so he sent me to 3rd Battalion, and which was like, they had been doing like the European, they were in Africa actually, just before they switched back to just purely Europe. They were in Africa, and 2nd Battalion was taking over Afghanistan. And then, but I get to the Bravo Company, and they were already in Africa. So I called my sergeant major, and I was like, hey man, he's like, dude, we're not doing shit. He was like, we don't need you. He's like, you just got back from Iraq. He's like, just fucking chill, go hang out with your family. So I basically had like 6 months. I didn't do shit besides ski, and like sent me to like courses, and I just hung around 3rd Battalion, helped out whatever they want to do, like run jumps and, he was like, hey, just make sure everything's squared away, so when we get back, we can get everybody jumps on like R3 and like get all their stuff squared away. It's like, yeah, roger that. So I just helped the rear D sergeant major get everything squared away for all the dudes when they came back. But I really didn't. I just worked out. I went to work like once a week, maybe, and that was it.
That's cool that you had that opportunity,
Yeah.
and that your command was I think when you accumulate all the time between training and deployments, like you were gone.
Well, the average soft guy is gone away from home 280 days a year. And a lot of people don't understand that. And it's like, yeah, you might only be on 6-month deployments or 3-month deployments or however your rotation's working out, but it's nonstop training. And out of those 280 days, the other days where you're home, those other 80 some days, you're not at home the whole time. Like that's including like being at Manifest at 4 a.m. for jumps, or going out to the range, and you're going into work at 5 a.m. and not coming home until midnight, or you're sleeping in the team room that night or whatever. Like it's not like you're just off, the 280 days is what they consider of like, you go send a guy to sniper school for 10 weeks, and then he comes back, and then we do a pre-mission train up, which lasts, 4 weeks, a month long, you're gone, or that. So it's like nonstop, dude. Taskers, you're going out to be a cadre at NTC or JRTC, or you're going to evaluate this mission, or you got to go augment the SEALs, and they want you to, you have all the like the red cell stuff you got to do, and there's all kinds of missions and taskers and things that go on even in training. So what it's broken down is red cycle, you have the same, it's red, amber, green. Red cycle, they call it red cycle taskings, and that's individual training. So it's where you send your guys to sniper school, Sephardics, or specialty stuff, or the mandatory things you got to get done. Like if you're a medic, you got to go to SOCM or SOCMIS. I think it's what it's called, SOCMIS, whatever. So like every 2 years they got to go to there, and so you do all your individual stuff. And it's also where all these taskers come down, whether it's like recruiting needs this, or there's a parade, or the Broncos, whatever, all the way to, like I said, go be a cadre at JRTC for this deployment for first group that they're doing there, or whatever. And then you go into Amber Cycle, which is collective training. So it's when the ODAs start training as an ODA, and you'll do all the, and it's supposed to be more blocked off. And then you'll go right into Green Cycle, which is your 6-month deployment.
So when things, I guess your company comes back from Africa, then where do you end up after that?
So I ended up going to a team. Again, I had like a bad attitude, I think. I'm not gonna lie, man. I have some really good friends in 10th group, and I enjoyed my guys in 10th group, but I fucking hate 10th group. I hated them. I didn't like them. They're a bunch of pussies, man. Straight up. Like in 3rd group, if me and you got an argument, we didn't like each other, or something happened, like we'd go out back and fucking roll around in the grass, and then punch each other in the face a few times, gets broken up, we hug it out, drink a beer, and it's over. No one ever talks about it again. In 10th group, it was like, I didn't hardly know anybody in the hallway in 3rd group. We were just gone so much. And 10th group, it was drama, man. Everyone knew each other. Everyone was fucking just in each other's business. And all they do is talk shit. And, like I'm the dude, like, bro, like if I tell you I'm gonna punch you in your mouth, I'm gonna punch you in your fucking mouth, bro. And my attitude, that attitude wasn't conducive for the team I was on. And I didn't get into it with some of those dudes, and got into it with my team sergeant. He was just spineless, zero backbone, worthless fucking platoon team sergeant. And I hate talking about Green Berets, you know, in that way, but there's good and bad in every, you know, there's,
Sure.
you know, all over.
Every profession.
And, you know, and again, same as like in the Bravo course, that was on me. I could have understood my operational environment. And what I mean by that, when I say understanding operational environment, one of the CAG sergeant majors when I was first came in told me one day, he was like, you know, you have to understand your operational environment. That's what makes a good SF dude, makes a good operator. He's like, sometimes your operational environment is to roll your sleeves to your elbows and look fucking cool as fuck and do what you do. He's like, sometimes your operational environment is to be in 670-1 uniform exactly the way it's supposed to be and be super professional. Sometimes your operational environment is to wear a suit. So I took that, but I didn't really understand it's also my attitude. And at the same time, would I take anything back? No, because I wasn't going to be fake me to be a part of this group of guys who really just wanted to party and go to Europe and do what they've always done, just go on ski trips and drink beer. And I wasn't about that life, man. Like I wanted to like get after it. And from PT to just to anything, man. Like I was just like, what the fuck are you guys doing? And got into it a little bit. So they ended up like kicking me off that team essentially. They needed a guy up in S3 and they like threw my name in the hat. And I was like, and I didn't even notice some bitch move too. Like Christmas Exodus about to happen. We're going on leave. I'm supposed to deploy January like 8th. And this is like December 20th. And they go to a team sergeant meeting. My team sergeant comes, he doesn't say anything to me. And then we get the formation. He's like, yeah, man. He's like, dude, they're pulling you for rear G sergeant major. I was like, the fuck they are. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, man, it's just how it went down. Like, I was like, okay, whatever. So I go talk to the sergeant major. And he's like, look, dude, your team doesn't want you. And I was like, and he was like, this is the first time you're hearing of it? I'm like, what the fuck? I was so pissed. And he was like, yeah, these motherfuckers. He was like, yeah, they're fucking some pussy shit. So I was mad as fuck, dog. And then I went to S3, and it was a lame ass job, dude. They put me in schools. Another like blessing, you know, like God puts me in the right positions to do what I learn, what I'm supposed to learn. And when I was there, my S3 sergeant major at the time, Matt McGuffin, his son got hit by a car. Like I was there like 2 weeks. His son gets hit by a car and severely hurt. Like, and he runs out of the office and he's gone for like the next 3 months. Just family stuff, right? And when that happens, I basically take over as like the S3 ops sergeant, and also did duties as like the sergeant major all the time, and this and that and the other. And by the end of like a few months into this, I mean, I would be 3rd Battalion, 10th Group's representative for, you know, in briefings with the group commander, group sergeant major, like because that was the NCO that was there. You know, doing all these train ups and facilitating all this stuff for the S3 and learning how to you know write con ups and concepts and helping these teams work through all their stuff and tying everything operationally into training and all that. And then I became a team sergeant. About 6 months into that, I got offered a team, and it was the exact team I wanted. It was awesome. It was great company sergeant major that I work with at S3. Paul Wiseman, he was another like just hard dude that like not a lot of people liked. I fucking loved him because he's just like me. He was like, yeah, if you're in shape, you're not a fat slob, and like you do what you're supposed to do. Like, you know, to me, it was always the people who don't like that stuff is always people who don't meet the standard. They want to be too cool for school, you know? And it's like, hey man, like, why are you? But, you know, like, here's an example. Those like cry uniforms that came out that are out. At their group, you could not put name tapes on those and wear those to like group. Those were like just for the field or for combat. If you went to battalion or the group headquarters, you wore business casual or you wore your fucking uniform with all your shit on it. I get to 10th group, these dudes are walking around with their shit sewn on and shit. I'm like, what the fuck? That's like, what? That's lame as hell. I was just not used to that kind of lax stuff. And they were like very cool, like baseball cap wearing dudes. And I was never about that life because I've always had that leadership that understood the operational environment. Sometimes it's cool to roll your sleeves, your elbows, and wear a baseball cap, but don't do it at the PX, dummy, you know? And 10th group just didn't really have that kind of like chip on their shoulder, like warrior, like vibe. 2nd Battalion guys, there was a lot that did. Now, I wasn't in 2nd Battalion. Most of my friends and dudes I know now and still work with, you know, are 2nd Battalion guys. But that attitude, you know, got me into that. But Paul Wiseman took over and he was like, yeah, I was like, fuck yeah, I want to be team sergeant. I was team sergeant, mountain team. our job was to counter Russian aggression above the Arctic Circle. So we're a mountain team, but our specialty was Arctic warfare. So we deployed to Sweden and Finland, working with the Swedish SOG, Swedish Rangers, and the Finnish UT-Jägers. And we have a real world mission up on the border with them and facilitating stuff. So it was a really good mission. Kind of the next coolest thing, if you're not in direct combat, was doing that mission that we did. You're just getting your Ranger on, dude, on skis and on snowmobiles. And
Are you allowed to talk about any of it? I mean,
a little bit, yeah. We can talk about it a little bit.
So I'm assuming that's up on the Swedish border with Russia.
So Finnish border.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but the Swedes and the Norwegians and the Finns all kind of tying together and help support each other. And the Swedes, as it goes, look at those three countries. The Norwegians are really good, but they have like the most money, the best gear. The Swedes, they're better than the Norwegians, but they don't have quite the same gear, but they are like very professional. Like they're freaking switched on. The Finns are the best in the Arctic, period. There's a bunch of still like native ties and with the Sami people and the way the Utis perform. And they also fought the Russians. They pushed back the Russians with muskets, drinking vodka, and pushed them back, in the 30s. So I believe it was the 30s. But they don't have any of the gear. So Sweden has like the proponency for Arctic warfare. Like they are like the premier special operations Arctic warfare center in the world is in Arvidsjaur, Sweden. So we went through their Swedish Arctic warfare course.
How was that?
As an ODA. It was awesome, man. It's just like going to Ranger school just in the snow. Ooh. It's fucking badass.
How long is it?
It's like a month and a half.
And your whole ODA went through it?
Yeah, my whole ODA.
Were you telling me? I think you were telling me you guys were the last ODA that you know of that went through.
So no, there's been other ODAs that have gone through there, but as far as the mission with the Finnish UT-Jägers, my ODA was able to get to the level of training, riding snowmobiles, and be proficient enough in the snow. Got past survivability in the Arctic to now tactics, where we could keep up with the Finns. And before, there hadn't been ODAs that could like hang with them. And then there's been some other ODAs that have tried. They just weren't on that level. It's really hard to get guys at that proficiency because you're talking about guys that have done this all their whole life. Like all those Swedish Rangers, they all ski. They all grew up on skis. They all grew up riding snowmobiles. Same with the Finns. Like they're
in that cold weather.
In that weather. So it's hard to like get guys through a training pipeline and have like 12 guys on an ODA that can like all ride snowmobiles and all, no one's dying of frostbite or hypothermia and blah, blah, blah. And to like want to dig a hole and sleep in the snow, and keep doing it, So.
Yeah. What was the actual mission up there, or whatever part you can talk about?
One of the things that we did was facilitate just like a big training exercise, and then we kind of used that as further follow on, if you will. But there are certain plans that are on the books that we need to practice for, and that's a lot with those were
in case if like Russia invades, et cetera.
Yeah. So, but we did a bunch of jumps above the Arctic Circle. We did a bunch of stuff, like had 168th out and other guys like facilitating, how do we drop this? How do we, can we do half with snowmobiles? Do we need skids on the aircraft? Do we need this? Just going through a lot of TTPs and refinements and like what works.
So you're doing full mission planning for Arctic warfare.
Oh, straight up, dude. Yeah. To everything from like, hey, we need surface to air capabilities because they've got helicopters and we've got this, and just going through the entire litany of like how do we do this correctly the right way. Did
you guys ever do any training or anything up on the Alaskan Russian border?
Yeah, no, not on the Alaskan Russian border, but I've been to Barrow. We trained a bunch in Prudhoe Bay and Barrow, Alaska and stuff.
Wow. So did you deploy with that team other than Europe? So that was your deployment?
That was my deployment, yeah. That was my deployment. We did that. We also did some facilitating some exercises along with some kind of real world stuff out of Lithuania during that trip, which was really cool. A lot of humid, type stuff that we were working. So, just getting guys squared away on, SDRs and setting up this and, establishing things and doing. So that was really good training too, because it was like a complete mission switch to like, you know, very tactical, over whites, badass dudes, you know, on recce missions to like, oh shit, same kind of recce, but totally different, right? Like, yep. And that was really cool. And then when I got back, I had dropped I was going to drop my retirement packet. So when I got back, I ended up getting moved over to for like they're supposed to get like a year to retire. I didn't get quite a full year. They asked me to help stand up the like the Winter Warfare Detachment for 10th Group, which was like, excuse me, the plan was to be like the proponent for SOF, where we could teach all these guys all the things we learned in Sweden and Finland and lessons learned, and really put 10th Group does a CWT or a WET, whatever they call it, but it's like cold weather training, you know, tactics and full mission profiles and stuff. And it usually lasts about a month and a half. You do a bunch of downhill skiing, and then you'll transition out of downhill into patrolling on skis, and then, you know, add snowmobiles, and you'll jump in, you'll do full FMPs out in the middle of the mountains in Colorado.
Does 10th Group still have a battalion in Germany?
Yeah, 1st Battalion's still out there.
And then are the battalions split into different locations, or?
No, just first. So you have 1st Battalion, 10th Group in Germany, and you have 1st Battalion, 1st Group in Okinawa. And the rest of everybody else is like 5th Group's all on Campbell, 3rd Group's all on Bragg.
So within 10th Group or 3rd Group, there's, I think, four battalions.
There's 4 battalions, yeah.
Do the different battalions do different things?
No. Yes and no. The way they set up, the way they set up battalions sometimes are different. If the group has a couple different areas of responsibility. I mean, you might have one battalion, for example, like in 1st Group, that always does like Thailand and, you know, whatever countries there. Then you'll have another battalion that's like always Philippines. A lot of that's try to like build rapport, keep the same like expertise in there. And then, but then there's stuff where, you know, you're switching all the time. The battalions, so that 3 battalion setup also works on that green, amber, red cycle. So you're always going to have a battalion in green, amber, or red cycle, and that's who pulls from that. So you know, like when I was in 3rd Group, you know, 3rd Battalion, we were deployed in green cycle, and then when we get ready to rip out, we're ripped out by 2nd Battalion. They're going into green cycle, we're going into red, and 1st Battalion's going into amber cycle.
And then within the ODA is like the company, you have like a mountain team, a dive team, a halo team.
Yeah, so the way 10th Group was broken down, we didn't have this in 3rd Group. We just had free fall teams and dive teams, and the recce, the stuff I did on 1-1. But in 10th Group, they have a mobility. So they have a 1-1 is just 1-1. 1-2 is the mountain teams, or 2s are the mountain teams. 3s are the mobility teams. So they have like side-by-side snowmobiles, motorcycles, like all that kind of crap. 4 is the free fall teams, and then 5 is the dive team, and then 6 is just another dirt team or ruck team. I believe they're like downsized, and they're trying this like bigger ODA model right now, where there's only like 4 teams in the company or something, and they've got like 15 guys on a team. They're doing some weird shit right now, and I think a lot of that has to do with retention.
Yeah, the guys on the Jedburgh podcast have been talking about that.
And the reason why I know about this, because I just got back from Poland. I was teaching 1-3, the same sister team in my company when I was a team sergeant. I was teaching them and the Polish AGAT, which is the anti-Gestapo group. It's like their rangers, tactical horsemanship, and then facilitated a big training evolution for them, and then took them out on patrol and helped them facilitate what they had to facilitate.
Awesome. Well, I think we're going to kind of close out some of your military career and then get into what you're really here for, man. Talk about War Party Ranch and the War Party movement. Before we close out your military time and you getting out of the military, those last 6 months, you were living in Springs. You're married. Was your daughter born?
Yeah.
Your youngest? And so how was that with your wife, right? I think it's something that's often lost in the military community, especially in the special operations community, how much the families endure and hold the fort down. What was it like for your wife, et cetera?
I mean, she's a single mom, you know. I think what a lot of people don't understand there is like most guys that are in this profession, they are like addicts, like junkies. Like that's to stay alive, to be the best at your job, to be good at your job, you have to be 100% focused and all in on that. So how can you be all in on anything else? And the reality is you really can't be. You're really not. The guys that are always calling their wife on deployments and texting her and this and that, their fucking brain's not in it, man. Like, your wife has to be completely independent of you while you're gone. It's a huge sacrifice. And, my older kids, like I wasn't like the best dad, like I was gone all the time, dude. It's hard to balance that. And it really is a sacrifice that everyone has to understand. Everyone in the family is a soldier. It's not just you are the soldier. You might be the action arm for it. Like you're just the hammer, but the rest of them are holding the hammer and and if they don't understand that and you don't like ingrain that in from the beginning, they won't understand it. And my thing was, before I was married, I mean, I've had some great women in my life, that it just didn't work out or whatever. But the common theme was like, I'd come back from a deployment or trips or working or whatever it was. It was like, I meet a gal and it's like, I have a lot of time right now. Like, I'm not doing anything. Like we just got back or I'm on a bunch of downtime for like a week, 2 weeks. So it's like, she thinks it's great because I can like hang out and do whatever for like 2 weeks. And I'm like, this isn't like this. And they're like, oh, I can handle it. And then like a couple months go down and it's like, yeah, this isn't what you wanted. You wanted a dude who has a regular job. Just like it was glamorous for you, thought it was cool because it was a Green Beret. But like the reality is like, you wouldn't be good with a cop or a firefighter or anything else. Like you want a dude who works Monday through Friday and can like go to the gym with you, go to CrossFit with you at fucking 6 o'clock at night and on the weekends do whatever. Like that's not my life, dude. Like it's not what it is. Also like that physical fitness level, like the training, like these guys aren't as good as they are because they just do stuff at work. Like dudes are dry firing while they're watching football. Like dudes are working out nonstop. They're eating right. When they're doing stuff with the family, you have to incorporate that in. It's like we're going on rucks or we're going on hikes and we do stuff as families to like, but it's also like for me, like my kids are in jiu-jitsu. So like I can train too, like they're there or whatever. Like there's a lot of like ways to incorporate it, inculcate it in, but the reality is like they're all soldiers in a sense. And it's why like the stolen valor stuff really bothers me when dudes like fake stuff or lie about, being an operator or some shit. Cause it's like, man, it doesn't bother me. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like you clearly didn't do any of that. It was lame. But what you're really disrespecting is like all the Gold Star wives, all those kids, all the wives that like have to, the thing is like this. If your husband's deployed and you got like a 3-year-old toddler crying because they're hungry and this going on, and you got the dogs are barking at the front door because someone the ring doorbell went off and you're trying to make dinner and you just got off work and you have all this shit going on and the doorbell rings, like as the wife, it's unexpected. She doesn't know. So her heart literally like she takes a deep breath and her heart skips a beat before she looks to the peephole to see if there's 2 dudes standing in dress blues there. That is what happens on a daily basis to these guys' families. So when you fake it, I did that. Like, man, you're not disrespecting me. You're disrespecting all that. And even if they never lost their husband, they never had to deal with any traumatic training injuries, accidents. Like I've been jacked up in training, dude. There's been, I've lost buddies in training. Like we train, it's dangerous as shit. Like, and it could be any time. So it's like that is what I don't think people talk about and prepare their families for, because there's no coping mechanism for that. And there's no way to understand that. And they have to have a switch like you do. Like when you leave, when you're gone, you're gone. Like you can't be deployed and talk to your wife every day. What is there to talk about? Like, I mean, you can't fix anything. If the kids are doing this or this is going on, like you can't fix anything. So
you can't just run home either.
No, I'd rather just like, hey man, like once a week, call the old lady or something, or send some emails or text, or when you get a chance, don't make it a rhythm. Don't, because then what if country goes black, someone got hurt or something, you can't call, or you don't have Wi-Fi that day, or you can't email. Like she's used to it. She's going to be all worried about it. Like don't. just keep it random. When you're gone, they have to flip a switch and dad is gone. And then you can make it special FaceTime or whatever and do those things. But if guys get too involved into what's going on back at home, they're not worried about what's going on there. And that's hard. That's a hard reality for families and women. And then guys don't cope very well. It's like you have these extreme highs and these adrenaline and everything you're doing, even in training or real life. Or training's real life, but I mean, and it's like, now how do you come back and just like be normal? Like, you're not normal, dude. And then you add like CTE and brain injuries and age and pain and everything to all that list, dude. It just becomes this rucksack full of shit you're carrying around.
I know we didn't talk too many war stories. I know that's not who you are, man.
Yeah.
You're a very humble person. I know you're not coming in here talking about your backpack full of 50 grenades that you threw through the window. But is there any, I know you mentioned that, you lost some friends in training and maybe some overseas. Yeah. Is there any, did you experience the loss of somebody that was close to you?
Oh yeah, I've lost. The whole time I was in the military, from, start to finish, my first squad leader, when I was SRT, he was killed. Shannon Smith was killed, and then that was like the first time anything ever happened. But then, so I lost 11 friends, over 22 years. Pretty good numbers if you think about everything that's going on. As far as attrition rate or whatever you think of that. Not very many. I'm not one of those guys that's a bag full of war stories and knows 100 dudes that died. I think for me, the biggest thing is I don't. It sounds weird. I probably a lot different than other people, man. Just because I was raised, bro. Like since I was a kid, my mom would always say like, "Today's a good day to die," and that means like I'm right with the Creator. I'm right with my family. Whatever happens today happens, and I'm good. Like I'm going to see the Creator, bro. And that's what the warriors said before they went into battle. So I have that understanding. And all my friends that died, their very first stance to the Ranger Creed is recognizing I volunteered as a Ranger, fully knowing the hazards of my chosen profession. So all my friends that died doing what they loved, surrounded by dudes they loved, doing it for people they loved. So like why am I if I could have a conversation with them, or people that are feeling sorry for themselves or survivor's remorse or anything that's that, I'm not saying like horrible shit, but if you could talk to your friends, they're just going to tell you, man, you need to live for me. Like, dude, I wanted to be a Green Beret. I wanted to be a Ranger. I wanted to do this. Like, so for me, I look at it as like a way to honor them as a warrior, and it was a good day to die for them, and they had a good death.
To live a life worthy of their death.
Yeah, man. So now I just look at it as like, nah, I'm just living for my homies, dude. Like, so all of my adventures I go on and things that I do, I always just do it with, just a little bit with my friends with me, So it's like, that's my mom, my dad, everybody's not here anymore. It's like, man, I need to do these things for other people. That helps my own mental health, but also it's like, I don't want to diminish who they were by feeling sorry for them, being all sad about it. It's like, dude, my boys are warriors, dude. Like, I need to, we can have little moments every now and then, but like, I need to be like, bro, what would my boy, what would like Mike Nice say about that if he saw me being all, oh, he'd be like, what are you doing, man? Like, and it's just like, that's how I look at it. Like, how do I honor them instead of looking at it and then nowadays in today's political climate too, it's easy to go down the rabbit hole. It's like you talk to any soft guy, like I'm pretty sure there's not a dude that is an operator, was an operator that I'm not talking about your new guy who didn't know what the fuck he's doing or where he was going. I'm talking about like guys who understand operation, the tactical level, operational level, strategic level, those guys. When you talk to them about why we were there, what we were doing, they're all like, yeah, it's fucking bullshit. Like, well, look at what happened. Like, look at Iraq, Afghanistan, Iraq twice. Like, our politicians are always going to send young guys to war to die. And it's not for us to understand that. It's for us to live for the people to our right and our left of us and to like carry that forward, that flag forward in battle, man. Like we're still the fiercest warriors the planet's ever seen, you know, and that runs through everyone's blood. And regardless if you're native or not, it's like, bro, this is the land of the greatest warriors the planet's ever seen. We still are. Like, ain't nobody, like, all this talk about World War III and all this shit, the fucking Iranians are terrified the 82nd will jump in on those motherfuckers. And like, that's who we are, dude. We are a lethal fighting force. And we need to talk about being warriors more. Like, boys wrestle, boys play football, boys don't have stupid ass fucking haircuts like llamas and paint their fucking toenails and do all this gay shit. That's not fucking men, dude. Men don't cry, like men don't, all the same things that like we did as your grandfather did, all of those guys who stormed Omaha Beach and those guys who did what they did, the greatest generation, we need to get back to being and living like the way they live. I'm not saying men don't have emotion and do these things, but like we've just gone so far down this pussy ass rabbit hole that no one, and it's like nowadays if you're a man, it's like, and it's like, dude, stop the madness and embrace that warrior culture and that warrior heritage that is in everyone's blood in this country.
Yeah, I feel like things have been too good for too long that we've got to, you know, we forgot kind of what's going on in the world, and so we make up problems like which bathroom should we use, or you know, that kind of stuff. So that's a great point. Thanks for bringing that up, man. That's something hopefully this country can get back to. Yeah, again, that could be a whole nother podcast. So
for sure.
Thanks for those thoughts, man. So I think we covered most of your military career. I think we're going to take just a quick break, man, and then get on to the good stuff, dude. Cool, man. Just took a little bit of break. We've kind of finished up your military career. One of the things I want to talk to you before we go into the next portion of your life and really what you're doing now and kind of all the different things you have going on. I really just want to take a couple minutes to talk about mental health. I think it's something that's important in the veteran community. You know, I've had all kinds of issues. And you're somebody who's, you know, you've been through a lot, you've done a lot, you've seen a lot. And so how do you handle, you know, mental health? Obviously, you're a very resilient person. You're very authentic and you're very gritty. And I think it's really cool to hear your point of view on, you know, how you deal with some of the stuff that you've been through, seen, you know, losing friends, et cetera, et cetera.
I think like one of the big ones is for veterans, you know, whether you're retired, you just did 3 years and got out, whatever. You have to have purpose. And oftentimes when you serve others, that's like a calling and a purpose that so many people overlook. And because you did that in the military, you know what I mean? And I think for veterans, first responders, people who work in that kind of capacity, you're just so used to you really don't do stuff for yourself. It's like you're doing things so you don't let the guys to your right and your left down, or you're keeping them safe, or you know, their livelihoods in your hands and vice versa. So I really think there's that is a key component of finding some kind of purpose in your life when you get done. And it can't be something, it needs to be something that is a little bit, I'm not gonna say outside your norm. It can be hobbies or something you like, but it doesn't also, like a good, to me, here's an example, like purpose isn't like, I wanna be the best dad or best husband. That's great, but like, that's not necessarily something that's gonna drive you. Like, it's not necessarily tangible. You need smaller engagements and things that can be kind of where you can see like tangible effects on things. And a lot of that too is because if you can get involved in your community, you know, and it's like in the military, you always learn like, hey, you know, don't come with a problem without having a solution. And I think like too many times in society, it's just the norms. You get on social media or you get on something, you just go down rabbit holes and you just ponder and you just worried about all these problems, but you're not a part of the solution. You can complain about the school district and all the shit your kids learn in school all you want, but you've never been in a school meeting. You've never been in a school board meeting. You don't even know who to vote for when the ballot comes out. You don't know nothing. And it's like, there's so many things you can do in your community to improve that. And most people just don't even know their neighbors anymore. They don't like engage with people. And I think like that is a big sense of community that you can bring in, and then find ways that you can like make things around you better. That's a good, like a purpose to have. I'm not saying everyone needs to like do what I do and like go on this like into human trafficking type of endeavor, but having something that you really strive for. I think also having time for yourself is very important. Um, yeah, like I got the army because I want to be gone all the time and do everything. But at the same time, like I still take trips. I'm still going out like cowboy for a couple weeks, or go hunting with my buddies, or go do. You have to be able to do things that can kind of remove you and take these small adventures. And when I talk about men in particular, like men need other men. So you need to go do trips with your warrior buddies, with guys that are like minded, whether it's fishing or it could be whatever. The problem is a lot of times when we get together, guys always want to like go just drink or just hang out or watch football. And it's like, well, that's not something that's gonna like actually improve your situation or your mental health. Or if you're just around other buddies that are just like Debbie Downers and just like complain all the time, it's like, well, that's not gonna help you either. So I always kind of start with like, bottom up approach, meaning you need to be connected to nature and connected to the creator. So I get it. Not everybody doesn't have the same religious beliefs and these things, but for me, it's like nature is gonna connect you. So if you can get outdoors, it could be as simple as just like taking your shoes off and walking in the grass, or just like sitting outside and just letting, just enjoying the sun and just being outside. But try to take those adventures and do things that put you in is as much nature and as much things that aren't man-made as you can. And not to go down like another rabbit hole with like health and fitness and all stuff, but it's like almost everybody, especially if you're in a city, you're not even wearing anything on your body that's not made out of man-made materials. Most people wearing underwear wrapped around their balls that are made out of plastic, and pants that aren't made out of cotton, and it's like we're just so removed from nature. Everything's a right angle. Nothing is what God made and God intended to be around. That for me has been a huge thing for mental health, is to submerge myself into things that the creator created, not things that like man created. And sometimes you need to like take a time out or plan that. Like I'm gonna take the kids camping, or we're gonna do this. Like you have to plan those things out. Those are good resets. In the interim, I think physical fitness is key. If you can eat right and you can work out, and if you have limitations or inabilities, that doesn't mean shit. Like there's plenty of guys in wheelchairs freaking lifting weights and live fit and doing the things. It's it's another way to push your mental fortitude, and also to like relieve anxiety and relieve stress and just get things off of you, because you don't have any physical way to like offload those burdens or those feelings. And being physically fit is just a way that does help that. The other thing I really like to do is a couple times a year, I like to take on some kind of adventure that's like so physically hard and challenging that it puts myself back in the mindset. It almost like mentally brings me back to God, because physically, like I need his help in a sense. So like not saying everybody needs to run an ultra marathon or do these things, but like those taking on some kind of adventure, whether it's with, and as I get older, and you're in the same boat, like my kids are getting older, my kids can do more with me. They can do these things. There's ways to tie the family in or other people in. But I really think that like, looking at it as like a holistic approach, there's not like one answer. You're not going to just start smoking weed or take CBD and it's going to fix everything. It's like, no, dude, like you got a broken brain. If you have brain injuries, your brain is different than it ever was. On top of like PTS and other things you're dealing with, your brain's broken. Sometimes just saying time out, like, bro, why am I feeling sad right now? My life's awesome. I have a broken brain. Like it's going to be weird. And these depressions and highs and lows are normal for people that have had brain injuries in the past. And I see that a lot, like in the cowboy world. A lot of guys, have head trauma from getting bucked off horses and slammed around and all these things. And it's like you have got to understand that part of it. You can kind of put these blocks, if you will, to be like, time out. I'm being a little weird right now. The other things I see is like guys just want like an answer, an immediate answer, because we have this like very Western mindset of, strawberries aren't ripe in February, but you can go to any grocery store at 2 a.m. on a Wednesday night in February and get strawberries if you want them. And we're just spoiled that way. Instead of understanding like, well, they're not ripe. Maybe I should be eating, if all that stuff went away and you only had what the environment could provide for you, what's ripe in the season or what it is. That's just a way of showing you like, you can't think right now. You're not going to get a solution that's just going to fix everything. Sometimes living real healthy, eating clean, and getting some good workouts in and recovery and ice bath and sauna and all these things that are available that you can use nowadays and we know that works is going to be the answer. You're doing everything right and your brain and you're feeling all kinds of wrong. And I think that is a holistic approach to, being physically fit. That helps your body, helps your mind, and then allows you to chase some of these adventures and go have fun and go do things. And then allows you to kind of like, if you physically need something to do your purpose with, then yeah, like, and then again, trying to get back to some of those warrior skills, doing stuff that men do, I mean, if you rewind time, we were all living in a teepee or in a cave or a boma or something and hunting and providing and had danger around us and these heightened sense of securities and this and that. And now life is just so easy. We just complain about shit that we shouldn't be complaining about and shouldn't be affecting our lives in the same way. So I really think if you can create those hard moments, so it really kind of also brings you back to like what life really is about. What are we doing? And then try to also find ways to share those moments and those things and those endeavors with your family or with, if you don't have immediate family like wife and kids type stuff, with other men, other veterans, other men and women that have that same kind of struggle or that kind of burden. I'm not one of those guys who's like, we all men need to talk it out. I just think it's weird, like if I'm sitting around with a bunch of my buddies and you want to tell me all your problems and like, I'm not a woman, dude. Like I don't cope that way. I don't gossip that way. I don't understand that mentality. And I think that like the more we've allowed society to like really make us softer and, it's okay. It's not okay. I'm not saying you need to bottle it all up, but you can go outside in the woods and go take a walk about and go do your own thing. And that does have nothing to do with suicidal ideation and go out in the woods and blow your head off. It has something to do with you connecting to nature, you giving all that to the creator, giving it to God and be like, man, I don't need to carry all this around. Because your friends, people say like, oh, you can call me anytime. Yeah, you can. But at the end of the day, like we're not telling our friends what they need to hear. What your friend needs to hear is like, bro, I never see you drink water. I never see you work out. You don't do shit. You wake up, you start smoking weed. Of course you don't want to do anything. Of course you're lazy. Of course you're this. Like, and instead of being able to tell our friends that, we want to sympathize them and be like, oh, well, he's been through this or she's been through all that. And it's like, man, at some point you got to be able to like grab life by the balls and like just execute. And I think that people forget that because life is so easy and we're able to, worry about shit that's nonsense. That doesn't matter. It doesn't really affect us.
Yeah, that's such a great point, man. I think it's something that's lost. I think there's a lot of people that are looking for somebody to save them. Nobody's going to save you better than you and the creator. I've heard you mention God a couple times. How has your Christianity impacted not only your life, but also your mental health?
Yeah, I mean, so I grew up my whole life, like being a Christian and kind of balancing, I'm native. So there's a lot of, it's weird. I think like Western Christianity, we always look at it of like this very like the church, we have these things and we forget that like, the Bible was written in Ethiopia. Like there's so much that goes into the Bible and Christianity and the world and what has happened through history that it's like people are like, well, you're native. I'm like, yeah, but what does that mean? Like you don't, we're realizing now that like archaeology proves the Bible right. Like, I mean, like you tell me why there's chariots and horse bones and armor in the bottom of the Red Sea. Like, okay. So there's these things that you can look at through time. We're finding out that like people were seafaring and did all this stuff. So it's like, so you're going to tell me that like a couple hundred years ago is when the conquistadors brought Christianity or that faith because you call it Christian, you call it something. That doesn't mean that we don't have the same stories, and like the creator didn't send his son to die on a tree, and there's all the same conflicts and same things, just told in maybe a little bit different way. And because most Americans never really inculcated themselves into another culture, they're unable to see that because they're just filtering it through an English lens, a modern American lens, or a modern, German lens or whatever. So for me, growing up in that, in that environment, and really being so connected to nature and the creator and what God created, my native side, and then, Christianity, I always grew up, believing in God, and he's been there for me a lot of times. I've had some pretty, like, very tangible things that have happened to me in my life. But and the coolest thing, what I think a lot of people don't understand about that either, is like, Christians too get so hard on, like, we're the biggest hypocrites because, if you cuss a little bit, or you're this or that, or you drink, or you smoke some weed, or there's this like fine white line that like everyone wants to act like they're holier than thou, and they're on, but like they don't have sunlight on anything. So like a closet, like porn addict or this, and they have all this craziness that they do behind the scenes because there's no sunlight to that. And God, like Jesus, if you look at all his disciples, these dudes weren't like, they were like thug dude, like carpenters and like blue collar, like degenerates, man. Like David was a murderer. Uh, he killed his best friend so he could sleep with his friend's wife, take his friend's wife, and an adulterer and a murderer and all these other things. But he was also one of the greatest warriors that God ever put on this planet. There is no Psalms without David. There is no you don't have these understandings of where God can take somebody who's imperfect and use them as a tool and as a vessel. And the only person who was perfect is Jesus, the creator. He's the only person that's perfect. Everyone's imperfect. So if we're not able to embrace people for their imperfections and understand that, like, yeah, you might have stumbled, but that doesn't mean the world that it's over, that you can't recover from that. And I think sometimes we, especially Christians, we like to look down and frown on things when they look different. You got tattoos on your face, you're a criminal, or you got a bad past, or whatever. And then that, in turn, as society, we let that pound on people, and I think that weighs on people. They're like, man, there's no way I'm a good person after all these things I did in my life, or I made bad choices. I'm not. I've jacked up so many things in my life, man, and I will continue to, and I try to. At the end of the day, it's like, the only thing I can do is ask God to forgive me and try to move forward from that, and not make those same mistakes again. Not continue to carry myself in that manner. So I think that in itself has also been like always have that, to fall back on, in times of need, and I'm trying to be better, and I've always had my whole life. It's been a struggle to like call on God and use God and let him work through you even when you don't need him. It's like when you're in pain, or you're hurting, or life's going bad, then you want to call out to God. And the cool thing is, like, he's always going to be there. He's never forgot who you are, and never forsaken you. We're the ones who forget him and forsake him. So in that, it's like that is why I do like tangible things sometimes, to like bring me back to, like, to give me something to push for, to train for, to mentally and physically suffer a little bit. And it's almost like my way of, going out to the desert for 40 days, or doing some of those things. And that to me has been something I think most Christians always forget. And they never, to bring people in, or to share about Christ, or to talk about life, and talk about, the path, the right way to conduct yourself. We, oftentimes it doesn't come from like a very raw person. It comes from this like guy in a suit who's better than you. And I think that that's like the mistake. But people need to realize that, like, the other thing in modern Christianity, we New Testament, New Testament, New Testament. It's like, bro, did you guys forget about the Old Testament and how Jesus was, and like the warriors he created, and things that they did, and what they did in his name? And that to me is something that we need to bring back and institute. And too many Christians are all like, oh, it ain't turn the other cheek. It's not these things that these teachings, these interpretations that people are trying to push on you is misconstrued. And you really need to understand that God has worked. If you just read the Bible, you read countless story on story on story and things that happen to people who were utter degenerates, who no one else wanted to be around. Like Jesus literally caught a prostitute in the act and watched her, took care of her, and took her in, and it's like those stories are the ones that we as Christians should be more understanding and willing to bring people into the fold.
I agree, man. I couldn't agree with you more. I think a lot of Christians, surround themselves with other Christians, and it's just holier than thou. And people really forgot who Jesus hung out with, man.
Yeah.
Tax collectors, prostitutes, the people that weren't liked by society, man. And yeah, I totally agree. Thanks for pointing that out. That's something I think that the Christians could definitely work on, being more down to earth and being able to reach people on their level, right? And to get outside of their Christian circle where everybody, thinks a certain way, and really get out there and touch people, man. That's a great point. So now I really want to talk about the good stuff, man. You're doing some amazing stuff. I think, I don't know how long it's been, maybe 2 years ago is kind of when I started seeing you on social media. I'm not even sure how you came across. But I started seeing, the cowboy stuff you were doing too, but the War Party Ranch and the War Party movement, and really learning about what goes on the Indian reservations that I can tell you I was unaware of, and I'm sure there's a lot of other Americans that are kind of unaware, especially, from a human trafficking, from domestic violence, and also, the cartels have really embedded themselves in some of these reservations. So I kind of love for you to, you're out of the military, you're transitioning into this next chapter in your life. I guess I'd like to start with, how did you really get into, I guess being a cowboy has kind of always been a part of your life. But when you got out of the military, is that something that you were drawn to, or were you looking for that next thing to do? Or
Yeah, so I think my heroes, like growing up, were always cowboys. My grandfather, my uncles, my dad, like just that, the nostalgia behind it, just nature, being on a horse, and I didn't even get to be around it. For some time we moved to Vegas, and something I always thought, and it was like I got out of the army, and it's like, well, now what? Like what am I going to be when I grow up, kind of thing. And it's like I need to reinvent myself. It's like, so the way I look at it is, I kind of sounds kind of corny, but it's like I took off my beret and put on a cowboy. I took off one uniform, put on another uniform. And what I mean by that is like what I expect from a cowboy is more than I expect from other people if I see them. So I would assume, and I would agree with this, that most people in America, and I'm not talking about and I'll get into what kind of version of a cowboy I am or what I am, but I'm not talking about the guy who buys a hat and boots to go to a country concert or something. But like if I'm in a grocery store and or I'm out somewhere and your wife sees me, she if she needed help or needed to do something, or look at guys, if she's like, oh shit, something happened. If she sees a cowboy, and you can tell when somebody, you expect a couple things out of them. They're gonna be a gentleman, they're gonna be tough as hell, they're gonna be gritty, and what they say is what they mean. Like there's still a lot of that, like that grittiness, that humbleness, that manliness, that the guys and gals who have done this their whole life, there's like a code that they still are living by, and what they are. So I look at it as like one uniform to another. I want people to expect more out of me when they see me in public, if that makes sense.
yeah, absolutely.
When it comes to wanting to be a cowboy, I joke I'm like a National Guard cowboy, man. Like I'm like 1 week in a month, like 2 weeks in the summer. I try to do as much as I can. I don't like, I'm not a full-time cowboy. I don't live on a ranch. I do day work and work at ranches, and it's a lifelong pursuit. The horse, the art of being a stockman, just the skills it takes to do that job. There's so many similarities to the military. You're the last one to eat. You got to take care of all these animals, you take care of the cow, take care of the horses, and then you get to, kick your feet up and eat some food and get some sleep or whatever. There's a lot of similarities. there's a lot of teamwork. There's a lot of, just feeling it, like kind of in the flow state where it's like, oh shoot, he's going left. All right, I need to go right. And you're learning the skill sets of stockmanship and horsemanship and what to do. And the hardest thing I think is what I really liked though was I got a chance to just be a new guy, just shut my mouth, just say yes sir, and do it. And if something was over my head and I'm like, hey sir, I don't really know, or what you're riding, Billy. Well, I'm okay on a horse that's decent. I can't ride anything bronky, like I'm not that good. And you just progress through these skills, and the coolest thing is being a retired Green Beret, I do get a lot of credibility from a lot of the cowboys. And they know that I'm going to be tough and do what I'm told and know where I'm going basically. But it has given me, like horse medicine. Horses are just amazing animals, man. And it's like when I kick my leg over a horse, and every time my right foot hits the stirrup, man, I sit in that saddle, I feel like I rewind time like 200 years. So it's just this very nostalgic, peaceful feeling. Um, I'm the team leader of this awesome team, me and this horse, and we're gonna go execute a mission. And that's how it feels. And then you really see how long it takes to be good at these skills. And in the military, we sent a guy to sniper school for 10 weeks and he comes back and now he's the expert and he's teaching everybody in the company, or he's supposed to be the sniper. And the reality is like, he don't know shit, you know? Um, I love being out with these old cowboys that have been doing it since, could walk, and just to see how humble they are, but how good they are at something. And they still have this like very, every day's new. They're still learning something. And that is my favorite thing about being in the saddle. It's just, man, you constantly learning something. Right when you start to feel like you figure a little bit of something out, it changes on you. You're working with all these animals and being outside. It's raining, it's snowing, it's early, it's late, whatever. It's just that to me is just gives me a lot of that military feeling, that grittiness, that nostalgic feeling of, and it's just peaceful, man. And it sucks. It's hard. It's hard as shit. It pays dog shit. It's expensive. Horses are expensive.
Yeah.
But very rewarding. I'm also just around some of the most humble, amazing people you could ever meet, working on ranches, or even just going to like a roping event or practicing roping or whatever, man. Just so many people are just so kind and generous and nice, and a community full of people who really look out for each other, and everyone understand. They have a deeper connection to nature, I feel. They know where their food comes from. They're working for something. They have this, like I said, this kind of this warrior mindset we've been talking about. They have that because they need to use it every day. They do it all the time. So for me, I really just try to honor the lineage of cowboys that came before me, from my family, the history. Why I like cuff my pants or wear my hat a certain way and do certain things. I really want to respect the legends and the people and that came before me, whether they're from my family or they're not. And I want to do it the right way and honor that. It's something that is going away. There's not too many ranches and what it used to be, and a lot of people don't even use horses like they used to anymore. And so for me, there's a lot of just history and nostalgia, but ways to honor something that I get to do. That's a job, but it's also fun and kind of a hobby at the same time. Um, my dad was real big on like, hey, if you love what you do for a living, you'll never go to work a day in your life. And my dad loved being a flight nurse, man. He was so good at his job and what he did. And I felt that way about the Army. And I thought I was going to be in the Army until, 35 years, or honestly, I didn't think I was going to see like 40. I thought I'd die in combat or something, and didn't happen. And not that I tried, but, just didn't see what was I going to be, when I'm 50. And now it's like my biggest dream to do when I'm 50 is I want to be out day working and working on a ranch with my daughter, my kids, just on a horse, and seeing what they do, and seeing how much they love it and enjoy it, and share that with me. So there's a lot that goes in for me on what it means to be a cowboy. I don't call myself a cowboy at all. I really want to give respect to the real cattlemen, the real ranchers and stockmen that are doing it and living their life every single day. I get to pick and choose when I get to go do that. There's no Thanksgiving is in a few days. Like there's no Thanksgiving for them. Horses got to eat, cows got to eat. They got things to take care of and do, and I think that because Americans are so removed from this hard lifestyle, they're still kind of the last holdouts of and I'm sure there's a couple other industries, but they're like the last holdouts of what like real American culture and grit and what I think like this country was rooted on, and what we're trying to make as a country, bringing all these different cultures together and people together. And the cowboy and the history of the cowboy is just such a cool cultural story in itself. And there was no face of it. There's no race of it. There's not white cowboy. There's not black cowboy. There's not Indian cowboy. I mean, it's everybody. And if you study history and you know that, then you do. Whereas a lot of Americans it's like a white thing, cowboy. And it's like, well, nah. Actually, white guys were the last ones to become cowboys. But for me, again, the horse, that medicine goes back to, we were talking about mental health and everything else. Very powerful, very healing. I always say there's only two pets, dogs and horses, and other animals don't have the same instincts. And
Cool, man. That was a pretty good rundown on cowboys and kind of how you got started and your thoughts on cowboy culture. Definitely makes a lot of sense. I think that can resonate with a lot of people. So I want to talk to you now too about the human trafficking stuff. I kind of asked you a little bit to tell us kind of your history with and kind of what goes on reservations, because I think a lot of people don't realize that it's kind of dreary sometimes.
Yeah. So I retired from the Army. My last day in the Army was January 30th, 2020. Typical job offers for my background, so I was like, well, I didn't really want to do the contracting and like be gone all the time and do that. But a buddy of mine asked me to go on some anti-human trafficking stuff with him in Uganda through an NGO. They only hire, soft guys. And I was like, yeah, dude, I'll do that. So COVID hits, and it's like, well, you guys have to go back. We can't do this anymore. So I'm sitting there, and like COVID's going on, and I just was like seeing stuff on social media, and like I didn't even have social media until I retired. So January 2020, start Instagram, and don't social media is a different space too. I don't know how to navigate it. I'm brand new. I'm old. I'm like,
we had a MySpace, bro.
And I'm like, dude, I don't fucking know. So one of the things I was seeing was all the MMIW issues in the Native community, and that stands for Missing Murdered Indigenous Women. My mother was really big in the Native community, trying to help women, both my parents essentially, but my mother, there's times like I remember as a kid, like super crazy story. I was probably 3 or 4. We had this little Honda Civic, and my mom like loads me up in the car. We go down the road, and she's like, "Hey, I just need to wait in the car." She gets out at these trailers, and she grabs her like baseball. She plays softball. She grabs her softball bat, and she like bangs on the door. She goes inside. I hear like some ruckus, some shit going on, and my mom comes out with a baby, and then there's a girl that comes out, a young girl, and then we take them to a church. So my mom was always like trying to help other women, and both my parents were a lot like that. Like I could come home from leave or something, and it'd be, one of my brother's friends or my sister's friends, like living at the house, or like had, something bad going on in their life, and just always like that. And then my mother was always talking about the missing women on the Indian reservations. So I kind of was like, man, I want a way to like honor my mother and like try to, how can I do what we're doing in Africa, but for Americans? Like what can I do to help? So along social media, I'm seeing these families having these missing women. So I reach out to just through mutual another nonprofit. And I'm not a nonprofit, but so I reach out to this nonprofit, say, hey, how can I help you? Like I'm retired Green Beret. Like I can come down to help out with search and rescue efforts or something. Like I got some kind of skill set, So the first one I did, I went down to Navajo, and I just helped the family just conduct like a search and rescue operation. They're just last known and trying to find and getting their people online and, you know, searching. And I was part of that. And really just saw like how these families just wanted help from anybody, you know, like
That search and rescue, was it a missing woman or?
Yeah, it was a missing woman. We never found her. She's still missing to this day. And in that, I started realizing, like, looking at the issue, the epidemic of MMIW. And when you look at it, so the last time they did like an official study or try to get some decent numbers, 2016, there was 5,712 missing Native women, and only 116 of those cases were logged to the DOJ. So you have this community of people who are disenfranchised on so many different levels, especially in the West, where these Indian reservations are in the middle of nowhere, you know. So you add all these different problem sets that happen in that type of policing, you know, in a very rural area where everything's really spread out, no money, no jobs, you know, drugs, alcohol, just all these just problems that are forced on there. And this is really, when you look at it, it's very easy for you know, bad actors to come on the reservation and do basically what they want. So they're really exploiting that vulnerability of the Indian reservations with these women, and just started kind of helping families do this. And what one led to another one, and then I was like, well, I kind of need a way to pay for this, but also like, how could I, you know, raise awareness or use my voice to leverage this. So I started War Party Movement, which is essentially it's just a t-shirt company. And worst business model ever. You know, I make a company where I give all the money away pretty much. And, you know, we pay the bills and do some stuff that we got to do. That's, you know, to keep it going. But, I would use that money in every capacity from, you know, I would send money to a girl who like got out of a bad relationship on her own, but she couldn't afford therapy. So we like pay for therapy sessions until we could get her on like a nonprofit or a church or something that help provide, you know, some kind of therapy for her in a more long-term manner, all the way to just like really lean on the veteran community. You know, guys reach out like, hey, how can I help, or what it is, and try to vet them, or somebody I already know and say like, hey, you know, there's a search going on the Pueblo reservation. You know a guy who lives, you know, 3 or 4 hours away. I'm going to send you $500. Use half of that for your gas money to getting up there, and then give the other half, you know, to the family to buy like, so they can make fry bread and stew for everybody, all the searchers or whatever. And to things like that, all the way to funding. You know, I did a rescue. I got a lady out of a pretty bad situation, and she was in LA with kind of human trafficking ties, or excuse me, organized crime ties. Essentially, she was kind of a prisoner of her own home. Her ex-boyfriend was in the Korean mafia, and just kind of, you know, she was a prisoner in her home. And every time she tried to leave, they would pay like you know, crackheads and stuff to try to sexually assault her, or beat her up, or to him doing it. So I drove down there and loaded all her stuff up and drove her across country to a safe place that she had some resources in North Carolina. And it just it's always been very grassroots. I used to get frustrated at first because I wanted like to have a bigger impact. And then I realized it's like, man, if I can just change like one person's life or just help one person out, like that's huge. So I would say the downside of War Party Movement is none of these stories are mine. So I had to be very vague in what I share. I do have some ladies that I worked with in the past that are telling their story or want to talk about it, and, you know, have healed and got to a place where they feel, you know, okay sharing some of that story. But that's really the hardest part, you know, really trying to create. And the reason why I call it War Party Movement was because I really wanted to let everybody be a part of this. And I always say, like, you are the movement. And back to like the community thing, like if you don't know your neighbors, you don't know what's going on in your community, like you have no room to complain. So we can get involved in our communities and start this very small efforts, local. That is how you branch out and get bigger, and you affect change on what's going on. Yes, do we need, you know, giant dollar amounts to be thrown at this problem set and more resources? Yes. However, if through selling some t-shirts allows me and you to, rent a U-Haul truck and go to this lady's house while her husband's at work and get her stuff out. And if he shows up, it's like, well, we'll just call, we'll do the right thing. We're not vigilantes. We'll call the cops, but is he going to fight us? Or, just give her that, like, some backbone, some muscle to try to remove herself from that situation. And at the same time, really use it as like a messaging platform to try to help the Native community to shed light on what's going on. And then we'll also do small stuff too. If I make a couple $100 or $1,000 or something, I'll send it to a nonprofit on the Native community that's working, or a family I might know that just like, hey, I know you guys are probably short on school supplies. You're a school teacher on the Cheyenne, Northern Cheyenne res. Like, what can I do? And like, hey, you want me to buy it all, or do you want me to just sit in there? Like, that'd be, and they're just, so it's just super cool to just be able to be in that position to be, it doesn't sound like a lot of money, and it isn't, but a lot goes a long way. A little bit goes a long ways if you can do it properly, and then I did this for a year or so. And I helped a lady get off of out of a really bad situation on the reservation. She was on the run. They killed her boyfriend in front of her. Not really sure who they is, gang related, cartel. Probably a lot of the cartels use gangs, lower level, like teenage kids and guys, and to do all their kind of dirty work. And cartels are out living in gated communities, and kids are getting straight A's in school. But they tortured and killed her boyfriend in front of her. And then, she escaped out of the trailer, took off running, and they were looking for her. And we were able to get her on a bus, get her finding, calling all these nonprofits, like, hey, where can I, got a bed? What can we do? Get her a spot in Santa Fe, New Mexico. She's in Santa Fe, and she's only there for like 2 weeks. She hated being there. They wouldn't let her like burn sweetgrass and sage and like pray her way. They put like a sign on her door that said like, like that basically isolated her and made her like she was dangerous or people were coming to get her. And it's like, dude, what are you doing? And she ends up leaving this place. And then I was trying to find, where did she go? Where is she at? What's going on with her? And, see it end up through the networks that I have, as well as like on, on local sources in Pueblo. She overdosed on fentanyl. So I was like, dude, okay. So, it was one of those things where it's like, wow, I started looking at these programs that are, and I don't want to sound negative because I'm not knocking these churches, these nonprofits that have beds and facilities and trying to do this. It's a messy, messy thing. A lot of these ladies, they're in bad spots, whether it's, drugs and alcohol and addiction and poverty and just all these things that compile on you, trying to cope with all that. A lot of them need a lot more resources than most people have the ability to give them. There also wasn't like a healing process of like, let's make you a better person. Let's help you try to find a job or get on your feet. And I'm sure there's places like that out there, but like most of these places, especially in dire times, like you're just looking for a safe place for them to sleep at night. At the same time, simultaneously, in like my regular day-to-day life, I'm like pseudo big brother, uncle to a lot of people, and I'm a girl dad, so I'm not scared, be around like powerful. Like my wife's this badass boss lady, man, and I have a lot of really cool friends, female friends, and it was kind of like the typical thing I was seeing was like, if I'm a girl, I'm a female, and I'm trying to learn to ride dirt bikes, and you're like, oh yeah, come ride dirt bikes with me, blah blah. But then as soon as the people they're trying to learn from, guys they're hanging out with, they didn't want to be sexual, then it was like that relationship was turned off. So there's always like an ulterior motive in a sense. So it's like the first answer, like what right looked like. It's like, dude, come hunting with me, or let's go do something. Like I'm not gonna, whatever. And I'm not saying like adults being adults. I'm talking like, and I think it's easy for like dads down there, like girl dads, to kind of understand, and a lot of women get that. They're like, oh yeah, I know exactly what you mean, and that was going on. So I had all this like cool things I like to do. Ladies who want to do cool stuff, and they were always having these weird isms trying to do that. And then I some really cool veteran programs out there, and all the veteran programs that, like, as a Green Beret, a SEAL, whatever, you can go fly fishing, go hunting, you can do all these dope ass veteran trips if you want to. But like the women don't get to do any of that stuff. Like I have, female friends that retired from like G Squadron, and like they don't get to go. There's a couple of nonprofits that are starting to bring women in, but like most of them don't want to deal with anything women, because it is hard. It's a weird dynamic to have men and women together, or just to do an all female class or something. So a lot of these ladies weren't getting the same opportunity that the men were getting, but they still want to do badass things. Like they're not these like pussy ass girls who want to like, paint nails and talk about their feelings. They like, I want to go like hunt an elk, or go ride horses, or like go do some real shit, So came up with the idea of, what if we could start a nonprofit arm of War Party and make it like enriched in like the warrior culture and things that we like to do. The real vision, the long-term vision of this is to be able to have the money to have a facility where we could bring, do classes. Maybe it's seasonal, like May through October, but run like an 8-week program. We could bring in kind of like a cowgirl boot camp, bring ladies in, teach them a bunch of skills, from everything, really involved with the horse, but also adding, shooting and hunting and situational awareness and self-defense, and just give them these things to where they can really build up their confidence, and give them a lot of tools in their back pocket to rely on, as well as give them some grit, like sleeping outside on, under a tarp, and learning this, and just doing this hard, like kind of Western lifestyle things. It's definitely not for everybody, but that would allow you to have some really tough times in your back pocket. So when life does throw you some shit, you can kind of laugh it off. And that's how, when we were talking about mental health earlier, that's what's helped me a lot is, like, well, it ain't raining. Like I'm sleeping in the bed tonight. Like life ain't that bad, So that was like the ideal construct for a War Party ranch. What we've been able to do with very little funding, we've done a lot with a little, which is really cool. I'm really proud of the ladies and everyone that's involved in War Party Ranch. So we've adopted like a clinic model. So it allows us to get more bang for our buck. So what we do is we do 1 to 3 day clinic engagements for ladies. The 1 days could be something simple as like a 6 or 8 hour block of instruction on situational awareness, just getting your mind thinking, going through different scenarios, talking you through like how to be safe. The amount of people were just distracted all the time by their phone and their kids, and it could never happen to me, and all these things. At least if I can sit you down, show you some things, get your brain thinking in a different way, that really helps. The other thing that we bring to that, because, and again, I say War Party Ranch isn't for everybody, because it is pretty gritty and pretty, it's real, it's authentic. Everyone is a true professional that teaches and is part of this, from the shooting instructors to the horsemanship. They're real cowboys, real cowgirls doing this. But what I can do is, in a lot of these, in the situation awareness class, I like to use former soft guys. I'll teach it, or I have a couple other buddies that teach it. The difference between law enforcement and special operations guys, what I've seen when we are teaching something, is law enforcement guys can't think like a predator. They are defensive. They are law enforcement. They have everything from they have blinders on. Whereas guys who've hunted people for a living, I think like a predator. Like, I'm a predator, dude. Like I can look at it and assess situations. A lot of times what we do in planning and special forces, I assess threats, but I want to see how could I probe that threat? How could I exploit this position, this fighting position, this building, whatever it is? And I can look at things through a predator's lens of, how do I plan a snatch and grab? Well, I've got to be a predator. I've got to follow this guy around. I got to learn pattern of life. I've got all these things that criminals do that law enforcement is they don't have that same mindset, because they are countering that, or they're the after fact of it, kind of investigating the other side of that. It takes a lot of experience, law enforcement background in like in Vice, undercover, doing something where you are in a gray area 90% of the time that you're working, and those kind of guys aren't, they're not of abundance. So that mindset does help and is a good kind of eye-opening experience for a lot of these ladies when we just start talking and just, going through stuff on the whiteboard and we start talking about things. Because again, most people just have that thing where it's not going to happen to me. They're distracted. They're always on their phone, and you just don't have that. You're just not switched on. You're never just like, you're just so vulnerable.
I've talked about it with my wife. I think training is kind of like car insurance. Nobody gets car insurance because you hope you get in an accident. But when you get in an accident, you're sure glad you have car insurance.
Absolutely. So what I'm able to do with that situation awareness class is we can break it down to where it applies to everyone, whether you live like on a ranch in the middle of nowhere, you live on an Indian reservation off by yourself, or you live in an apartment in an urban setting. There's ways where we can show you, and we kind of try to walk each lady through scenarios that are based off of her day-to-day life, living situation, going to pick up the kids, where her kids are, what she's doing. All the way to so our mission statement in there, we do have the kind of list of things that we offer, we provide. The other one of those is hunting. We're working right now on working through a hunting clinic, and the way that looks is kind of a 3-day event where you don't have to touch a weapon at all. We'll shoot different rifles. We do all the kind of hands-on portion of shooting and learning to acquire targets and distance, and go through some gear, how do I get started without spending a bunch of money, all the way to like, well, how do I even get tags in this place? Or I live in Texas, I'd like to hunt, somewhere else, and really just try to get them involved in this, like, this really cool provider, warrior kind of mindset, all the way to, we'll harvest a goat, we'll shoot some goats and cape them out, cook them up, things like that, show them how to clean harvest all their own meat. And then we do self-defense courses. We're working on some we've done shooting ones already. And that in itself, shooting, from zero, I would like to get into some more advanced stuff, but that's a little farther down the road. But right now we're just starting with, never touch a weapon in their life, and kind of ending that training evolution on that weekend with some shooting scenarios and giving them enough tools in their back pocket where now they feel comfortable. They can go buy a gun. They know what they're looking for. Oh, I shot a few of these weapons. And then we also do some kind of fun stuff too. At the end of the day, when we're done, kind of hit those diminishing returns on shooting a pistol and learning, we'll bring out ARs and lever guns and let them engage targets, at distance, and shoot steel at, 500, meters with a big rifle or something, and just the confidence, and just to see how they feel is really cool. And then we also have the horsemanship side of things. So yes, the girls that are all involved in that, they are true cowboys. I mean, these aren't girls taking videos of themselves doing chores on Instagram. Like, these are like cowboys, man. They are working ranches. They are winning stuff in the arena. I mean, they are as salty as it gets, and super proud of that, because as a girl dad, it's just really cool. And then and the thing I like about having all these female instructors, so the girl that I started War Party Ranch with is Micah Wysocki. She's like a sister to me. I call her my sister. She's one of the saltiest cowboys I know, man, and a phenomenal horseman. And from her to like Natasha, who's the president, she's an expert. She's a strength conditioning coach. So we offer coaching to ladies too. She'll train rodeo athletes, and we offer some scholarships through that. And then some of the other things we do with some of the money is we offer some like rodeo sponsors. Kind of helps with a little bit of marketing, but also like back to the whole money thing. Like I didn't realize how powerful it was to take, like, here's an example of stuff we've done. A couple of like 15, 16-year-old girls in the community, to buy them a really cool Western shirt, embroider War Party Ranch on the back of it, pay for their roping fees at the community rodeo, and they get out there and they go rope and they represent War Party Ranch, and how powerful they feel, and what they're doing and representing such like a noble cause. And people say, what is that? And they're talking about MMIW, regardless of race, whether they're a native girl or a white girl or a black girl, whatever, they're talking about MMIW issues. They are exuberating confidence. And I always look at that as a point of like, man, that's how powerful is that for them? But maybe it also means something for the lady in the stands who's like, scared to say something or wants to know more, or like, oh wow, like, and get some kind of motivation from seeing these young ladies, get after it and chase it, just like the young guys are, the young cowboys are. We have a couple gals that we sponsor that are ranch bronc riders. They ride broncs in the rodeo scene, and that's really cool, to have another kind of, they're hardcore, man. These girls they're bucking horses and they're getting jacked up and they're just as tough as the guys are, and as a girl dad, it's really cool because my daughter sees these things. She's around it. All these clinics that every clinic I've ever taught at, my daughter's gone. My 7-year-old daughter's gone with me. So she's out there shooting and running and lifting weights and doing stuff. And that also kind of helps break the ice a little bit with some of the ladies who don't know me, and or some guy, teaching them something. But we've also so we have all these experts and all the people that sit on the board, all the ladies that sit on the board have a different expertise that they bring that involves in these clinics. The long-term goal is to be able to kind of package all these clinics together and create like an 8-week program where we can bring, 4 to 8 students in for 8 weeks at a time and put them through kind of a pipeline that would really, at the end of the day, it's not necessarily, you're not going to be the best cowboy. You're not going to be, you're not going to be a shooting instructor when you're done or this ultimate hunter or anything. You're going to get your feet wet in a little bit of it. And hopefully it will give you confidence. But if you do want to get involved in some of these industries, we can help you get your foot in the door. If you want to go pack for an outfitter, or you want to, start working at a stable, or go be a green hand on a ranch or something. That is our goal. To really just build this confidence and get them back on their feet, give them something to, just, and have fun doing it, get their mind away from whatever happened to them in the past.
Who is your ideal candidate for this training?
So we work, I don't know what the technical term would be, but we work with any and all women, and we do kind of preventative medicine. We have like teenage ladies and young ladies and older ladies, for that fact, who haven't experienced, who haven't been abused or been in that, all the way to, and they're alongside of a lady who might have been trafficked, in her lifetime, or been in nothing but abusive relationships since she was a child. So it's kind of preventative, but also aftercare. We do War Party movement. When I started it, when you look at the logo, where that logo comes from, it's the Alamo Scouts logo. It's the Alamo Scouts patch from the South Pacific. And they were special operations guys in World War II, a special reconnaissance unit. And they were comprised of about 50-50, half natives and kind of cowboy mountain men guys that could live off the land, that had a skill set in hunting and just being out in the woods. And now they can apply teach them tactics and then take them out on these special reconnaissance missions. They had 3 feathers on that logo, and I added the 4th to so we could have all the colors of the medicine wheel. And those 4 colors of the medicine wheel, they do mean a few different things in Native culture. But one of the most important things that my mother always taught to me was that it represents all the colors of the people of the world. So that's why it's red, white, black, and yellow. So we look at War Party as like just, that prophecy of the 7th generation, where we're all the same blood, we're all the same, there's no color there, we're all the same of doing that. Now, we do have an emphasis in the Native community. We do try to either bring Native women in, reach out to Native communities, whether it's nonprofits. An example is the most recent clinic we taught was for the Denver Indian Family Resource Center. The ladies that all work in there, they're in a very vulnerable place in Denver. Lots of, there's bums everywhere, crackheads everywhere, and just getting them to like think and we walk through their building, kind of help them with security, put a fisheye mirror up and these different little things that like, I think some people take for granted in our line of work, but like most civilians, like have zero wherewithal about just little deterrence and things you can do. So we'll do things like that too. The most recent endeavor that we've kind of started on is we have partnered with another nonprofit called the Traverse Project. The Traverse Project is an anti-human trafficking organization. And what they're doing is they're doing a lot of the legislation. We're going up to with DC and after the inauguration. We'll be testifying in front of Congress and trying to get congressional money, congressional funding for a lot of things that we're doing. But the War Party Ranch is going to offer like an aftercare program. So through these clinics, and then in turn, when we get the funding, more of a long term. We'll still do the clinics because that's important for ladies who can't go somewhere for a month or 6-week program. But to provide the aftercare, but then still do that, that preventative, that try not to let people even get into those situations. Before they even, what can we do to prevent those situations from happening? And then the other side of it, what War Party Movement offers it through Traverse Project. Because we're a nonprofit, we have access to face recognition software, all the SIGINT intelligence that you can think of that really the only FBI and other agencies have. So we can use that stuff for free because we're a nonprofit. So our goal is we provide kind of ground force operators to either run equipment, help facilitate this, or just be a liaison to the Native community or with the Native community. We're really just trying to put our hands on the back of law enforcement, help guide them and where they need to go and do this the right way. We're not vigilantes. We're not going to, a lot of people think like this anti-human trafficking thing in the States, like you're kicking indoors and going to get people, and that's the quickest way to go to jail and then lose the case. And bad guys are still going to do that. So what the best way to do is to work through these law enforcement agencies, let them know that we're here to assist them. We can target known networks and create known networks and really hand off some really good intel to them. So we have really good relationships with U.S. Marshals, with BIA, with BIA Police, and then we're working currently on a 4-state initiative. Our Vice President, Sarah for War Party Ranch, she also sits on the board with Traverse Project, and they were just in Oklahoma with Choctaw, Cherokee, and Muskogee nations because they're going to institute all of that on those nations. So we're 4-state initiative, Oklahoma, Montana, South Dakota, and North Dakota. The plan is to show these tribes what we can do, how we can help them, how they can utilize this funding through Traverse Project and the software, what we bring to the table. And we really want to help find women instead of bodies, or just not finding anybody at all.
How are people reaching out to you when somebody goes missing? Is it all word of mouth? Is there
as far as me personally, War Party Movement personally, it is the network that I've created, and a lot of this is just underground, deadly antis, man. Like the antis of the Native community are really the ones that are the strongest voices, the strongest leaders in the fight to try to prevent or find.
What are they called? What did you?
Antis, the women.
The women.
Yeah, everyone. A lot of it's funny because like in the I guess like a lot of black folks do it too, but like in the brown community, like red, brown, whatever, everyone's like a T or a tia or an auntie or an uncle, right? Like and respect somebody, like that's an uncle, right? You're like, hey, how's it going, uncle? Or hey, auntie. And that's just kind of a respectful way that we kind of honor, like, she's an auntie, like she's somebody you look up to in that way. So there's a lot of these, like I call them deadly aunties, because there's just warrior aunties out there, grinding, man. Just there's some badass ladies that are like run search and rescue dogs, or they just these networks of like, hey, this would happen, and it's really cool to see, especially like as an SF guy, to see the OSINT, the open source intelligence they provide and the networks that they run, and just the word of mouth through Facebook and Signal chats and WhatsApp and it's pretty cool, man, the way that this grassroots has gone. And the reason for, and so I usually find out through that way. oftentimes I'm not able to help. Obviously it's a national, and in Canada, we've also done work in Canada. This is a huge epidemic all over the country. And I'm not able to help, everybody,
Sure.
or help a lot of, I would say probably 90% of the stuff that's out there. Like I don't, I don't have the resources, I can't just drive up to Montana anytime. And like, so we do try to facilitate what we can, what I can help with. And they're all that way, right? All these nonprofits are that way. The problem with the Native community in particular is, this is just human trafficking in general. Where there's poverty, there's human trafficking. So in the Native community, it makes it even easier because, especially in the Western states, all these reservations are usually off in the middle of nowhere. They're very, very spread out too. The law enforcement, the tribal law enforcement, is usually understaffed, undertrained, underfunded. They might be hot seating cars, and you've got guys, covering 50 square miles on one shift, one little sector, one little precinct, whatever, however they break it down. They're just, it's like being a rural cop. So it's very hard to police that in general when you have the lack of resources. And then you also have a lot of the up until Ivanka Trump actually did a lot of work with it. She helped institute what they call Savannah's Law, and that was the ability to. Savannah was a Native woman who in South Dakota, I believe it was South Dakota, North Dakota. Her upstairs neighbors, I believe she lived downstairs, they live upstairs. They took her, killed her, cut her baby out of her, and then had her baby. They were raising her baby, and then find in Savannah, rolled up in a carpet in the river, a couple weeks later, a couple months later. And what it was the ability to where law enforcement agencies can share intelligence with the Native law enforcement and everything else. And then Ivanka was working on this, but it didn't get done until Biden came in. So they were like, Biden did it, but whoever, I don't give a shit who did it. The Biden administration made it where up until 2021, non-natives could not be prosecuted for crimes committed on tribal land. So there's another loophole that like bad actors and people, wanting to grab these ladies up or looking for that, could do that basically free will on tribal land. It's why the cartel is so heavy on tribal land. It's middle of nowhere. There's limited resources, and the prosecution and everything else, there's so many limitations to it. So you had all these problems, as well as the cultural influence and the cultural sensitivity of these different communities. And what I mean by that is what sometimes even natives, we're bad at it. They will assume that we're all the same, and it's like you can't be like, oh, the native, and it's like, no, stop. Like we're all different, and we have to continue to celebrate our differences as tribes, right? Like the Apache don't have the same traditions and things as like the Kiowa do or whatever. Like, so there's nuances and all that. There's also like lineages of chiefs and powerful or influential families, if you will, that are always going to be, this family is always going to be the family that runs this or has that, and that's where it's always been. That's totally fine. But what happens is just like Afghanistan or Iraq, and the reason why I think special operations guys are Green Berets in particular are really good at this mission set is because they understand those cultural differences. And you can't just go into one situation and be like, oh, this is what we did on Northern Cheyenne race. It's like, bro, this ain't Northern Cheyenne. This is fucking like we're on Navajo, dude. Like they do something different here, or this is what it is. And just that respect level, just the humbleness and so many nuances culturally also make it difficult for outside agencies to help. The other problem with that, if we look at the natives in general, uh, hey, I'm the white guy, the government, we're here to help you, right?
Yeah.
And it's like they're fucking anti like government and people, and they're like, well, we don't want anything to do with that, and so to their credit, like they are standoffish. They don't want to share things and put out too much information. And there's also, all the other nuances, just the plight for survival. There is so much corruption and where money goes and where it is. Everything, anything that's government funded, anything that comes from the government, there's just layers and layers of bureaucracy. And oftentimes, regardless if you're talking about the VA or you're talking about the BIA on tribal, like, does the money ever get to the end user? Is the end user getting good health care and what they need? Is the end user actually getting the recovery, the addiction recovery and what they need that's provided by the government for their tribal, for that reservation? No. So there's just layers and layers of bureaucracy. Most people don't really even know that. I want to say the last time I looked at the numbers was there was like 500. I know I'm going to get this wrong. There's like 521 recognized nations, tribal nations in the United States, and only 111 of them have the Amber Alert and the Silver Alert system. I helped some nonprofits through the network help institute the Silver Alert and Amber Alert system on the Navajo reservation. The problem with it was, if you were not an enrolled tribal member physically living on the Navajo reservation, you would not get those Amber Alert or Silver Alert systems. So me and you could be driving from Albuquerque, New Mexico to Farmington or Flagstaff, and we could be the van with the Amber Alert goes off on your phone, white van, this plates, whatever. Like, you won't get that for the Navajo Nation because we're not enrolled living on Navajo. So there's just so many problems. And then also trying to help these tribes work through their own sovereignty, their own culture, what they have, and trying to continue to hold on to that as traditions and sovereignty does create a lot of nuances. And then again, I always bring this back to, hey man, you got to remember, like, we had boarding school systems in our country until the 70s. And then, Canada had it till 1996, was basically like the true meaning of like whitewashing, of like educate them, if you educate the Indian, I forget what the exact term was, but this guy who started it all is basically saying you can educate the Indian out of it and educate the man into them. And so they, cut their hair and they took away their language and forced them to assimilate and just become this, like white Catholic kid, right? And that in itself wasn't that long ago that happened. And then you rewind, you remove the food source that they all eat, the way of life, force them to live in a certain way, the way you want them to live, and this is what you see. So all those nuances again pile on to the bigger problem of the government trying to help. Hey, we're here to help. So this is why it's so important for these nonprofits, these grassroots efforts to really be like Native run, the allies of natives, what people say, to understand these cultural differences and to really understand it's a very, very nuanced problem. There's not a solution. You're not gonna put money on something or push a button and fix it all, because what you do in Pueblo, in New Mexico, like on the Pueblo Laguna res, you're not going to do in out in, I was just in Florida, you're not going to do that with the Seminoles. Like they're completely different.
Yeah, I think it's important for our listeners to understand too, that all these different Native American reservations, like each one of it's kind of like its own, I don't know if country is the word, but they have their own governor and everything. Yeah, yes. I went up to Oklahoma not that long ago and worked on the Cheyenne Arapaho nation, just teaching some classes. And that's, I asked a million questions because it was very new to me. But yeah, they have their own governance, their governors, their own tribal police, their own, they're kind of self-sufficient, if you will. Yeah. So just like you said, every different tribe is its own kind of nation. They're not all linked.
And then the other thing is, like, on the Indian reservations, no one can own anything. It's all like, I don't want to say the word's not leased, it's something else. But like they're on like these 100-year leases from the government, basically, or it runs out at a certain time. So like there's no point, like you can't build a house for your family because it doesn't even belong to you. It belongs to the government. So there's nuance upon nuance and layers on layers of bullshit and bureaucracy and the way just the structure is. And it literally just comes from, if you look at the history of it all, it comes from like, hey, you guys can live here. Oh, no, you can't. We found gold here. We need that part back. So it comes from like broken treaty, or hey, you're going to get cattle. And no, we're not. You stole cattle. And it's just nonstop. But like, that isn't that long ago. And it also isn't that long ago for these families and these people, because that is, my great-grandfather, my great-grandfather, you know what I mean? So it's like, and people don't understand that because we live in such a short-term memory. We do everything like 4 years at a time in our country. The president, 4 years, 4 years, 4 years.
I always think about people talking about reparations for slaves. And I always think about like, imagine how American Indians felt, man. I mean, they got robbed of everything, They got forced out of places, forced to live to places. To your point, we definitely have a short memory.
Yeah. And for me, it's a very humble, coming with like so much honor in my heart. I come in a good way, and at the same time, it's like I'm mixed. I'm a half breed, which I'm super proud of because it gave me like this really cool upbringing. I saw racism on both sides and things and different nuances growing up. But again, I don't speak for the Native community. I'm not your typical Indian looking guy. And there's a lot of things there. And I think that's important to show too, because there's so many, everything is so different. We all are so different. But the most important thing that's really hard to understand about this whole problem is literally these layers. Like I said, if you just start, you can pick a time frame, whether it's from out east to out west. Most recently the Indian Wars in 1860s. You're looking at, you can see that layer of bureaucracy and how the government has controlled something and really created this problem that it is. So what really needs to happen is, ideally, like perfect world, Amazon's not going to build a warehouse on Pine Ridge, but like if there was jobs and things for these kids to do and resources to work through and people to make a living and there, that's a problem set. But also like, how do we get these cops, better funded and more training and better equipment and all those kind of things. All those things tie into this massive problem. So part of that, with the awareness of like what's going on, the cowboy community, the rodeo community, like that is kind of the last like patriots of our country. You go to any rodeo, whether it's the Indian rodeos, the Bill Pickett rodeos, regular rodeos. I mean, it's every race of people you can think of. They all stand for the national anthem. They all take off their hat. They all pray. I mean, it is the most patriotic place you can ever go, no matter where you are in the country, what state, who's running the rodeo. And they're also kind of the last people that understand, to like cherish that native culture and like honor it to a way, in a way, whether they're doing it the right way or not. I'm not trying to get into that, because I know some natives, they feel, it's like, hey man, like, some people just don't know. They're so infatuated by native culture and the horsemanship and the art and the warrior culture of it all and all that. But the reason why we really like to try all that together with the ranch part of it too, with us, is because it is a community of people that want to help the native community. And then be a lot of that in the West, because it is so rural, a lot of these ranchers and cattlemen and stuff, they are the ones that see that. And, they're inculcated, live with the Indians or live next to the Indians. So there's a lot of that is another good way, if that makes sense, to really kind of bring in that Western world and a Western community into it.
So the first question that just comes to mind is, how can people get involved?
Yeah. So I would say the first thing to get involved is, you can buy a t-shirt, I try to make, you get better at doing my art, but we try to make, when I first had this vision, I wanted it to be like a stupid saying, but I was like, inspired by words of the past, designed by words of the present. So I wanted each something to mean to like ask a question. So like if you're wearing a red handprint t-shirt, some people don't know that. So you're like, what is that? And it's like, oh, it's a symbol for MMIW. What is MMIW? I just wanted to create something where people at least talking about it, as well as the messaging on social media and the platforms. It's like, you are the movement. Like you don't have to be native. You don't have to be near Indian reservation. It's just get into your community. Go to your, local school board meetings. Go to problems that's going on. Like, who's your sheriff? Do you know them? Why did you vote for them? Did you not vote for them? Like, what are they about? Like, are they supporting your rights? Like, can you, all those types of things. That's kind of the first step into that.
Yeah. So just talk about it.
Just talking about it. The other step is to like, okay, to open your eyes, try to understand like that warrior mindset of like, well, how can I be a better asset to just my own community? Is there something I can do? And then as far as being involved in helping the native community, that is a really hard one because it is, again, somebody might be fine with somebody that's Navajo coming to, Pine Ridge and helping them. They might not be. They might be like, I fucking hate Navajos. I went to college with them. They think they know everything and they're the smart Indians, right? Like that's true, heard that. But so it is, it's hard. And I try to tiptoe around this in a sense because I want to respect everybody. And I don't want it to sound like it's like, oh, because I do really like to give credit to all the tribes and the different nuances of who these people are and where our roots are and what it means to be, an Apache or what it means to be, Iroquois or whatever. So the other way people can get involved, one, like I said, just knowing about it. You don't have to buy my t-shirts or whatever. I was just saying, like, as far as our website.
And we'll make sure that we put some links in our bios and on our social media so people can go.
So just talking about it, there are some really cool nonprofits out there that you can look up just MMIW stuff, and you can do your own research and see who's doing what. And like I said, a lot of these like powerful aunties, $10 here a month or whatever goes a long ways. You add up those donations. There's really cool nonprofits that are doing stuff. The other thing that you can do to be involved is to be a warrior for the people you're able to be a warrior for. And I think that confidence and that can grow. And that's how I look at this. We can grow this from all cultures, all walks of life. As far as being involved in War Party stuff that we have going on, when it comes to War Party Ranch, obviously, yes, we take donations. We're a nonprofit, so we don't, War Party movement, we do a lot of the t-shirt sales and stuff now. We just donate straight. We just send it straight to War Party Ranch. So that's where we do have a little bit of funding there. But as simple as like, if you hear this podcast or you know somebody and you're like, man, I live in South Carolina and I would love to have a clinic out here for ladies. Okay, well, let's do one. Like all I need is a venue. And a lot of it's just all like grassroots stuff. It's like, whether it's just situational awareness class, like, okay, just give me a classroom or a place, a CrossFit gym with a whiteboard that we can have class for a couple hours. Or, hey, I own some property, we can shoot on it. Okay, well, what's the next step? Well, I know this guy who works for Glock. He said he can bring all his training pistols and we can facilitate 10 ladies. Okay, well, where can we get ammo? I don't know. Well, I got $500 for ammo on the nonprofit funds. We can ammo everybody or whatever. So it's as simple as just like, hey, I have this. The biggest thing that we always need resource-wise is venues. Venues and training venues is a big one. And then from there, it's usually easier to work resources. We can usually reach out to some, whether it's companies or people who do want to fund it for us and say, hey, what does it cost to run a shooting clinic for 5 women or 1 woman? I'm like, well, it cost me $800 to run 1 woman through a weekend course. Okay, well, I want to sponsor 1 lady, and then, okay, cool. So it's as simple as that, really, just reaching out to us. And the big one is, people always say, how can they help? But my whole point of this, and this is like the soldier in me, of like, you're basically just asking me a problem and you're not giving me a solution. Like, tell me, hey, I have a ranch, I've got 30 horses, like, and they're only working when we're guiding elk hunts. The rest of the time, like, would you want to come to our ranch and spend a got a bunkhouse, like you can bring your own food, but like just stuff like that. And those are the relationship that we really through social media have created, and people reach out to us all the time with that kind of stuff.
So just so I understand, so what you're really needing is, people that either have money or can help facilitate, whether it's land, horses, venue, etc.
Yeah.
So if people are going to reach out to you, rather than just reaching out to you, is like, hey, how can I help?
Yeah, I really want to
You know,
help.
it's hey, Jeremiah, I have this venue, or I have these horses, or we have this company really wants to donate. Okay.
Yeah, and it's literally something simple as like someone's like, hey, I want to help. Okay, well, and because of the network we have, let's say you're here in Texas, you're like, I really want to help. Well, do you have like, well, we can use the classroom in my church. Okay, easy. I got a handful of SF dudes and gals that are vetted that I could send down there, and they could run an amazing 2-day course for you. And really kind of move things forward. So that's as simple as it is, and that's what we really look for, is like, hey, because and this is gonna sound a little negative, in today's day and age, there are so many people who want to connect themselves to something that's good, but they don't want to do any of the effort. So I had tons of people on my DMs all the time, like, oh, I want to help, or what can I do, or hey, I want to come cowboy with you. No, you don't. Like, oh, no. Or I want to help. Well, okay, well, show me, how are you helping? Show me what you're doing. Like, if you want to do a bike drive for your neighborhood, let me know. I'll help you. My social media is bigger than yours. Like, I'll put it on my social media. I'll send you some t-shirts. I'll say War Party Movement's doing a bike drive and give you all the credit. And what happens? Like, yeah, that neighborhood or your community gets all those bikes, but no one ever wants to do that. No one is like, oh, let's do. And it's just as simple as that, man. Like, to be honest, the sky's the limit with the way we're set up as a nonprofit. Now, obviously, we have that structure with the clinic, so we're going to stick to that. And then once we get funding, we are going to look for a facility and try to do a bigger, a more robust program. But as far as like the War Party movement side and what we can offer, and how are you the movement, it's like, come with me with a solution, man. You are the movement. You are the answer. We don't have to help thousands of people. We can help one person. And if you can help one person, it makes a difference. And you have to stop quantifying shit. It's not a fucking NCOER. It's not an OER. It's not your fucking shit you write up to be the next fire captain. It is one person, man. Like, that's all that it matters. It doesn't have to be big numbers.
I think some people don't understand the concept of the ripple in the pond, right? That one person you help, they could help 10 people, which can help more people. You just never know.
Yeah, I say it all the time. Like, when we work with these ladies, I call them force multipliers, because if I can help you, if we had 2 badass aunties that came to our last clinic out of the Pueblo reservation, the Acoma, and they came and shot, and we did this big camping deal. I was actually here in Texas, in Weatherford. We camped for a couple of days. We did workouts, and we taught some like basic land nav and basic, kind of orienteering skills, and like, how do I get into the backcountry, or how do I protect myself if I want to go hiking, and just things people don't know. Like, hey, I'm texting my friend, this is where my car is parked, and I have my cell phone doesn't work, but I've got a Garmin inReach, or just things I think sometimes people that are good at that or do it often take for granted. Like, what are some balances and checkpoints that you can put into place to make yourself safe? And we just spent 3 days with these ladies and had a great time, taught them to shoot, taught them some other things. And I call them force multipliers, because now they're going back to their community, and they're like, they can do that. They're like, hey, no, let's go out on a hike. What do you mean? And they're like telling their friends, like, no, hey, we're going to park your car here. We're going to park my car here. We're going to text so-and-so. This is where we are. Hey, I'm leaving at this time. This is my location. This is my car. If I'm not back in 2 hours, like, call me or whatever. Something's going on. We will be back in this time or whatever. Give them a gatwa, if you will, right? Mm-hmm. So that creates force multipliers. And then it also creates, now we have these ladies on the Pueblo Laguna Res who want us to come down and do a clinic. Yeah, let's go. Like, they're going to help us facilitate a clinic down there on their reservation, because they got this training. They saw the how effective it was, the quality of the training, what they all got out of it. The other really cool thing that these ladies get out of these in small engagements too, is they kind of create a tribe. All these ladies, we had ladies come from New York, and the ladies from Pueblo. We're here in Texas, and we had I think we only had like 4 ladies from Texas that were there. The rest were from all over the country, kind of who came in. So they create this little tribe within themselves, and they, they're talking and texting, and they make friends with each other, and they're all kind of have the same struggles, have been through similar things in life that they can now be friends with and bounce things off of, and just and reminisce about that good time they had when they were with War Party. So that in itself is another kind of a real feel good factor, and something for those ladies to move forward with.
I want to remind our listeners too, especially if they're business owners, but even if not, just so you guys understand that when you donate to a nonprofit, a 501c3, it's a tax write-off.
Tax write-off.
So,
absolutely.
Especially for you you bigger businesses out there, or those of you that own a bigger business, you can either give your money to the federal government, or you can give it to a nonprofit where it's going to impact the community. Impact somebody's life. I mean, if you listen to what Jeremiah is doing and what the War Party Ranch and the War Party movement is all about, I don't know, there's not too many people that I would know that wouldn't want to get behind it. So your explanation of both, the movement, how it can start at a grassroots. And, I remember not that long ago when this election was coming up and everybody thought the world was coming to an end. I used to tell people all the time, turn the news off. And, you're not going to change the world, but you can change your neighborhood. You can be an impact to the people around you. So what you've said really resonates with me, because I've been saying that for a while. Like, you want to change the world, change your neighbor, change, your small circle, grow that circle into something better. Right. And so I think it's awesome. Do you have any other short-term needs that you guys see that are glaring at the moment?
No, I wouldn't say short term. I mean, nothing's glaring. Everything is literally just it's us. A lot of it's on us as a board to find things to action. And like I said, a lot of it is just I don't live in Columbus, Missouri, or Columbus, Ohio, or whatever. So I can't. If somebody wants something there, like I don't know how to facilitate that. So as I would say, the short term thing to action is people that listen to this. There's things you can action on your own, and then I'll help you facilitate. We will help you if there's something that you want to do. And then when you do, if we're following, War Party and stuff, when we do have initiatives in the Native community, you want it, a lot of people do feel moved by what's going on in the MYW issue. So we have something that directly affects Native women, and there will be times where we do have, calls to action that are just for women on the Cherokee Reservation in Oklahoma or something. Then those are things that, yes, please, we're looking at trying to figure out some ways to, like give jackets and do small things that I think really go a long ways, that a lot of Americans, sometimes you might have enough money to donate or do something like that. So for me, the short term, or the kind of the call to action, just reach out. If you have an idea, the worst thing we do, we have a cool conversation for 20, 30 minutes on the phone or whatever. And we either can make something happen, or maybe I can help steer you in a direction to affect some change in your own community. So
a couple things we'd like to get is, how can people either find you or War Party Ranch, War Party Movement, etc.?
Yeah. So War Party Movement on Instagram, and War Party Ranch on Instagram. There is on the websites, there's email. You can email if you want. What I always say, any of the War Party deals, if you DM one of those, you're going to get myself or Natasha or somebody on the board is going to be the one answering those and seeing those. So that's a direct to what we're doing. Also, emails are great because they don't get lost in those DMs too. So you can there's an email link on the website. And then myself, I'm Jeremiah _Blackbeard is my Instagram handle. But yeah, anybody can hit me up anytime, man. I try to do my best to get back to people, reach out, and I've made some great connections, great friends, and if anything I can help you guys, anybody with, even if it's just a stupid question, man. I mean, it is what it is, So.
Well, I know here at the Vanguard Wall, we're definitely going to start pushing out the stuff that we come across that, just to get the word out on our side of the house. I know you got a pretty good social media following as well. And then, we'll be talking about a collab coming up, both as a donation to the nonprofit, but hopefully we can collab something between War Party Ranch and Vanguard Wall.
Yeah, and we have a really good footprint in Texas with Natasha and what she's got going on down here. So, if there's anything you would like to facilitate or help put together, I mean, man, we're all about it, dude. We would do it. And obviously for you, I would rely on you heavy to be like, hey, can you teach this for me? So, and I'm excited for you to meet Natasha.
Oh, me too.
Yeah.
Before we close out, there's a couple things. I know there's a book coming out that you are a part of. Can you talk about that for a little bit?
Yeah. So, man, it's crazy that I'm in this thing. Emily Campagno from Fox News. She's just a great friend, man. Been a supporter of mine with War Party since I started the dang thing. And she loves the military. Sure, big family background. A lot of her family were in the military. And we were just kind of talking one day, and she was like, would you be willing to share a story where, in your time where God has impacted your life in combat or there? So I shared a story. I'm not big on war stories, and I don't even know if I want to read the dang thing, but I shared a story when I was the MP because I wanted to not. I just felt like everybody shares their cool guy stories, man. Guys in my background, it's all about fucking rucksack full of grenades, throwing grenades through windows. And, so it was. I wanted to show people that hey, that, and it was really cool. It was powerful for me. The story I shared basically is, I'd been speaking in tongues my entire life and basically saying gibberish when I was scared since I was a little kid, man. I would just repeat the same phrase over and over, and it almost became a powerful thing for me. It went from being scared to even in calming moments, or when I was getting ready to go in the ring, I was saying it and I would just kind of say it under my breath, and just relax me and calm me. And the other thing that happened when I was a kid, we'd always drive under street lights, and my mom would drive under a street light go out. My mom would say, "You know why the light goes out?" And I'm like, "No." And she'd say, "Because the light that shines in you is brighter than any light. It's a reminder that God's showing you that you don't need lights. You don't need light. You have God. You have Jesus with you. He's always in your heart." So got a little nothing crazy at all, but a little engagement, and it was kind of a rough day. It was a day that one of the other squad got all jacked up, and I was, pretty angry about it, and just trying to figure out if I was doing the right thing. I ended up taking 2 EPWs off of a little spot, and I was torn. I was like, man, I should have killed these dudes. They gave up. They put their handguns down and stuff, and did the right thing. And I was kind of tussle with that if I was doing the right thing or not, because they put their guns down. But in that whole day, after it was over, we're driving back to the fob, and kind of hit the last, we're going through the serpentines, and we hit one of the last ones, and the street lights go out coming up to the Marine checkpoint. And I don't know when I was saying it, when it was clearing, it was happening, or if it when I was in the truck. I don't remember exactly when I was not saying it in gibberish anymore, but I was saying it in English. And it was the first time in my life in 26 years or however old I was, that I was saying this saying my entire life, and I was saying, Jesus is always with me. I just repeated, Jesus is always with me, Jesus is always with me. And I've said it whether I was jumping or, riding motorcycles, being silly or whatever, just anything that happened to me where I needed God, man, or I was scared or needed some peace, I would say that phrase. And that's what I was saying. So I shared that story. And
what's the name of the book, Jeremiah?
Oh man.
Well, I'll find the book and I'll put the link in our bio.
I don't know how
I think that'll be a great story. I didn't get to pour too many war stories out of Jeremiah. We kind of made a pact that we weren't gonna ask too many war stories. It's definitely a tribute to how humble you are as a person. The last thing I kind of wanted to end it with, I think it's important. One of the selfish reasons I wanted to start this podcast was to tell people's story in a biographical, to memorialize their story for their kids, right?
Yeah.
So, your great grandkids will be able to find this, 100 years from now to know who you are. But one of the things that, I'd love to ask you is, you have 4 kids. I know your family is a huge part of your life. We've talked about it a lot in the last couple of days. And you have 4 kids. And if there's, I just wanted to give you opportunity if there's anything you wanted to tell your kids. I think, although, we didn't tell every aspect of your story. You're an absolute war hero, although you would never say that. That's not who you are, but I'll say it. And even this thing that you're doing now in this next chapter of your life, it's definitely heroic. You're taking on something that a lot of people not only probably wouldn't have the guts to do, but probably wouldn't even know how to do it or what to do it. So I'm definitely glad and I'm thankful that there's people like you that are out there that can get the rest of us motivated to do what's right. And so, I want your kids to hear that. And also, they've got to hear some of your military history as well. But is there anything that you'd like to say to them?
Just thank you. I'd never be half the soldier I was without my kids. Something to live for. I think the other one is just I made a lot of I don't know what the hell I was doing, man. They got the brunt of me not knowing what I was doing, not knowing how to navigate life. I think it's as they get older, they'll understand. My daughter's 25 and she's understanding a lot more. Just because you're a kid, man, doesn't mean that you are not part of the solution or part of the problem. And I think sometimes as kids, it's easy to be selfish or me, and I'm not saying that I needed them to have any understanding of what I was going through in life, but have some grace. Times in my life or things that was going on is like have some grace, man, of what I was doing and what I thought was the right choices and decisions I made in my career or as a dad. I thought I was making those decisions to improve your life, not mine. And I really just wanted to do something to honor my entire family and my parents, and my kids. I want to do something to make them proud of, so that's, I think, what it was really like. Wasn't chasing some life to try to be a rock star or be some badass Green Beret man. Like I said, I didn't ever think, I would be what I was when I retired from the Army. But have some grace. Thank you for that. And at the same time, like I said, every decision I made, that was there motivating me to try to push farther and push harder and to continue to be the best I could be, so I could make sure not only that at times it wasn't necessary for myself, it was for my buddies, for my buddies' kids, for their kids, and they did the same for me. So again, a lot of it is more of look back on life, and as you get older, like have some understanding, have some grace, and I make all the right decisions.
I talk about it a lot too. I mean, raising kids, you and I were just talking about it on a break. I've done a lot in my life as well. Maybe not quite as much as you, but I have 3 kids, and raising them, it's been my greatest joy, but it's also been the toughest thing I've ever done.
It's hard as shit.
When my oldest daughter was 1 year old, I was a 1-year-old parent. When my daughter was 5, I only had 5 years of experience as a parent, and they definitely didn't come with rule books. And I think we're all just trying to do the best we could, even when we make mistakes.
There's no check engine light and an owner's manual that comes with it. So
yeah. Well, from the bottom of my heart, I wanted to really say thank you for taking the time to drive really far to come take a chance on us and telling your story. I look forward to the future and both watching you guys grow and expand. And I also looking forward to find a way that we can get involved and help facilitate and be a part, right? Be more than just some podcast that goes out into the air, that we can, put words into action. So
no, I appreciate that. Yeah. It's like I said, I want to keep it grassroots. I want to keep it, community oriented and what goes on. And I never envisioned War Party Ranch ever being this giant entity. I want it to be, deadly uncles and deadly aunties that are facilitating this for, as like kind of the selfish side of me is I'm a girl dad, man. I need people to be able to look out for my daughters when I'm not there, and to create that sense of community. People understand that, right? Where like I'm gonna look out for your daughter the way I'm looking out for mine in those types of situations. So I think if we can keep that at grassroots and we keep that mentality of that warrior culture going, then I think that's where we really make some headway in this game of life.
I'm a girl dad too, and I couldn't agree with you more. So, hey, I just want to thanks everybody for tuning in to this episode with Jeremiah. Hopefully, you guys got as much out of it as I did. If you're watching this on YouTube, please hit that subscribe button. That's how we grow the channel. If you're watching this on Spotify or iTunes, please leave us a message or a review. We go through all of them. But most importantly, if you really like this podcast, please share it with just 1 or 2 people. Let's definitely get Jeremiah's War Party Ranch and this War Party movement. Let's push this thing to the 4 corners of the earth, man. And hopefully we can generate revenue and venues and really get some action. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Heck yeah. I appreciate you, sir.
So you guys stay safe out there. And if you can't be safe, be violent out here.